CJ, your mic is muted.
Wow, thanks, JB. So let's start this over. So I said welcome to day 2 of the General Strike Summit. What I wanted to do first before we bring on our first guest is kind of give you an update on what's happening with today's live stream. So just like yesterday, we're going to be doing 2 live streams. Both of them, I think, will be about 6 hours each. So if you're whatever you clicked on to watch this video or to watch this stream, it will be a different link to click after, I believe, 4 p.m. Eastern. So 4 p.m. Eastern on, there will be a different link for you to click. So just keep that in mind. That will be posted later today. So that's the first thing. Second thing is thank you for everybody who watched. Thank you for all the support, all the great community, everyone in the notes, everyone in the comments, I should say. Everyone on Twitter promoting this is trending on Twitter. So if we can get that again today, make sure you like this video. Make sure you share this video. This is very important, and getting the word out is very important. You already know with the algorithms on these sites, we are being suppressed. So it's up to us, people powered, to get the word out about this. So like this video and share this video. Thank you. So let's get into the General Strike Day 2. So we wanted to start this today off with just this very thing I just kind of commented on, and that's censorship. Censorship in particular with independent media. And Hard Lens Media, we reached out to, and this is the topic that was present or front of mind for Hard Lens Media because of some of their own sort of censoring that has been going on. So let's bring Kit right on. Kit is from Hard Lens Media. Kit, how are you doing, sir?
Let me unmute my mic. So there we go. So first and foremost, I want to say it's a real honor to be part of this 3-day General Strike Summit meeting. This is very important because we have to talk about really taking charge of building a real progressive infrastructure to actually push back against the establishment. Us relying on the politicians was a fool's hope. I understand that for a lot of people, especially for some of these progressives that are in the United States Senate and House, they mean something. And look, I participate in helping getting a lot of them get elected too, supporting them on social media. But right now we're getting nothing in return. So the ball is in our court. And it's I'm very happy to see that this channel, Fred Hampton Leftist, is actually taking charge and doing something larger channels, coveted blue checkmark people, refuse to do. But the sad fact is that there is a lot of censorship that is impacting our fellow colleagues all across independent media. And this also heavily impacts people of color, especially when they're starting off their own channels, being independent reporters, doing investigative journalism, and covering stories that might make the establishment feel uncomfortable. And because of this censorship, because of this suppression, voices are being silent. And so I must ask YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, if you're acting like publishers, why are you implementing such racist policies? And let's be clear, let's not sugarcoat around it. We could say, oh, they're making a mistake, or it's because of the algorithm, or I don't know, they just don't really know what they're doing, or they don't have enough people. But the fact that, again, I'm seeing what's happening to Fred Hampton Leftists, what's happening to Nico House, what's happening to Convo Couch, what's happening to Frank Analysis, and so many others that are doing groundbreaking work, and they're not giving the opportunity to do the work that needs to be done. Hard Lens Media covers these stories, and yes, we've been censored. And we'll get into that because I'm pretty sure you have a lot of questions, and I'm pretty sure our audience has a lot of questions to bring up as well because they're smart, they've seen the censorship, they've seen the suppression, and even now, you guys are still being attacked by the boutique left, and we can get into that as well.
We absolutely can. We absolutely will get into that. But I did want to start off this segment, which is called Protecting Independent Media, in particular, when we're talking about a general strike, because that's going to be a vital time for independent media to be connected with the community. That's going to be vital. But because all of these platforms are owned by these corporations or people who are in conjunction with corporations and these establishment parties, they find, bogus reasons to censor us and make the algorithm in such a way that our videos are getting out. So that's why I say all the time, this is people powered. Make sure you're liking these videos. Make sure you're, sharing these videos, because that's the only way we can break through or begin to break through some of the suppression that's going on. But first, Kid, I wanted you to tell the story of what's happened, some of the things that's happened to you, because, I could have somebody who's just kind of just talking about it in general, but it's never happened to them. But this sort of censorship has happened to you multiple times just recently. So I want to give you the opportunity to just kind of, tell your story or Hard Lens Media story about what's happening with you and your channel.
Well, let's start from the beginning. 2019, at our old studio, when we were doing very well, we were growing exponentially to where we were earning a lot in regards to YouTube AdSense. We were covering the election cycle. We were covering a lot of key issues, especially about whistleblowers, Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, doing a few other stories as well. And one day, as we were about to get started, our editor at the time turned to me and Daniel and said, "Hey, we can't go live. I don't know what's going on." We were shadow banned. All of our content on our main channel was demonetized. This was in 2019. It was very difficult because for about a good whole 2 months, we were unable to do anything on our main channel. That severely impacted the work we done, and it was very clear that if we didn't ask for help and if we didn't set up a backup channel, everything that we worked for during those years would have been gone. All the interviews, all the content disappeared like that. Now, YouTube never gave us a reason why we were deplatformed, demonetized, shadow banned. They never really talked to us. And thankfully, we were able to, during that 2 months time frame, eventually get back our channel. But I'm going to be very clear with everyone. We were on the ropes. The second time we got hit, it was because we were, at least YouTube was saying to us, what YouTube had the audacity to say to us was that we were saying that President Joe Biden was not the president. Now, no one at Hard Lens Media, no one in our entire team ever said that. We were covering the inauguration, and YouTube and its blind attack dog, the algorithm, hit us again. This time we learned from the previous mistake, and we went on a lot of independent channels, Lee Camp, Jimmy Dore, and so many others, so many wonderful people, Nico House, Convo Couch. And we were able, during that 1 week, I believe, week and a half, give or take, we were able to get back our channel again. But what I want to let everyone know in this audience is that even one day when you're not able to go live, that impacts the content creator. That impacts the work that we've done. The whole idea of even setting up the show for Hard Lens Media was eventually to get back out there in the field and do investigative journalism, do real field reporting. And that severely impacted us again. The third time we got hit was when our colleague, Kira, did a story about what was happening with some adult sites. And YouTube, in its infinite wisdom, with its blind attack dog, refused to acknowledge that Kira was reading from a story from the New York Times and a few other reputable sources. And not once did it have any adult material in it. It was her covering a story and talking about it. But yet YouTube decided to go after her reporting, her coverage, and her work. The final time we've been hit, and here's hoping that's the final time, we covered a story, and this is, again, everyone was talking about it. CNN smearing Joe Rogan. Now, I understand everyone has opinions about Joe Rogan and everything else like that in between, but CNN did smear Joe Rogan, and we were covering that story. That was a major story. Joe Rogan is a popular podcaster. CNN is a major corporate news outlet, and they were refusing to acknowledge the mistake that they've done and how they smeared him and his character. And that says a lot about an establishment media outlet, these establishment media outlets that are favored by YouTube. So at the end of the day, 4 times we've been hit by this. And during those times, we always had to slowly recover, because when you're hit by a shadow ban or demonetization, or it was a strike, and that you can't go live, that you can't post any new content, that you can't communicate with your subscribers, the recovery is very difficult, because what YouTube does is very insidious. Because you're not going live, it also unsubscribes you, the viewers. And so this is something a lot of viewers, even Fred Hampton leftists, have to take due diligence for themselves. You have to double check and triple check that you're still subscribed, because YouTube will unsubscribe you from your favorite content creator. YouTube will make sure that you're not notified when your content creator goes live. And we get this message all the time from our viewers. Hey, how come I was unnotified? Hey, how come I was unsubscribed? What's going on here? And I want to make it very clear that no content creator is just going to purposely unsubscribe someone or make sure you're not notified. That's on YouTube's end. And YouTube has been acting like a publisher. How can we forget that even, again, the CEO of YouTube gave herself her own reward and wanted to make sure that she wanted to promote authoritative sources, CNN, ABC, MSNBC, CBS, Fox News, these same media outlets that outright lie to us and give us the establishment narrative talking point. Free speech is fundamentally important to our democracy. And yes, 4 times Hard Lens Media has been hit, but other channels have been hit hard for the other same reasons, and they have been unable to recover. And in my opinion, the way YouTube is impacting YouTubers who are Black, Latino, any color in between, let's be clear here. These are very racist policies that YouTube is doing to lie these other content creators. And I want to see more journalists. The work that you guys are doing here at Fred Hampton Leftist is fundamentally important to our democracy. Because how are we going to talk about a general strike when it's being suppressed on YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or Instagram? That's not right, and that's not fair. But yet corporate media gets the coveted front of the line pass. This conversation is important. And the reason why we have to talk about the general strike is because after this summit, the fight goes on. The purpose of the summit is to inspire people and let people know that the ball is in their court too. It is their responsibility too to follow the independent media networks that are covering this general strike. Because even as we speak, there are nurses on strike. There are workers on strike all across this country, teachers who are finally having enough of being abused. And is corporate media covering it? No. But Hard Lens Media is. Fred Hampton Leftists are. Other channels are. But how many people see these stories? This is why we need free speech. And thankfully, there are platforms like Odyssey and Rockfin, and I wish for them to keep on growing and becoming a success. But it's going to take time for them to become a challenge to YouTube. But even then, there's always that worry of what happens when the establishment worms its way in and takes over. And then we, the content creators, the regular people, are once again suppressed. This is something dangerous because, again, I'm seeing so many people join us, but how many people have just been notified? How many of your subscribers have been notified that you are live right now?
That was that one, Kit. That's one point I never thought of as part of being the censorship, just not even notifying our subscribers. I never thought of it that way, but let me bring in our other panelists here. CaseStudyQB wanted to be a part of this conversation, so
does great work.
My man, I said,
there we go.
I saw my man Kit on in the morning, and I said, hey, I gotta join my man Kit.
There we go.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody?
So, what's up, Case? Awesome to see you. We're just already. Kit was just telling us about some of the censorship that's happening to Hard Lens Media. And have you experienced anything? Because I gotta, now that I think about it, like the videos, they can't be impressed with the videos that you curate. So what is yours? What happens to you, or what is your story with some of the censorship that has happened to you?
Yeah, so I started off putting up clips on YouTube at the very beginning of the campaign, the primaries, the Democratic primaries, and I noticed that they were just getting a lot of copyright strikes, a lot of copyright strikes, and that's really discouraging because, I would like to build a channel, like the rest of you guys, not really big, just starting doing one show where I do commentary, but I really wanted to get the word out about clips and exposing the mainstream media and doing things like that, and just getting a lot of copyright strikes. And somebody in the comments said, "Hey, why don't you do this on Twitter?" And at first I was like, another platform to try to build up and blah, blah. But I said, you know what, let me try it out. And I actually found more success on Twitter than I did on YouTube. So I decided I deleted all of my stuff on YouTube and focused that on the show that I do, Political Junkies. And then on Twitter, I said, let me continue doing these clips because I'm not getting the copyright strikes or anything there. But, to my dismay, at the beginning of this year, sometime in January, somebody hit me up and said, hey, when I go to your Twitter page in incognito mode, I think even Kit DM me also. I hope a couple people DM me, but definitely Kit did. Definitely Kit did. And I said, really? And I went and looked, and there they got me behind a disclaimer saying like this content is sensitive content. And guys, you guys watch my Twitter channel. All I do is put up quotes. I put up what the clip is about. Sometimes I editorialize, every so often, but I would say 90% is just straight telling you what's in the clip. And I'm like, these guys are putting me behind a paywall and putting me in Twitter jail.
Well, here's the thing, because I remember that day when I was going in incognito mode on Twitter to look at some of the work that, again, CaseStudyQB, doing some phenomenal work. I don't know how you're sitting through corporate media and not having your brain melt, but you're finding these gems where we're seeing how, again, the hypocrisy of the liberal media on CNN, MSNBC, the quote-unquote allies for the vote blue no matter who people. We see what they really think about the progressive movement, and then we see the shocking actions of our own progressive leaders and the Democratic Party as well. I know we all know what to expect from Republican lawmakers, but it's just these gems that you find are important. But here's the thing. Twitter, thank you for proving us right the whole time. When I found out that CaseStudyQB's Twitter page was censored, I was like, well, wait, how is this sensitive material? How is this shocking material when this is corporate media news? So the thing is, nothing about that's sensitive. Usually when you see that warning label, it's adult-themed kind of content. Yeah. There's nothing adult-themed about seeing these quote-unquote millionaires paid to react to stories. They're not doing anything shocking except showing us their own hypocrisy. But Twitter, thank you for finally proving us right. By putting this warning on CaseStudyQB's videos, you're finally showing us that CNN is not reputable, Fox News isn't reputable, MSNBC isn't reputable, CBS isn't reputable, because how many times have they lied to us? So basically, Twitter, by doing this to CaseStudyQB, you're proving independent media right by saying, oh, corporate media, it just can't be trusted. Are you offended by the work that CaseStudyQB is doing? Twitter, why are you acting like a publisher when all what he's doing is posting corporate media? Are you targeting him for certain reasons, Twitter? Is there an insidious method behind this? Are you not able to keep track of your algorithm? Where are the people at that are supposed to protect the content creators that use your site? So by doing this to CaseStudyQB's Twitter page, you're proving us all right about corporate media and why we should not ever treat it like an authoritative source. And how dare you do this to his work? But hey, you got your original YouTube channel and you got your Odyssey page and you're doing the People's Gauntlet. So as far as I'm concerned, where was a badge of honor?
So Case, let me ask you this, a little follow-up question. So you're telling me, let's say said corporate outlet puts out a news clip, you could go and curate that clip that they put out, but if you put it on your channel, you could get flagged or some sort of...
No, I'm just flagged, period. Apparently, if you're a brand new person that you're not following me, you get a disclaimer. And of course, that's going to cut down the amount of people that's willing to even click on that to say, they might say, oh, I don't want to look at that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Because you assume that it's some sort of nudity because that's what that means. But
hey, CJ, I'm not going to take too much time on this panel. I just want to jump on with my amazing brothers here. Why don't they put that disclaimer on every single journalist that work for New York Times and Washington Post for posting the lies of the Steele dossier, for posting the lies of the Israel lobby? Why don't they get that disclaimer?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll tell you this much. I like the fact that Kid is kind of creating a model, right? He's creating a model that when we get wrong, that's what this workshop is about, protecting independent media. When somebody gets affected in whatever way, shadow banned or they get their account taken away, it's very important that we have a collaboration of a network of people that he can reach out to right away and say, hey guys, this happened to me. I've been banned.
That's a great idea.
Can I get on your show? Can I go on your show? Can I go on your show? And can we expose this? Can you guys retweet it? And it worked so well the first time that, Kid, correct me if I'm wrong, the last time this happened, you got put back into place a lot quicker.
Yes,
right?
that is correct. That is very correct. And it's a model that works, and I urge all our fellow colleagues to do this. When we get hit, shields up, form a shield wall, and let's start defending each other right away.
Yeah, I think now when we talk about old media, old left and new left, this is the difference, Nick. I think you and I have talked about this. You don't see the old left independent media, you don't see them going on each other's shows.
Hey, if your YouTube channel gets taken down and you're not already in the club, their message to you is good luck.
Yeah, exactly. But Nick, what have we been doing this whole time since day one? We have everybody on our show. We go on everybody's show. We want to create a culture because this wall has to be built this way. Go ahead, Nick.
These people like, Nick, I can't believe you talked to Jimmy Dore. I talk to everybody.
That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to do that.
Right. You mean a human? You mean I talk to another human being who has an opinion that I may not agree with? Like, why wouldn't I? I don't understand this fear of talking to people. Go ahead, Nick.
I'm gonna get back to the topic. I don't want to derail it, but there are people upset at us because we had the audacity of having labor conversations. That's our God.
Well, I just want to say real quick that there's an open invitation, and I'm sure as we're talking right now, I'm sure you guys would agree. For old media, if you want to come on anybody's show, if you want to build this camaraderie, because there's still time. I know I don't have any hurt feelings. You know, I feel anything that happened in the past, we can move forward. Now, I personally haven't gotten into any beef, so some people might feel strongly about certain things. But for me personally, I'm like, hey, even if I get in a beef, if what's more important is a left initiative, whether it's Forced to Vote Part 2, whether it's a Million Man March for Medicare for all. Like, I'm thinking about things that could happen in the future that we should all be on that initiative.
Because let me because you made this point yesterday, Case. As much critique as FHL has for what we call the boutique left, they are using the same source as we are using. Case study. Okay? That's a fact the left can't avoid. You understand? Yeah. It's the same sort of argument. Maybe they were making it a less forceful than we would like, but it is the same argument. And if it came down to ideology, they would technically be on our side. That is something we have to understand. Yeah. And moving forward, I'm going to make this pledge. I'm going to make any critique less personal and just base it on policy. Like, so if there's somebody that said something, it's not going to be, oh, I think this, and it'll be, I don't think that's a good take. And this is the reason why I don't think that's a good take.
You brought up a great point.
Yeah, we have to stop this sort of animosity. I mean, it's fun on Twitter and it's really catch on Twitter, but we have to, as FHL, I'm going to say FHL, as CJ, I have to strive. There might be days it's not. I don't have a good day. I'm gonna be honest. It'd be a day I may not, but we have to, strive to do better, and that's something I'm gonna do. Yeah.
I just want to mention real quick, reiterate what I said yesterday, because I really want to show that we can have camaraderie. Like when I first started, Nico House was literally the first person when I had 0 followers to promote me to his audience. And then like maybe a month or two, that's how I know David Dole is on his thing on Twitter. He found my account and he started using a lot of the clips, to the point where just about, I think it was a month ago, he had me on his show where he allowed me to promote the People's Gauntlet. So that's the kind of camaraderie we need. Nico, he came on my channel and I was able to ask him to get some advice, because I did a fact-finding mission before I created the People's Gauntlet, and just asking people about this idea, like, do you think I didn't want to commit myself to an idea if a certain amount of people was like, nah, that's not going to work. And Nico helped advise me on that. I had Hector Osiguera, who's a person that ran in New Jersey before. He gave me his input as an actual candidate that ran, if this is something that a candidate can use to help promote. And that was them indirectly working together in a way. You have people from who they call the alt left, like Nico House, to the boutique left or whatever, in these derogatory terms, but they worked together unknowingly that helped me with an initiative that I'm working on. So that's why I want to stress. I want them to let them know, if anyone's watching this, it's okay. We want to work with everybody. There's going to be an initiative in the future, I guarantee it, that everybody's going to agree with. Whether it's Forced to Vote Part 2, like there's going to be another speaker, or another speaker election. Right. There's going to be there might be a 1 million man march for Medicare for all coming. There's something, whatever you can think of, there's going to be something that everybody's going to say, you know what, that's a good idea. And we talked about movements, right? Yesterday we talked about movements, but go ahead.
Hey, I just want to jump in and say something real quick. I'll pass right to you. I'll pass right to you, kid. I think this is super relevant to what we were talking about. The two things I wanted to bring up that you guys mentioned, and we have been talking about the new left, CJ, and this is what we're going to be doing moving forward. We got to adjust to the establishment's adjustment. Do you guys remember how a lot of people got radicalized in the first place? Was the internet, the freedom of exchange of ideas and information. And there was a small moment there where I thought that the internet would be our breakthrough. In a way, it has. Mm-hmm. But the establishment adjusted to the new age of information, and the left, especially in the United States, was completely caught off guard by it. The prosecution of journalists, the coalition between the big tech oligarchy and our government, where they are literally pairing with Facebook, Instagram, that they are pairing with the U.S. empire to take down Nicaraguan Sandinistas accounts. Colombian activists that are communists that are protesting their neoliberal evil regime in Colombia. So they adjusted to that already. So the left has to adjust to that reality. So the whole thing where we have cults, where we have cliques, that has to end. If people keep PMing me, and I'm saying the record straight right now, they're like, this speaker this speaker that. If you're about that cancel culture shit, you can miss me because you sound like a cop. I'm gonna be dead honest. Like you people that were like, you can't have this speaker on, you can't have this speaker on. I'm not gonna play that. If you don't want to associate with FHL because we don't want to cancel the person that you got derangement syndrome, good, okay, I will deal with that. But now one thing, and I'll pass it right to you, kid. There are a lot of people like message me about Jackson Hinkle, whatever. And Jackson, he had a take that I didn't agree with him either. He's scheduled to come on. Why shouldn't I just ask him about the take? Right? People like, take Jackson Hinkle down. Right?
Right.
Just as an example, because he's been taking a lot of heat for a take recently. And was it? Okay. And my reaction to people saying that, like, why not just ask him about it?
Talk about it.
So
Absolutely.
I'm 30, man. I'm from Kansas City. I don't play it. You guys know my take on cancel culture. My take on cancel culture is not real. It's stupid and childish shit that's being amplified by the establishment. So why would you follow the shit they try to amplify? You know why they amplifying that? Because they want us to do that. They want us to disrupt movements. But sorry, kid, go ahead.
Well, here's the thing, because this relates to our conversation. Because Hardlands Media, when we were starting off in the streets, was a Galaxy S7 cell phone, going on to radio, getting a television series for about 3 seasons, and then getting onto YouTube. Throughout that entire time of getting guests on our show, to speaking with activists, We've had progressives and leftists and even Democrats as well, and some libertarians here and there, not as much. We would occasionally get messages of, oh, you shouldn't interview this person. Oh, you're going to interview third-party people? Don't do that. Don't talk to this person. How dare you have this person on your show? Why are you talking like this? You should run your show this way. You should do that. I hate that cancel culture, and I despise it because, again, that's another form of censorship. Right. The whole idea of having a conversation or doing a news show, doing something with journalism, covering stories about current events, politics, activism, is that you're supposed to have people on. A successful show, you need to have controversial people on, or if someone makes a controversial take, your job is to talk to them, not put up a brick wall, because then what you're doing is creating an echo chamber. Just like after January 6th, when Trump lost his platform, that doesn't mean I don't like Trump, or I mean I like Trump or anything. I don't like him, all right? But him being removed, it opened the doorway for independents and progressives to also be put on the chopping block. Because I'm all for free speech. That doesn't mean there won't be consequences, because if you have a take that's downright deplorable, hey, you have every right to be called out on it. But being removed, that opens the door for other journalists, other independent-minded people to be, again, kicked out. And you're going to run into people that have different opinions than you. Or maybe they make a statement and it wasn't so clear, so you want to clear the record. What is it? You have to talk to that person. Case in point, in 2016, there were Republican voters that wanted to support Bernie Sanders. Did anyone ever talk to those Republican voters about why they liked some of Bernie Sanders' policies? I know, shocking statement. Republican voters want to vote for a Democratic progressive who's calling himself a socialist. Did anyone talk to them or ask them why they like those policies? No, because we have a media that wants to divide us, and we're seeing that also with a larger establishment progressive outlets too. And I think they're slowly, I want to be generous here, and apologies if I offend anyone. I think they're slowly getting the picture. I remember when CaseStudyQB did a video where Cenk Uygur was saying some of these progressives, they won't show up on our show anymore. And it's the same TYT that promoted AOC, that promoted Ilhan Omar, that promoted all these other squad members to be on the show, and now they're not showing up on his show. So maybe they'll wake up to it. So I think there will be another catalyst moment like Force the Vote. And I'm going to quote Jimmy Dore here. That wasn't his idea. Force the Vote was something that DSA created, and it's a working policy that should be implemented. And what did Jimmy Dore say about Force the Vote? Hey, let's all work together on this. Let's get our progressive allies in the House and Senate to get this going. I forgive you. You forgive me. Let's look at this bigger picture and work together on it. And for one small window, Cenk Uygur agreed with it, and Sam Cedar agreed with Jimmy Dore's thought on Force the Vote, until a week later, there was a shift because somebody got a phone call, or maybe they realized it wasn't good to be working with Jimmy Dore. But it's not about Jimmy Dore. This general strike isn't about Hard Lens Media or CaseStudyQB or Fred Hampton Leftists. What this is about is getting workers aware of how they're being screwed over, working class citizens stepping up, but at the same time, too, making sure that these working class citizens are informed by the various independent media networks, citizen journalists that are risking it all to speak truth to power and inform people so that they have the information to stand up against those that are abusing them.
Absolutely, Kid. And I just want to make a comment sort of on what you just said, Kid, and also what Nick said. People are so unserious. Like, we have to understand, as a movement, there are people there just there to agitate you. That's what they're there for. Okay, so, and then you have the category of people who are just unserious people. Oh, you have that person. Do you know how unserious you are about Medicare if you don't show up to Medicare March because Jimmy Dore? You know how unserious you are? So you're fine with 69,000 or whatever the number is, almost 70,000 people dying every year because we don't have a nationwide health care or Medicare for all. You're fine with that because Jimmy Dore was there. That's unserious. That's why we should not be even until those people become serious. I'm not even engaging you. And I always use this example. We're with this general strike. I'm going to apply. So we have people critiquing us about the general strike, for example. If I pull over to help somebody on the side of the road to change their fat tire, and people who are driving by are screaming obscenities, why am I listening to them? For what? Like, I'm here helping people. Like, so my saying is, oh, that's cool. Now, can you excuse me while we proceed with this revolution thing? Like, because you're just in the way. And that's, I mean, it's like, stop giving these people oxygen who are making these comments. Go ahead, Nick.
CJ, I always share this. I share this multiple times on this show because I have to spread awareness on it.
Yeah. And
you guys wonder why I don't buy into this, why I don't allow this to emotionally drain me. Like whenever you guys see me tweet, I'm having a blast, right? Talk about how Hassan is scared to talk about to me and shit. Like this shit is fun, right? It don't stress me because I already knew this was gonna happen. Once again, I'm 30. Like I know how this shit works. And CJ, remember, I told you this was gonna happen.
Yes,
we knew this was gonna happen if we ever hit any high mark. So I am not, once again, this is not me saying people are CIA. I'm telling you guys must know their tactics. You must know their tactics. They will get upset at you if you do not go through the proper channels. So we didn't go through the proper channels of talking about a strike, right? We didn't have the blessings of Bernie Sanders. They advise caution. Oh, you can't plan a strike. What if we're not ready? What if your action fails, despite the fact that the civil rights movement was a 100-year movement? They had constant actions that failed. We have some guy who probably live streaming this right now who was like, you can't have general strikes because the government might kill you. This is the stuff we hear from the deeply unserious people that CJ talks about, right?
Right.
On why we can't have a general strike, ignoring the fact that our state government is killing activists right now. Ignoring the fact that during that 100-year civil rights protest, people got killed by the state. Hello, we are the Fred Hampton leftists.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who was killed by the state? This is the risk that the real leftists take if they advocate for people. Well, let's say the people who criticize this, they say we can't do this because the government will kill us. What are they telling you? They're telling you to advise caution. Advise caution. Number 7 on this list. So I just want to share this. I'll pass it right back to you guys.
Nick, can you tell us what the list is for those who've never seen this? There's most of our audience already know what you're talking about. You can see it in the comments. But what is that list? And just like, can you read a couple of points that are on there? So
I would like you to read a couple of points.
Okay, I got you guys. So this is, just to be clear, this is not a conspiracy theory. We know this because the Freedom of Information Act, how the CIA, their tactics and how they used to infiltrate left movement, not only in the U.S., but when they infiltrated the global South, Central America, Africa, they use these same tactics there, where they pretend to be their friend in order to help take down the Sandinistas, for example. They did this for decades, and this was released. So if you are a leftist, especially if you're a leftist in the Western Hemisphere, if you live in the imperial core, you must know all these. This is why I covered this multiple times. I know I can sound like a broken record sometimes when I talk about this stuff, but every leftist must know this. So if you know this list, you won't allow these people to get to you. You people wonder, like, I never get upset. You guys know I don't get upset with these people, like, get mad at friends and leftists because I know it's going to happen. And during Force the Vote and during the March for Medicare for All, they was following this list to a T. And I was explaining this to people. So let's go over the list. And I'm going to go over the ones that are relevant because there are a lot of different mechanisms and how they take over leftist movement. So let's go over some ones that is recent, that is relevant to what's been going on recently. Look at number 1.
Is there a name for this list? Is it called the CIA tactics? Is there a certain name?
I know the official list of what it's called. Look up CIA infiltrate left. Like, I found this a long time ago, guys. I don't remember exactly why I found it, but it's been sourced in many different articles.
So people can look it up, though. I want people to be able to find it. That's the reason.
Look up, literally Google how the CIA infiltrate leftist movements. You will find this, and then a ton more too. But so these are the ones that are relevant. Look at number 1. Number 1 is what people are mad at Fred Hampton leftists for. Assist on doing everything through channels. Never permit shortcuts to be taken in order to expedite decisions. So this is why they was mad at Forced to Vote. This is why they was mad at the Medicare Fraud March. This is why they mad at us, because we didn't go through their proper boutique channels. And number 4 is very relevant. Bring up, and because I mention this all the time in the Medicare Fraud March. I'm trying to keep this. I literally did an entire hour talking about
I remember.
So I'm trying to keep it short.
Okay.
Number 4, bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible.
Jimmy Dore.
What did it remind you guys of? And I shared this on the live stream before, but I'll repeat this again. I covered it during the March for the Medicare Fraud March because apparently someone corrected me. I said that we booked a Nazi speaker, but apparently we didn't even book him. So I'm gonna tell the story as I know it, right? So as I know it, we was infiltrated. The Medicare Fraud March was infiltrated by a white supremacist group, and they got invited to be a speaker, which apparently not true, right? Do you guys know the Black Panthers was infiltrated? All left-wing movements are infiltrated. The Sandinistas was infiltrated. Show me one left movement that have not been infiltrated at one point in time. So the people who got mad at the Medicare Fraud March activists for that, when I saw them get mad at that, I knew they did not read theory or any sort of history.
Right.
So people wonder why I said they were not our allies, right? So bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. So let's say in the worst case scenario where this Nazi speaker was booked, once the Medicare Fraud March organizers realized the mistake, they pulled him immediately. But if you listen to Hassan, if you listen to Vosh, if you listen to the Majority Report, if you listen to Sam Cedar, the way they presented the story was they had a Nazi speaker at the event. And weeks after the speaker was pulled, they kept repeating the lie that the Nazi was at the event over and over and over again. Instead of like I would talk to people who listen to Sam Cedar, for example, and then they would tell me, "Oh, I didn't support the Medicare Fraud March because they had a Nazi speaking, the white supremacist guy." And I'm like, bro, he was removed weeks ago. So why don't you know that? Because Sam Cedar and the boutique left was purposely misleading their audience.
You know, there's a little bit more.
I'll be quicker. One last thing, the last thing I want to say, and this is what I mentioned earlier, 7 is advocate caution. You guys wonder why I don't play that shit?
Yeah.
Be reasonable. Urge your fellow comrades to be reasonable. Avoid haste. So you can't have this Medicare Fraud General Strike Summit. We gotta wait. What if it fails? Oh my God. What if the government kills us? That's what Hassan said. So I'll pass it to you guys. Well, I did a whole hour on this. So I want to keep myself. I'm sorry I went on a rant, but
no, that's good. We need that information. People need to understand that's what's happening. But go ahead, Kit.
Well, here's the thing. When we look at, especially with March for Medicare for All, even with that incident with the quote-unquote Nazi speaker, you know, that was the organization that was supposed to run it, like, it was, like, actually removed from March for Medicare for All, at least how my memory shows. Like, they were not considered to be part of that main organization at all, and they were quickly, like, dismissed right away because, again, you have people who want to be trolls and do horrible things. It's the same thing like with Forced to Vote. You know, we had again, there was a short time where Cenk Uygur and Sam Cedar did agree with the Forced to Vote policy, but yet afterwards, Brianna Joy Gray, Jimmy Dore, and so many others who were part of this Forced to Vote town hall, they were being continuously smeared by Jimmy Dore. I mean, continuously smearing Jimmy Dore and what he was talking about. But what was he talking about that was so controversial? It was Medicare for All. It was about the idea that we don't have health care in the richest country in the world, and they kept on doing it. And then there was this ridiculous attack towards Jimmy and Forced to Vote when there was another live stream that was being taken place, and it was completely taken out of context. And the way it was being shared by TYT and other members of the boutique left, I mean, no disrespect to them, but I mean, come on. They were sharing this video and saying, oh, well, this was part of the Forced to Vote town hall when it was a completely different live stream altogether. I think we all remember that and how it was being shared by everyone that wanted to derail Forced to Vote and say how violent it was. But here's just showing consistency. Okay, well, Cenk Uygur was smearing Forced to Vote for Medicare for All, but then a month later, Cenk Uygur was doing Forced to Vote for 15. Now, showing consistency and believing in Forced to Vote, I was like, okay, I agree with this, Cenk. Let's do your Forced to Vote. Let's do your Forced to Vote for 15. What are you going to do that's so different than Jimmy Dore? Show us how it's done. But wait, we saw how it was done when Sinema did her curtsy thumbs down and the House Progressives did nothing about it. Same thing with this March for Medicare for All being smeared because, Jimmy Dore, Convo Couch, Nico House, and so many others were part of it. They're for Medicare for all. What is controversial about wanting health care? And this is how you have the establishment control the narrative by saying Medicare for all is just too controversial. Medicare for all should not be accessible. No, we got to trust the politicians. We got to wait 15 years. There are people right now suffering or going into medical debt. They can't wait 15 years. One of the leading causes of homelessness is medical debt. But you don't see that covered by corporate media. You see that covered only by independent media. And now look at what's happening with the general strike. Same thing. You have the boutique left smearing it. But the thing is, what I want to say to these larger channels is there was a point in time when you guys were radical, when you guys were being smeared, when you guys were being dismissed. And now you're in the clubhouse. But now that you're in the clubhouse, the same people that you help promote won't be on your shows. The same people that you smear, that you constantly carry water for, won't help you out. You are in the same boat as the rest of us. And just because you're high up on your pillar doesn't mean you won't be knocked down. Now, I'm all for Case Study QB's plan of a united coalition. I believe in that. I don't know how we'll get there, but he's right. Case Study QB is correct on a united left movement.
Yeah. I agree with it.
But
no, I was going to say, I think the first step is we have to change our language in the discourse and how we speak to each other and how we talk about each other. That's probably going to be the first thing because that's what gives the conversation that edge that I'm waiting for you to say one thing out of line and I'm gonna just go at you. So that's what I think the first part. But go ahead, Kit, finish your couple of points. I do have a couple of points I want to get to after Kit. Go ahead, Kit.
Okay, so because I know in case of QB wants to be a follow up. So I'll just wrap this up short. Yeah. So look, the whole idea, especially about this segment, is talking about protecting free speech. And even as we speak, YouTube is removing dislike buttons. YouTube is again suppressing content creators, and YouTube is doing this to a lot of journalists and independent content creators that are working their butts off 24/7 to make sure that their viewers and subscribers are informed about the actions at hand. What disgusts me about YouTube right now is that I remember when it used to be a meritocracy, but how it's treating people of color, especially journalists who are working hard and covering stories that might make people feel uncomfortable. Guess what? That's journalism. YouTube, are you acting like a publisher? YouTube, why are you acting like a publisher? You're supposed to be a platform. And I get it. We're renting out your space. But if you don't make clear about how you are impacting content creators' lives, and if you don't take responsibility, I have to say, especially how it's impacting Fred Hampton Leftists and Nico House and so many others, YouTube, you're acting kind of a little racist by ignoring their concerns because their channels have every right to be monetized, every right to be fully notified when they go live, just like any other channel, just like TYT or Sam Cedar. Heartlands Media, we've been able to recover not once but 4 times, but keeping it real here, the recovery is very long. And it's very difficult for me to even say, like, well, we'll be back on good footing, because I don't know when it's going to happen, when we get exterminated. Heartlands Media permanently removed. But it's also impacting your channels as well. So, Case Study QB, I want to hand it over to you because I know
go ahead, Case. Go ahead, Case.
So, I want to give credit to Katie Halper because I want us to think about her model, and also I talked about Vanguard yesterday and how when Force to Vote happened, at some point I remember she had like almost de facto Force to Vote summit. Like she had a whole bunch of people on her channel, and I think that's when Brianna Joy Gray and Jimmy Dore, I don't know if they ever even met each other before, but Katie got a whole bunch of people that were on different sides of the Force to Vote argument. There were some people that were saying, hey, we shouldn't force the vote for just the Speaker of the House. We should just, there's a lot of other little tactics like David, I think it was David Sirota who also had some input on that. And I think that's the type of model that we have to use, where there's maybe, and you can even call it a safe space where everyone has a connection to that one person, and they say, you know what, I'll go on that channel, and if as long as you're there to moderate and don't let things go crazy, I'll go on that channel. So like for example with the Vanguard, I'll say it again, it was Ryan Grimm and Proud Socialists, the other Ryan, and the Vanguard was the moderators, and the conversation was excellent. Like I enjoyed that conversation, and that's the type of thing I think we got to do moving forward. And I agree with Compton J, where you say you want to try to bring down the rhetoric, because a lot of people are emotional, and as soon as you call somebody a name, and even boutique left, that's a derogatory term that person might be like, oh, I don't want to go talk to them. They're calling me the boutique left. If we kind of calm down the rhetoric for the most part, I think we'll be able to start collaborating more. So
I think when things get worse, the rhetoric will be toned down. Meaning when things get not worse between people, but worse in the sense of the system, the failing state, the state, the empire failing. When that situation gets worse, it's going to be a realization that, hey, we believe in the same things, and we need to figure out a way how to do this. I think it's coming, Case. I know you're hoping that it's sooner than later, but I think it's coming. But we may not be quite there yet, and we still may have a little bit of animosity here and there. But I'm going to say right now, I'm going to be on my best behavior. I want to say to people like even Ben Dixon, even Case Study. I mean, not Case Study. Even some of the other shows, the Humanist Report. Fred Hampton Leftist is about solidarity and moving forward, and that's what we want to talk about. We're still going to critique anything we disagree with, but let's keep the personal attacks out of it, and let's just critique on policy, because that's what movements do. I feel like Fred Hampton Leftist needs to make an example. Like, we need to say, like, we've had some stuff, but we need to be able to say we are looking for the same things. It just doesn't make sense to me,
hey CJ,
to throw away somebody who you agree with on 70% of the things. That doesn't make sense to me. Not to be like, I'm gonna be teaming up with that. That doesn't make sense. Go ahead, Nick.
All I'm saying, just look at our response to pretty much every single disagreement we had. Every single time I had a disagreement, I said, talk to me, brother. And every single person backed down. Every single one. What does that say? We was like, let's have dialogue. And they said, nah, we got to continue to snipe and make diss tracks. And I didn't talk about the issue, right?
Diss tracks.
They make like people like Tim Black and Bob, like, yo, we got a 10-minute diss track. I'm gonna end this boy whole political career, bro. But they look so stupid. People who are, if you are like older than like teenager, right? Like that's dumb. Like they're Twitch fans, they love that shit. But once again, me and shit, they talk about this all the time. I'm 30, bro. Like, this is dumb to me. So and a lot of people who are like activists, they realize that. So at the end of the day, and this is why we have a Jones Strike Summit. We invite many people, even people are not even on great terms. Right. There are speakers.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I'm like, I'm not gonna block them from being on. No, because when I say I want Medicare for all, I want Medicare for all, not Medicare for all for everyone who's set from the people who's not problematic. Right? There are people that like, I want Medicare for all, set the people I don't like. That's not what we're doing here. But sorry, CJ. I'm
just saying, like, if you tell the people, hey, let's bring in these patients who need health care, these people who are dying. Why don't you tell them why you're against Medicare for all? Can you tell them directly? Let's see what they would do. You know what I mean? Jimmy Dore is the reason why, you're gonna die. Sorry. Like, it's so unserious to me. Give that less energy. Let's put more energy into those who we do agree with. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Nick.
The last thing I'm gonna say, just to highlight how we approach this as a community. Despite the fact that Hassan was sniping us like a coward, I literally responded to him, and the reason I ratioed him, because I was like, bro, I just want you to explain your position. And I reiterated, I was like, I don't like debate me, bro shit. I was like, bro, I will go on your channel and I will be nice to you. I will literally just ask, what's your position? Let me explain your position. Let's have a conversation like real socialists are supposed to have. Like, I don't want to do I'm not going on your channel to embarrass you. Right. And I've been clear about that, and he still won't do it. Right. So you see how I approach it? I was like, bro, no animosity. no hatred. Tell me your alternative to a general strike summit. Tell me why us getting together for 3 days just to talk about labor and to talk about how we can resist our establishment. I want to hear from your mouth why that's a bad idea. That's all I wanted. But anyway, thank you guys. I'm a
Nick, you're gonna check out, okay, because we're gonna be having the next.
I don't know. Like, let's see.
No, I was gonna say I don't know if Afeni's gonna make it. If you wanted to stay,
I can sub for her.
If you wanted to stay, you can. You don't have to.
Oh yeah. I remember.
I just want to say one last thing before, and then Kit want to say something. I'm fortunate enough to have Kit's number. So if Kit, you have beef with me, you see I'm doing something with the People's Gauntlet, you're like, hey, I don't know about that. Let me call you. Let me give you a text. Yeah, I'm available. And actually, if you want to hold me accountable, if you want to have the discussion on your show, I'm more than happy to do it. You know, my schedule is crazy, so we might have to plan like in a week in advance or something. But I want to make myself available, and we're going to have the conversation before making it public. And then if you want to have the discussion before the congregation, I like to say before the progressive congregation, we can do that. And I think that's the culture, like Compton Jay said, we got to build a culture, and that's what we're going to build.
Right,
we can do that.
Right. And let's give Kit the opportunity to talk, and then I'll go ahead and transition to the next segment. Go ahead, Kit.
What I want to say before we end this segment is to everyone watching. We've got a lot of people watching this live stream right now. It is your responsibility, sadly, to double check that you're still subscribed to your favorite content creators and to share their content on social media, because there is a real YouTube suppression. There is real censorship. And this is the monster that we have to fight, because we need independent media. Right now, under this Democratic administration, whistleblowers and heroic people are still being censored, still being sent to jail, still being silenced. Look what's happening to Stephen Donziger. Look what's happening to Julian Assange. Look what's happened to Edward Snowden. Let's look at what's happening to all these other independent journalist networks that are being censored. This General Strike Summit needs to be promoted by independent media, and that's what we're doing. But the censorship is blocking all of you from seeing this. And this General Strike Summit, because there's going to be a lot of subjects that's going to be talked about, this is bigger than all of us. Thankfully, we have a platform, and we are able to at least speak out about this. But this isn't about Hard Lens Media or Fred Hampton Leftists or CaseStudyQB or anybody else. This is about setting up the infrastructure for the next generation so they're not dealing with the same nightmares we're dealing with. What we're trying to do here with this General Strike Summit is ensure a better future, real social programs, social safety nets, Medicare for all, and a right to actually live like human beings. This is the monster that we have to face off against. And it's not about us. This is about us fighting and cleaning up a mess that has been ignored for decades, so that the next generation can look at us with pride, knowing that we fought for them so that they can sit in the shade and that they'll be better than us. That's what it's about.
Absolutely, Kit. I don't think any of us that was case giving you applause. We couldn't say it any better. But this is where we're going to transition to the next segment and bring on our next guest. But I think if all of you want to stick around for this conversation, Kit was already going to be here for the conversation. If you want to stick around for this, I gotta go
segment, watch the kids. My wife will kill me if I don't go watch.
No,
the kids.
No worries, Case.
One last thing I want to say is I got love for everybody. I got love for everyone, and I want to collaborate with everyone. And I'm so thankful to hear that the Fred Hampton Leftists is saying the same thing. They want to talk to everybody. They want to work with everybody for a good left cause. That's what we want. Medicare for all. We want $20 an hour. That's what we want. So we could go on another rant, but much love to you guys. So I'm so looking forward to chat with you guys. I would love to talk to Nick and whoever about the People's Gauntlet down the line at some point.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have. I need to have a prolonged conversation with you. So
definitely,
it's gonna be a good episode because these panels are great. But I think we need to have some time where we can hash out some ideas.
Definitely, let's do it. Much love, everybody.
All right, Case. Have a good one. So let me properly introduce the next our next guest or panelist for this discussion. I mean, our audience already know who this next guest is. I'll say his name. So Lee Camp is coming up next, but Lee Camp does Redacted Tonight. And I don't know if you've ever seen Redacted Tonight, and you're talking about somebody that just breaks your shit down with a twinge of comedy. This is what you want to watch. This next person, absolutely love his content. Let's bring on Lee Camp. How are you doing, Lee?
Hey, thanks for having me. Although I refuse to be on if Kit's on. All right. We disagree on the amount of subsidies that is going to sugar farmers. And so
right.
Well, what's your stance on Chicago style pizza? There we go.
So you caught a little bit of the previous conversation and just the ridiculousness of coalition building and those that try to work against it. But this segment is about building the case or the case for a general strike. And I thought this is perfect for you, Lee, because of how you break things down so meticulously on Redacted tonight. So let's jump right into it. What are your thoughts on broadly, not asking for a specific detail, but what is the general case for a general strike, in your opinion?
Well, in the broadest terms, capitalism is an endless fight between the workers and those who kind of own everything, the ruling elite. And that's how it's always been. And even before it was kind of termed capitalism, when it was industrial revolution and things like that, it was still very similar. It was the workers are gutted or exploited as much as is humanly possible. And the rulers, the capitalists at the top will do that as much as they can until they're stopped. And the only thing that has ever gained any kind of rights or benefits or any kind of more comfortable life for workers has been their ability at times to work together, to unionize, to withhold their labor against the ruling elite. And that is the ongoing and constant fight. And right now we're in late stage capitalism. The systems are breaking down and the workers in many ways are as exploited as ever. I mean, if you look at just in terms of minimum wage in the 1960s, I think 1968, the minimum wage was $1 and 60 some cents, 63 cents or something. And if that had continued with income disparity and income distribution and buying power, then nowadays that minimum wage would be $21 or over $21. But it hasn't. If you look at income distribution and buying power, the minimum wage is far lower than it was in the 1960s. And everything that workers have gained, whether it be a weekend, whether it be getting children out of the workplace, whether it be some sort of health care, all of those things came from workers uniting and threatening to withhold their labor. That nothing else has ever gained it. No politician has ever gotten into office and just done it without some sort of threat and power from the workers. So if you just look at that broad perspective, that is the only way that anything beneficial to workers ever happens.
Absolutely, Lee. I completely agree with each and every word you just said there. I'm going to toss it to Kit, but before I do that, we do want to welcome into the conversation Afeni. How are you doing, Afeni?
Hold on mute.
There you go.
My bad. I said, hi, y'all. I've been better.
Hey.
But, it is what it is. So happy to see everybody. Hi, Kit. Hi, Lee. Hi, Nick. Hello, everybody in the chat. Second hi to Lee.
Awesome. All right. So let's bring in Kit. Same sort of question. You heard sort of Lee sort of break it down. What do you say? You can base it off of what he's saying, or the basic question of what is the general case for a general strike?
Look, real quick before I give my answer.
Sure.
Driving to my studio, especially into the older one, it's a great opportunity to do that. But throughout my entire time of doing this from 2019 up until now, I'm seeing it get worse. More tents being set up in parks, underneath bridges. I'm seeing more homeless people out in the streets. I'm seeing more businesses being shut down, seeing people being evicted from their homes and apartments. It's happening all across my city. But it's just not a Chicago problem. This is a nationwide problem. And the purpose of a general strike is to return back, in my opinion, human decency so that workers and families are no longer kicked out in the streets and left wondering what will tomorrow hold for me. Because here we are, the richest country in the world. We don't have Medicare for all. There's no Federal Jobs Guarantee Act. There's no UBI. We don't have affordable education. We don't have student debt forgiveness or medical debt forgiveness. We're a country that can afford endless warfare. We're a country that can bail out Wall Street and the banks and corporations. But we can't take care of the beating heart of this republic, and that is the people. The people have been abandoned. So how else can I say the same thing that Lee Campus said? We all know the same thing. It is standing right there in front of us. We see it. And eventually, we can no longer ignore it when there's blood in the streets and people starving and dying and crying about what will tomorrow hold. This is a boiling pot here in this country to where eventually people are going to be angry, and rightfully so. And they have a right to be angry about a lot of things, about how the prison industrial complex gets a final say in legislation. The military industrial complex gets a final say in legislation. Big oil, big pharma, the health insurance industry. They all have a front seat. They all have the VIP access to our politicians because the Supreme Court legalized bribery. So with this general strike, the workers have every right to walk off their jobs and say, we want dignity. The workers have every right to say, we want our wages increased. We want benefits, because these corporations are earning billions of dollars. Now, on one hand, all right, congratulations, corporations, you earn billions of dollars, but then you hoard all the wealth and you still expect the people to slave away. And we have this weird logic in this country, this Puritan logic of work, and you'll get to heaven. Work, and you'll be a success. That's not how things work. I understand that a lot of people work hard and they want to build something, but what is everyone's last regret when they're on their deathbed? I wish I didn't work so hard. I wish I enjoyed life. I wish I spent more time with my family. And in the United States, Americans across the board, even if they're middle class or wealthy middle class, we're all feeling the pinch and we're all being dragged down. And let's be very clear. It's going to be the rich and the fucked. And right now, everyone that's in the group called the fucked, don't care what color you are, we're all in it together. And the media did a phenomenal job. Our political establishment did a phenomenal job in dividing us. So this general strike is about tearing down barriers. And at long last, people stepping up and saying no more, because what we have just doesn't work.
Do you, I'm going to pose this question to everybody, and I'm going to bring in Afeni and Nick to the conversation. Do you feel that the ruling class, the oligarch, whatever label you want to give them, do you feel like they've been preparing for this moment this whole time? They're militarizing the police. You get what I'm saying? Do you feel like they know that this is unsustainable? This level of income inequality is unsustainable before people say, fuck this shit, man. Like, no, it's time to do something. So they're already preparing. So that's the question to the panel. Do you feel like they're preparing? Go ahead, Nick.
CJ, why do you guys think? And one thing I want to say, I want to welcome Lee Camp. Always good talking to you on Fred Hampton Leftist. Thank you for joining us. Why do you guys think I did a whole 2-hour workshop yesterday just talking about why we had to resist our police state? If you think you are class conscious and you are avoiding the fight of defunding the police because you're scared they're going to hurt the Democrat election chances, you are not as class conscious as you think you are. Let's be clear. So you understand that the NYPD is busting up homeless encampments in New York right now. They're doing the same thing in LA beaches right at the time where the squad abandoned this issue, right? We got millions of people who go homeless right before the winter. So when we in the midst of this massive homelessness crisis, and then they expand the police budgets instead of giving us healthcare and housing. So what does that say, CJ? They're preparing for late stage capitalism, and they know people are going to get fed up. So they are prepping beforehand. But the neoliberal Democratic Party and the progressives are teaming up with them. People were mad at me because I said do not support or vote for Eric Adams. And Eric Adams is class loyal.
Yes.
He's busting up homeless encampments right now. But people was advocating for him. People say, "Oh, we gotta make sure he wins because we don't want the Republican to win." Right? He is busting up homeless encampments. The progressives in the Democrat Party not only abandoned this issue, they are complicit with funding it. So I'm gonna pass it right to you next, Afeni. But they were protesting, and Afeni was as well. For Line 3, right? This is the big corporate oil companies and pipelines that have been poisoning the indigenous and black communities with impunity for the last few decades. And now they got a new project. So remember January 6th, the thing we're supposed to be super afraid of? And they use as justification in order to expand the police budgets. That liberals love that idea. We got to challenge the Trumpers. The Trump supporters are out of control, so we must expand the state and the police. So then they expand the state and the police, and then what they do with that? Did they go after the white supremacists? No, they went after the indigenous people that were protesting Line 3 on Indigenous Peoples Day. Colonizers call it Christopher Columbus Day. That's what colonizers call it. On Indigenous People Day, the Capitol Police was cracking the head and arresting indigenous activists. So to answer your question, CJ, they have prepared for it, and it's a bipartisan effort. Afeni, what's your thoughts?
Absolutely. And they've been preparing for it since the Crime Bill of 1988, the Crime Bill remix of 1994, the Crime Bill remix to the remix of 1996. Like, they've been preparing for this, and they used mass incarceration to stop dissent and to quash left-wing movements before. There are still people that are in jail right now for being freedom fighters, for no other reason other than for being freedom fighters, and we don't give them their proper credence. We don't give them their proper shine. We don't support them in the ways that we should. But those people are still in jail right now for us and for our rights, for our freedoms. So if you think for a second that they're not going to impose state violence in the same country that went around to all different types of governments all up and down South and Central America and disrupted all of those communist governments, if you don't think that they'll do that same thing here, that same level of violence here, you've lost your mind. Ask the Move 9 when they bombed their house. The Wilmington insurrection in 1898. You want to talk about insurrections, massacres, bloodshed. Go ahead and Google that. Do some research about what happened on American soil, what violence actually looks like. We have a mass shooting in this country almost daily, where there are 3 or 4 more people getting shot all at one time, daily. This is a violent country as it is. So we have to talk about dismantling the police state, because that is the root of all violence in this country and in this society globally. And until we have serious conversations about not only defunding and dismantling the police, but also defunding and dismantling the military, we will continuously have people that are too scared to do anything against their government. Yesterday, Hassan Piker was on his live talking to his however many thousands of people that were watching, telling them all of the terrible things that could happen to them if they decide to stand up and fight for their rights. They can jail you. They'll kill you. They're gonna, anybody that tries to plan a general strike, they'll just put them all in jail. Well, what the fuck else do we have to lose but our chains, y'all? There are millions of people that are in jail unjustifiably right now. I know some niggas right now that is in jail for life off the 3-strike rule right now. You're telling me that they don't deserve their freedom? You're telling me that every single worker that contributes their labor to this system and gets basically nothing for it, they don't deserve better? We shouldn't push for more? And we've listened to all of you over and over again. Let's elect this person. Let's support that person. If we just vote hard enough and march loud enough, maybe something will change. No, I'm not doing it anymore. And nobody should continuously tell people that the only way for them to get liberation is to rely on other people when the power is here. The power is within the proletariat. It is not within the politician class. It is not within the halls of Congress. We are the powerful ones. And the moment we fucking realize that and actually, stand in that power, that is when we'll get the things that we want. We cannot be afraid of this system. They're doing scary shit every day. Three black women dying 3 times more on delivery tables than white women. That's some scary shit. Fuck do you mean?
You know, on top of that, too, let's look at the 3 strikes rule and also the prison industrial complex and how it got started. Who are some of the leading members? Oh, they're part of the Democratic establishment. Now, I know everyone's used to the Republicans and smearing. Look, the Republican establishment, Republican leaders in the Senate and House, that's low-hanging fruit. We know what to expect from them. They'll never fight for any progressive issue. They're never going to do it. But the Democrats put on this mask thinking that was showing us that they do care, when in fact they don't. Let's look at Biden. He was all in support for, again, segregation, making sure that desegregation doesn't happen. Biden was also in favor of the prison industrial complex. You know, it's a sad fact when, Bill Clinton, quote unquote, apologizes for his tough on crime bill, and Biden, who was a major proponent and one of the architects for it, has yet to even acknowledge the damage that it's done. We also even have other Democratic leaders who have very close ties to the Democratic establishment. Let's take the point, Kamala Harris, who withheld evidence of an innocent man who was on death row. Death row. She helped withhold evidence so that he won't be free. This is the same Kamala Harris that was laughing about threatening to send kids' parents to jail if those kids miss school. Some of those households are single parents. Some of those parents are working 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. But you have Kamala laughing about it oh so hilariously. And you have the same Kamala Harris who wanted to keep prisoners in California in jail longer because, hey, the fire brigades needed more manpower out there. But yet, during that time, those same prisoners who were firefighters, risking their lives to make sure those fires don't get out of control, couldn't be firefighters. They only got that opportunity now. But you would think Kamala Harris, being a Democrat, being so compassionate, would care. But no, she didn't. But yet she's okay with giving a pass to Steve Mnuchin. Same thing with all these other Democratic lawmakers. Same thing with Barack Obama. Same thing with Bill Clinton, Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Chucky Boy Schumer, and the rest. The Democrats are all in favor of this prison industrial complex, and they're also being the gatekeepers, saying that we can't do this general strike. We cannot talk about this. And there are people who carry water for the Democratic establishment, and they got to wake up. But if they're choosing not to wake up, it means that they're comfortable.
So the question that I always have, all of us are passionate. Like, if you told us today, hey, general strike tomorrow, we would be there. How do we make the case for a general strike to the person who understands that their life is not going the way it should be, that the job they have is not paying the bills, they'll never get ahead, that, every aspect of their life doesn't seem to be going right, but they can't put a finger on anything in particular to kind of internalize it, which our system kind of tells us to do, internalize it, that it's your fault you can't do all these things. But they're not necessarily into politics. Like, how do we reach that person to make the case for general strike? Do you think it should be something like a campaign? We've mentioned this. We've talked about this before, Nick, where it's like a campaign where you're literally going door to door, knocking on doors. Let's talk to you about, a labor movement. Go ahead, Nick.
And I want to get Lee Cap in here very soon as well, because I heard, once again, the reason why we have the General Strike Summit, because we admit that we are not the voice of authority on this issue. We are a horizontal movement,
right,
in which we all are leaders who hold each other accountable, right? So I have some ideas I can put to the table. I would love to test them in the battle of ideas. I would love to learn from you guys as well. Sharif brought up a great point, how you could have general strikes that are more localized, that can disrupt local economies and make local change. Once again, I learned, I was like, I don't know why I didn't think about it like that, right? I was thinking like, all right, just national general strike, shut shit down. But I was like, yeah, let's plan some local stuff. So I learned something, which is the goal of this summit, right? So with that said, and I'm gonna get Lee Camp in here very soon, I like the idea, CJ. And so why not, while having localized strikes, you can team with multiple left coalitions. So this is why I don't like to pit like the Green Party and the People Party against each other. So because why not have the Green Party and the People Party work together in their local area, like the Casey Green Party and the Casey People Party did in the Medicare for All March, which actually won me over a lot because they actually worked together. There wasn't a lot of infighting that was going on. Once again, I'm just talking about my local area here. we were getting together and we was like, let's figure out how we're gonna make things better for the working class. It's not about propping up our individual party. So that's the left moving forward. Work on local governments and then knock on people's door. Make the argument why they should be striking with us. Build that coalition locally and let's get to work. But Lee Camp, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, to get it done, it would take an immense amount of organizing, which I think, having a summit and discussing it is kind of the first stages. But you're right that it can start local. And I think most large-scale protest movements, as a strike would be, often do start local. They don't start across the country. It's not, one day nothing's happened and the next day everybody across America has not shown up for work. That's almost never how this has worked. How it's worked, when it has worked in the past, is they usually start small and they grow. And we're seeing, an increase in strikes across the country. And as people see that this is going on with a particular company, with John Deere or with some of these other kind of Kellogg's, as they see it with a particular company, it then grows. You get solidarity from other unions, other brands of workers. But unions have been gutted across these years in order to stop that type of thing, in order to stop unions, large groups of workers working together from protesting against their own company, but from showing up at other protests. And so I put this chart on here, which granted it ends in 2014, but it still shows exactly what's gone on. The time workers had it best and had the most power was when they had the largest amount of union membership, and we had the most equality during that time in the 1950s and 60s. FDR with the New Deal. I mean, FDR didn't pass the New Deal just because he was sitting there with his thumb up his ass and thought it'd be a fun thing to do. No, there was a lot of pressure coming from workers across the country, coming from the grassroots, and basically he was put in a position where he could say to the large business leaders across the country, either you fucking do this or there's going to be revolution or your companies are going to get broken up. It was a massive threat, and that's why they ultimately backed down. But, this chart shows that as union membership is gutted, basically as workers stop working together to achieve things, then inequality just shoots through the roof. And like I said, this ends in 2014. I looked up some of the more current numbers, and union membership is maybe about the same, but the top 10% income share is now at 69.8% of the total net worth is in the top 10% in America. The number that economists look at in terms of inequality in a country is the Gini coefficient. And right now, the Gini coefficient in America is greater than the Gini coefficient in ancient Rome just before it collapsed. The inequality in America right now is greater than ancient Rome. We are in a second Gilded Age, and it is just, it's fucking insane. It's, and you got three people now, the top billionaires, having the same amount of wealth as the bottom 50% of the country. It's the inequality is truly incredible and gut-wrenching. And as you guys have covered so well, you got people living in tents, you got more homeless than in decades past. You have just people struggling on just a huge level. 60 million Americans actually at some point during this pandemic stood in those food lines waiting for free food. 30% of the country is involved in the gig economy, meaning that they don't have benefits, don't get treated well, don't have any job security. It is immense inequality. And part of it is because of unions, but it's not just what unions represent, it's just workers working together. So you could have, if you had immense, uniting of workers, it wouldn't necessarily have to be in a union per se, but unions are the most efficient way of getting workers to work together. So you just see that as unions have been gutted, and that's by the Democrats and the Republicans equally, but perhaps the Democrats are better at making unions think that they work for them when they don't. But as unions are gutted, inequality is just shot through the roof. And so if workers put their differences aside, and like you were just saying with the Green Party and Movement for a People's Party, et cetera, put your differences aside and work together against the common enemy, the real enemy, which is the ruling elite, which is the sociopaths at the top, then you can see real change.
Agreed, 100% right there. But yet we have establishment leaders that tell us to wait. calm down. It'll all be fine. Just wait. You got to vote for us in the 2022 midterm election cycle, even though we pass a bill that's going to favor private corporations, that's going to privatize our infrastructure and won't do anything to help you out. But just calm down and vote blue no matter who, 2022. And look out, Trump's running again in 2024. That's what they're going to keep on shoving down our throats. The vote blue no matter who people, and of course the establishment Democrats, constantly making us fear, always be afraid, but never once do their job, even though they could.
We have to be, I don't want people to take this the wrong way, but we have to be brave enough to create the world we want to be in. Like, let's be very clear. Like, all of these things that we're saying, like, it is going to take a lot of organizing effort. It is going to take a lot of work, but it's also going to take a lot of trust. We have to be able to trust that these people that we're all going to be able to support each other and trust each other while we're doing this general strike. And I feel like as much as the Democrats want to try and peddle whatever foolishness they're going to try to peddle to us as regarding the Republican Party and Trump, they're all working together. And we all have to trust that we know that. And that it is truly us against them. And the Republican Party and Trump and the Democratic Party, Nancy Pelosi, all they ask is go to the same country club meetings. They be at the same fundraisers. All their grandkids hang out.
It's amazing to see them hug each other. When every once in a while, you'll see. Yeah. We were filming once. We saw Donna Brazile and Karl Rove hugging and laughing together. This is one of the fucking key architects for the Republican Party and the former head of the DNC. Best buddies.
But they get mad at us that we organize with right wingers because they want health care. But Ro Khanna could be friends with Bill Kristol. Can someone please explain this logic to me? Isn't that the Red Brown Alliance? When you see Bill Kristol and Ro Khanna being best friends, when you see Nancy Pelosi and Ilhan Omar, there are reports that they call each other all the time. That's the real Red Brown Alliance, not ordinary working class people who want health care. Guys.
Right. And of course, AOC hugs Pelosi, but I think we now know why she hugs her, not out of respect, but out of fear or being bullied during a no vote for president. Yeah, Mama Bear. Please, Mama Bear, don't yell at me. I'm sorry I voted no. I'll just vote president, please. There we go. Those are the people who were elected into office to raise the ruckus, and all we got is a tiny little cat's meow. That's all we got from our progressives. And look, I'm all for voting, like supporting ballot initiatives. Roger Meadows, who's been a regular on our show, giving us information from Harlan's Media about co-ops, worker co-ops, and making them happen. Look, we got to support ballot initiatives and really talk about building infrastructure for third parties. And the thing is, what I want to see during this midterm election cycle is actually voters turning out to support third parties, be it Green, Moving for People Party, Social's Alternative. Look, I'll even go a stretch further with the Libertarians too, because we need to see third parties gain ground. We need to see this happen, and it's not going to be an easy fight. But if we start getting people away from supporting the Democratic and Republican establishment, then we are on something. Then we are on a pathway, because then they can't use their tactics of vote for us. And for a lot of Americans, they're used to this system of voting red and voting blue. It's something we're comfortable with. It's something a lot of Americans, our friends, our family members, are used to because it's what's been indoctrinated into us for decades. Democrat, Republican, this is how it's always been. There's no way to change it. But we have to change it because we see it's not working, and everyone sees it right now. It's just we have to show it. And Afeni, you're right. We have to be brave enough to do so. And one thing is, when I vote third party, I get a lot of pushback from my friends saying, well, why are you doing this? You're helping out Republicans. And my response is, I'm not helping out Republicans. I'm telling you, when I look at the Democratic Party, I don't have a seat at the table, and I'll be damned if I waste it on Republicans. I will support something else because I have a choice between a turd sandwich and a turd burger, and I don't want either of those two things because it's gross. Give me another option. I want to use my brain here and break away from something that is designed to keep me in a lower tier.
Can I just also say that I feel like we all here know the system's rigged. We all here know that the two parties that basically fill Congress run everything and vote for essentially 90% of the same shit. I feel like electoralism should be 5% of what we talk about. Yes, I always say vote, and in local elections, it matters more, but you can have more impact. But if we're spending all of our time talking about what fucking Ted Cruz said or whatever, then we've already lost. It doesn't matter whether we're voting outside of those two systems and we're spending all our time talking about
Ben Shapiro. We've lost.
Yeah. Yeah. And so it's like we need to, you should view, as Eleanor Goldfield says, you should view voting like wiping your ass. You do it, it's something you do, but you don't need to high five for it. You don't need to run around talking about it endlessly. We got to talk about creating the systems that will be the change we want to see.
We got Rome in the house. Rome, what you doing, man? I know Rome is gonna be working.
I'm live at the strike, standing in solidarity with the strikers.
Leave my man Rome, man.
You said the name of the website that we can donate to? Yeah. This is at the Kellogg strikes. This is at the Kellogg strikes.
Hi everyone. It's msha.ke. Let me double check that.
Hey Rome. Hey, hey, introduce yourself, brother. I want to learn more about that guy.
Interview him.
Hi everyone. Mike Ringcolo. How's it going?
Hey, I don't know your name, sir. You want to do an introduction, explain what you guys are striking for, and how anyone who's watching can support?
Allow me. Thank you. Hi, my name is Mike Ringcolo. I've been here for 10 years at the Kellogg plant in Battle Creek, and we're striking because we had a two-party system, or not two-party system, a two-tier system here that was enacted to help ease some tensions for upcoming retirements, give people a way to move up. And now the company wants to take it from 5 years ago, no, actually 6 years ago, and they want to make it a permanent two-tier system instead of moving anybody up from our transitionals, which are our second tier, to our legacy, which I hate that word, but that's what we are.
So when it comes down to how you guys have been treated by this corporation, what are some of the concerns that are from the fellow strikers? Like, what do you guys want in the long run? Because this strike is very important, and I think a lot of people don't see this happen on corporate media. So what are some of the concerns? What are some of the issues you guys have to deal with all the time?
Well, throughout the pandemic, we've had almost no days off. I mean, we're talking maybe at minimum 350 days worked last year. No time for families, friends, any sort of occasions. Absolute burnout. That's been our big concern. It's just quality of life, family time, because I see these people that I work with more than I saw my kids last year, which is appalling.
Wait, were any of you even given like any kind of enhanced pay during 2020? Because throughout all of 2020, we heard corporate media say these frontline workers, they're heroes, they're patriots, they're people we need to respect and admire. Were you guys given any of that? And if you were, how long was it when it was taken away?
Yeah, we've received a handful of dollars based off, the $500 million that this company made last year alone. But we also got certain, I'd call them perks. We call it Free Stuff Thursday. Basically, we've got like a couple cans of Pringles they'd give us, or sugar cookies from, somebody from the plant that wanted to say thank you. But yeah, we were heroes last year. We were sacrificing ourselves almost the entire year to feed America, and yet we're nothing this year. We're expendable. They're using third-party strikers to try and do what we can do. They maybe can manage 1/10 of what we can produce, but they don't want us. They don't want us back in there with a fair contract.
Real quick, has there been anyone at the at least political level, like lawmakers, be it at the city level, state level, or federal level, that's been standing in solidarity with you? Has there been any kind of politician or political leader that's been in support of you guys or been out there standing with you? Is there anyone there with you as with the workers?
Yes, actually, I think our biggest supporter that we have is Bernie Sanders, of all people. Okay. Came out of nowhere. He's been tweeting about us. He sent us pizza. He's wrote letters. We've had AOC. She's wrote for us. We've had a lot of state senators and state representatives come out. We've had city leaders from around the state here come out. So it's been busy with representation from different places, but it's been good.
Wow.
Absolutely. So just very quickly, I don't know if you know what the discussion is here, but we're having a discussion about workers participating in a general strike. Right now, you are striking against your company and against the conditions that they have you guys working under. How do
Yes.
you feel like do you feel like we can translate the energy and the momentum that you guys have into a general strike, and has that been a conversation on the ground?
Sorry, there's a lot of people honking. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing, but I apologize. I mean, that would be great if there was actually a general strike. We have the power as workers to call for a general strike. I think that'd be fantastic.
Absolutely. And I just want to ask you very quickly, like, what infrastructure you guys have on the ground that's helping you sustain like the movement? Like, how are you guys sustaining your strike? Is there are people dropping off donations? Like how are you guys out there? How are you guys being supported?
Oh yeah, there has been a lot of donations from all. We have 4 GoFundMe pages. Oh, hold on. Can you guys hear me at all?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. For some reason, the camera decided to give up.
That's okay.
We've had a lot of donations. Most of it's going to goods such as firewood. We've built shelters with it because it's actually snowing right now in Battle Creek. It was 60 degrees just 5 days ago, and now it's snowing. So we've used some of those funds to build shelters for our strikers. We've had a lot of food donations. We've had a lot of monetary donations just to our local alone, along with our other local.
I think we are losing his signal, unfortunately. But it's good to hear from him, though. I mean,
Right.
This is just one of the many workers out there that's speaking truth to
Right.
power. And apologies that we can't get. Maybe the signal will come back.
I can't wait to get him back, but I want you guys to hear what he said there. This is a worker that is part of the workers that are striking against Kellogg that just endorsed the general strike. Afeni asked him about what he thought about general strike. He thought it'd be a good idea. And me personally, as someone who don't have hierarchies, I think that's newsworthy. We have workers that are at the Kellogg strike. They say, "Yeah, let's unite."
I don't see why we shouldn't unite. I'm not personally calling for a general strike. I think that'd be fantastic. I don't want to be the face of a general strike. I ain't got the face for that. I got a face for radio.
Yeah, it's all about horizontal movements, brother. Absolutely.
So we couldn't hear you for a quick, 10 seconds. Can you repeat that last part you were just saying?
Sorry, we've got a lot of traffic going by. It's really difficult to hear you guys out here.
No worries. What I said was that last, 30, 45 seconds, we couldn't hear you. Could you repeat what you said?
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of traffic right now. I think unity is what's going to drive our generation of workers to a better working environment and respect from all these corporations. Now, I'm not calling for a general strike myself. I mean, that would be fantastic, but I also don't want to be the face for this.
Yeah, I'm saying, just to be clear, I didn't want to put that on you. But it's just good that you like and endorse the idea. I think
that the workers of America need to unite. Don't get me wrong; that needs to be. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm back. I had no idea that it's snowing and raining. Apparently the snow actually turned the camera off. Sorry.
Okay.
No. Well, so you're saying, you're not necessarily calling for a strike as a union member, because that would be something,
That's not my call.
That's not what you're doing. You're saying you support the idea and the concept. And what we're saying here at Fred Hampton Leftists, which is, that's what we do. We're saying that workers also need to unite. And that's what we're trying to build on. It's just the collective power of workers, yes. Domestically and internationally. We're talking about an international workers movement. So that's what we're about. And we're just happy to hear that, a worker on the ground, a striking worker, is also, that's something that they would be supportive of. So that is very, very good.
Yeah, CJ, that's why we need an infrastructure build. So once again, we're not demanding anyone to be a leader. We want this horizontal structure to be in place and worker solidarity to the point where we can get a general strike launched and started like they did in Colombia, like they did in South Korea, right? So it's possible, but we can't demand these people like these people are risking a lot. So we need to find a way to have a mutual aid society infrastructure put in place so workers be more like, yeah, let's do the general strike right now.
Yeah,
right. But it is good that they like the idea is something that they view favorably. I just want to make sure that I wasn't trying to like put that in your mouth, but I'm gonna get Lee in here and then maybe Afeni. Lee, you have anything you want to add to this?
Well, I just wanted to ask. So I found a GoFundMe. It says it's for the Kellogg's workers, created by Theodore Hunt and Trevor Beitelman. Is that the right one?
Yeah, actually, Theodore Hunt works over at Post, which is about 500 yards away from us. So
all right, then I'll put that in the comment section. People can donate if they like.
Yep, that whole website has all of our information, our up-to-dates on our proposals, different media outlets that have covered us, podcasts, everything like that. That's a good source for anything that has to do with our strike.
Awesome. So we're gonna put that information out for you. We're gonna, promote the fund. We don't want to keep you too much from your striking. So,
I just want to say this:
if you do need to check out whenever, just do what you have to do.
Hey, CJ, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to say this: you guys have open invitation on Fairhampton Leftists. You guys need to elevate your issues because I would love to pick your guys' brain more on a more individual basis to support you guys and amplify that. So you can with Fairhampton Leftists on YouTube, just hit us up and we're always down. Fairhampton Leftists on Gmail, and we want to amplify these the workers. So just spread the word. We are citizen journalists. We want to talk to real people, right? So I appreciate you so much for talking.
Solidarity, sir. Solidarity.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Same to you guys.
All right. Have a good one.
Yep, you too.
I'm gonna put the link to the GoFundMe for the Kellogg worker strike. I'm gonna put it in the description now, and I'm gonna edit the live stream so you guys can find it.
I put it in the chat.
Oh, you did? Well, they about to see it again. So let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and try and put it in the description. I'm gonna do that. So
that was excellent. I saw it unfolding. I went off to go drop or pick up my daughter. And I saw it. I saw the worker come on. I'm like, man, I gotta get back and get back on that stream. So I missed kind of the first part. So Rome is out. Can you kind of just tell me Rome is out, or Afeni, or whoever wants to describe? Rome is out there with the Kellogg workers. Can you just kind of bring me up to date on that part?
Yeah, absolutely. Rome is out in Battle Creek, Michigan, live from the picket line with some of the striking workers for the Kellogg strike. And I believe that comrade's name was Mike, from what I remember, but I'm not.
Hopefully that's
sure.
right.
Somebody please correct me if not. But yeah, and he was just basically telling us like the infrastructure on the ground there. He also told us about the different representatives that have showed up to show solidarity on the picket line.
If we were to ask his union, what do you think about a general strike? They would have had a completely different answer. The union leadership, a completely different answer. But so you hear the workers, Afeni, or the workers are saying, absolutely, we need to be teaming up together. So if we go to the workers, that's what I believe we're going to hear. So
I just want to get an update. The GoFundMe for the strike workers, I'll put it in the description. I'm not sure how YouTube works. Maybe you guys have to refresh the screen. But if you guys want to support them, just check the YouTube description. We have the link there. But sorry, right back to you, CJ.
But I have a question. I want to start with Lee and then go to Kid. With union participation down, I mean, compared to where it was when it was at its height, and a lot of union leadership being co-opted.
Yep.
Do we believe there's a new blueprint for a general strike that involves less union leadership and more of just the workers? Like, I don't know if we have that, that on a large scale in history, but there has to be some sort of different structure of a general strike, considering it's been captured by the very people that they're supposed to be working against. So I'll start with Lee. What are your thoughts on just how union participation is low and that union leadership is captured? So how do we move forward with the general strike in that case?
Yeah, it would have to involve a lot of people who are not in unions, simply because most American workers are no longer in unions. Many American workers don't have jobs or are unemployed or wish they were working but can't find a job that actually pays well. So in order for it to be much larger than just a few small unions, you'd have to reach out. It would have to be a large-scale effort to reach out to people who are not unionized. But I think that these smaller strikes, like the Kellogg strike, can serve as a spark for something much larger. And you start trying to inform people on why they are themselves in the same battle as the Kellogg's workers. Most large movements didn't start, I said this kind of earlier, didn't start as a sudden massive movement. They started as a spark. Black Lives Matter was not nationwide instantly. Occupy was not global instantly. I was there on the first night of Occupy. It was a couple hundred people in Scotty Park, and no one knew that it would be ultimately something that was maybe the largest global protest movement to that point. So I don't think you can start just being like, yeah, we need a general strike to start tomorrow. It's got to be many smaller things that come together, that work together. But yeah, explaining to people why they themselves are the Kellogg workers, why even if you don't have a job right now and you're looking for one, you are with the Kellogg's workers. That type of thing is so important in terms of the messaging.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Kid, I'm sorry, and Afeni, your thoughts, Afeni, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, just being inclusive of all people that that probably don't necessarily have access to a union, like sex workers, people that that are also working for themselves. Like, these are people that also need to be included in the general strike conversation. These are people that also need to be included in the conversation we talk about workers overall. Unfortunately, right now, only 10% of people. I think it's 10.3% of workers right now are actually a part of a union. The other 89% are just, people that we need to access outside of that. And we need to be open to doing that. We need to be open to doing that more, deeper organizing when it comes to door knocking, when it comes to wheat pasting in certain neighborhoods, showing up to certain communities, showing up to certain community events or meetings, showing up to council member meetings, because there are the most involved people that you will find in your neighborhood and your communities are going to be at those local council member meetings as well. It's going to be at your PTA meetings. Having these conversations and radicalizing your friend groups locally is how we start to get anywhere near a national general strike. And being very clear and being very realistic about that, it's so much easier to effectuate change in your local community.
I can attest to that, Afeni. I used to work at a city hall, actually the city of Long Beach. I used to work in the city hall in the transportation department. I was the person that answered all the calls, and I'm telling you, if you call your local people, there's a record, and they're going to be like, you need to follow up. And if that neighbor calls back and nothing is updated, there was going to be hell to pay. Where I worked, because I happen to work, it's downtown Long Beach on Ocean. I'm saying that because it's right on the ocean. So there is, a few rich people there, but this is a very, very progressive area. Like a very leftist area, and very large gay population also in this area. So it is very progressive, but they're very, very responsive. So maybe that could be the way that to just speaking to the point that Lee was saying, or Nick and Lee was saying, it's not going to start immediately right at the general strike nationwide. It might start at your local city, then that city spreads to part of half of California, then all of California go on strike, and then it just spreads from there. So people have to understand general strike is not going to just happen like that. It's going to take time. It's momentum building in order to get to reach that there. So Kit, I want to bring you also into the conversation, or Nick, your thoughts on any part of that, what Afeni said, what Lee said, what I'm saying.
Before I chime in, I'll pass the baton right back to you guys. We're gonna have I'm gonna be back when we have the discussion with Jimmy Dore, Max Blumenthal. I think we have Sabi on. I think that's 3 p.m. Eastern time. You guys see me back then. It was good talking to you guys, but I'll pass it right back to you, kid. I'll see you guys later.
All right. See you, Nick.
Well,
Yeah,
when it
go
comes
ahead.
down to unions, I'm going to quote Roger Meadows on this one. We got to look at worker co-ops. So what is that? I mean, that has to be the real alternative. And so I'm just going to give you just a short, rough down version of what we need to do. A worker cooperative, and this is the definition, is a cooperative owned and self-managed by its workers. This control may mean a firm where every worker owner participates in decision-making in a democratic fashion. So that's what we need, worker co-ops. Because in a union, you have your union leadership, and then you have the union members. And the thing is, sometimes union leadership has gone astray, or as we saw during the 2016 Democratic primary, union leadership saying this union supports Hillary Clinton, a corporate Democrat, whereas the union members were all saying, no, we're all for Bernie Sanders. So we have to look at, while some unions might participate in a general strike, what is needed, what is the real alternative, is the creation of a worker co-op. And that's what we can take away from this general strike. And that is the talk about actually building something that's made by the workers, worker co-ops, where the decision-making process is happening. Yeah, there could be some leadership here and there, but everyone has a vote, everyone has a say, and everyone's going to be part of the decision-making process. And it's just not going to be to a coveted group of leaders who speak for everyone else. Everyone's part of the decision-making process, because those worker co-ops, that then everyone's getting a fair deal.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Lee.
So real quick, there's a hardware store near me. It's actually Ace, which is a well-known brand, but hardware store near me. And I, without even really paying attention to it, I was like, it's weird. Every other store you walk in, the people are kind of like, hey, let me know if you need anything. They're always like, hey, what can I get you? And they're always bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And I was like, Jesus, these people got to calm down. Why are they so happy? And then I found out later that it's worker-owned, and they're all benefiting. They're all benefiting from being nice to customers.
So maybe that could be the selling point of the general strike. You could be happy at your job, a lot happier at your job. Yeah. If you just, I think people don't even really understand worker co-ops, and that's the reason why we do have a workshop tomorrow, I believe. Sometime tomorrow, we're going to be talking, I think it's 2 hours, we're going to be talking about worker co-ops. I'm one of those people. I didn't know a lot about worker co-ops. Kamala is actually really, really big on worker co-ops, and he's been teaching me about it. So I do agree that is the way forward. I think worker co-ops, mutual aid, is the way forward, is the way we're going to be able to stand on our own. This is a question. Go ahead, Lee.
I was just going to say another real quick note is economist Richard Wolff talks about this a lot, but what a worker co-op creates is democracy in the workplace, which he is a big proponent of. And it's a wonderful point. It's that the workers, the average workers, are never going to vote to cut their pay. They're never going to vote to eliminate their health care. They're never going to vote to ship all their jobs overseas. So all of these awful decisions that are made for workers are made in a totalitarian structure. And corporations are now, some of the corporations in America are more powerful than a lot of countries, and they're totalitarian. We run around espousing these ridiculous ideas of democracy. And, oh my God, voting is where it's at and everything. And then our systems are run by totalitarian structures, a tiny board that makes all of the decisions and does not give a fuck about the workers.
That is such a good point, Lee. And I think there's a supermarket, I think it's called Ringcolo, near my mom's residence, and it's employee owned. And now that I think about, they're I'm not saying they're as excited as what you've seen, but at Ace, but now that I think about it, nobody ever seems to be like overworked. Nobody ever seems to be like the normal sort of faces you see at these working class establishments or working class employers. And I'm just thinking, now that you said that, this place called Winco is employee owned, and same sort of a mood that you get there. What, Kit? Were you gonna say something, Kit? That I cut you off there?
No, it's perfectly fine. Look, I'm just saying, because the question at hand is, could unions participate in a general strike?
Right.
I'm 50-50 on some unions will be, others will not be. But the real alternative is worker co-ops.
Right.
And I'm all for that. And I think we need to start really talking about worker co-ops because it's far more democratic. And everyone that's watching The person I mentioned, Roger Meadows, follow him on Twitter. He's been really talking a lot about worker co-ops. He's been talking, he sends us information about it through Heartland's Media about worker co-ops, especially what's happening in New York State, how they're pushing back. And I think worker co-ops is the real alternative. So I want to give a shout out to Roger Meadows because he's really been promoting it. And I'm convinced that that's the idea we have to look at. I'm all for unions, but worker co-ops might be the real alternative that we have to look at.
Right, and I'm for unions too. I think I'm pretty sure maybe all of us. I will go on a limb and say, all of us probably are. I'm going to pose this last question. I know we got a few minutes, but I think it's an important question, and that is, there's so many of our allies, leftist allies, progressives, left-leaning people who believe so strongly and may not even want to participate if there's not a bunch of unions. So I feel like there's a lot of re-educating about that because our game plan has to change if the ruling class have depleted unions. Like our game plan has to change. It has to be slightly different. So what are your thoughts on that, Afeni, Lee, Kit, while we have a few minutes before this next transition? Anyone who wants to chime in, you don't have to, but if you want to chime in.
Afeni, please go first, Afeni.
I would just say, as we're talking about a general strike, a really important part of talking about a general strike is talking about what our demands would be, what it would look like to have our demands. So I don't know. I'm not about to sit up and pretend like I know a whole bunch about worker co-ops. That's why I'm going to be sitting in the audience during the workshop tomorrow, kind of get some gems. But, what I will say is, what does it look like to craft demands where we're talking about moving a certain form of the workforce into worker co-op businesses? What does it look like to talk about tax code that supports worker co-ops, that being a part of the demands that we have in the general strike? What does it look like to, it's just, as we talk about general strike, I just think about how all these different things can be turned into a demands list. And I think when we have the conversation about worker co-ops, we have to make sure that when we're talking about our demands for general strike, we're talking about the ways in which we can articulate the creation of them in the next phase. If that makes
Absolutely.
sense.
No, that does make sense. I do want to give Lee, and then I'll go to Kit, opportunity to give your last take on the topic, the case for a general strike, if you would like. And then if you have anything coming up, anything pressing on you that you want the audience to know before we move to the next segment, Lee, you have the floor, sir.
I'll just throw in one more thing I was thinking about, which I think that should be added to the demands if there were large-scale strikes, is I did a segment on Redacted Tonight recently on the 4-day work week, which Iceland has instituted for a large percentage of their workers, because guess what? They did a study on 4-day work weeks, and they gave a certain number of employees 4-day work weeks, and they found out that the workers were happier, healthier, and the productivity was about the same. Meaning a 5th day or a 6th day or a 7th day doesn't actually fucking achieve anything except making the workers miserable and making the ruling elite feel like they're getting more for their money. But the truth is that you could cut back to a 4-day work week and accomplish the same as a 5-day work week. And I mean 4-day work week with the same pay as a 5-day work week. No pay cuts, no benefit cuts. But this is just another example of how if you actually treat these things rationally, then we would have very different systems. I mean, back in the 1960s, one of the most common discussions among economists was that thanks to technology advancements, soon, meaning after the year 2000 or so, workers would have to work very little, because most of what they could do, most of what needed to get done could be done with automation. And they saw this coming and they said, well, that'll be great, because that'll mean your average worker will only need to work, let's say, 1 day a week, and they'll get paid the same as they're getting paid now, and they'll be able to use the other 6 days a week for actually finding their passion in life and finding out what they really want to devote themselves to, rather than a job they hate. And that will be our future. So really, what we need to figure out is, after the year 2000, what should we do with all that leisure time? Has that been how it worked out? No. Because The ruling elite, the most powerful people, have taken all of those gains, the technological gains in both money and time, and they've sucked it all up to themselves. So you have people working harder than ever, even though our technology allows us to get a lot more done. The productivity has massively increased. So we're not actually dealing with these things rationally. We're dealing with them in a very fucking Neanderthal-minded way that only benefits a tiny number of individuals. And so people have to stand up in a very grand way. This will just keep getting worse and worse. And so I'll just wrap it up there. People can follow my stuff at radindiemedia.com, which actually fits better with your last hour on independent media. I created a site with Eleanor Goldfield called radindiemedia.com. It collects stuff from Fred Hampton Lepstis, from Greystone, from Impress, from Hardlands Media, and it puts it all up there. Most of it is automated. And it doesn't make any money. There's no ads, there's no corporations, it's not funded by anything. So yeah,
awesome. And you can see the website right there under his where his name title is. So check that out. Thank you, Lee, for joining this conversation. And now, Kit, any final words? And what do you have coming up, sir?
Well, for this general strike, I urge everyone that's watching to keep on sharing it. Support all the content creators, independent journalists, and progressive journalists that keep on speaking truth to power. Support them on social media. Everyone double check and triple check that you're still subscribed, because YouTube is unsubscribing everyone. So follow them, support them on Twitter. That's not just including Heartlands Media, but Fred Hampton Leftist, the work that Lee Camp is doing, what Rome is doing. He's out there in the streets right now with the people. What Afeni is doing. Everyone, all these journalists and people that are joining right now, share their content, spread the word. But I also encourage everyone else, you in your own right, be a citizen journalist and step up too. It might seem like a difficult task to do, but we need more people out there to speak truth to power, and we need to share this general strike, because after the general strike summit, we have to continue to fight. It's just not over after these 3 days. We have to continue to push forward, be angry, be aggressive, be unapologetic, and speak truth to power. Now, Heartlands Media, we're live every Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. on YouTube, Odyssey, and Rockfin. You can check out our website, heartlandsmedia.com. You can check out all our other work as well. I want to thank, again, the people at Fred Hampton Leftist for having me on. It was a real pleasure, and I'm glad to participate in this historic event.
Absolutely. And thank you both for coming on. Go ahead.
CJ, if I can, I just talked to a couple of other workers out here. They're telling us, don't believe the narrative. This isn't just about wages. It's about a lot of things, and they're trying to bust their unions. The company overall is trying to bust their unions. They're trying to break them up. They're sending in scabs. They are flying scabs from Memphis, Tennessee, from Mississippi, and all over the place just to take their jobs. They're fighting for a handful of things. It's not just about the wages. It's about the safety of this of the work environment. And it was I'm sorry. They call themselves legendary workers. So it's like they can get hired in doing the same job you can, but they would get paid like $15 or $12 and stuff like that. So they're trying to protect and make sure that the new hires get just as much for the same job. It's a handful of problems. It's not just about wages, like how the news, MSNBC, whoever is trying to play. But we're going to stand out here. I'm going to stand out here for a little bit in solidarity with them, probably for another hour or so, and I'm going to head back home. But thank you all for having me. I'm sorry for busting in like this, but, it's just kind of different out here.
No, it's important work, Rome. It's important work. No problem busting in anytime.
Yeah, what he's talking about is they've created like a 2 or 3 tier system, and I think the goal of it was to actually divide and conquer. So you have legacy workers, which is what he mentioned, which can have higher pay and better job security and stuff like that. And I think the goal of the company doing that was to make it so that they wouldn't strike together, so that the legacy workers would be like, oh yeah, those 1 or 2 year people can try and strike, but we got our shit on lock here. And it seems to be backfiring a little. So
absolutely. So we're going to transition here. I'm going to pass it. I mean, not like where I'm leaving, but I'm giving it to Afeni. This is now her segment. So Afeni, it is yours, even though we're kind of staying here. I know, Kit, you're going to be dropping out thank you for joining us, Kit. We will see you online and in spheres. I'm sure we'll be on each other's show in the future. So thank you, Kit.
Thank you so much.
And Lee is kind enough to stay with us for a few more moments, not too long, but a few more moments. But
Yep.
Afeni, you have the floor.
Hi, welcome to Facts and Fire. I know it's been a little minute, but welcome to Facts and Fire podcast. So, as of course we're talking about the general strike, I really, because I'm an organizer, I want to talk about like the organizing part about it and what it would take, you know, as far as like infrastructure and organizing, and you know, just kind of get some of y'all opinion on that. So like I feel like we touched on it a little bit in the last segment, but I just really wanted to talk more about like the more localized part of it, because I have always kind of felt like a national general strike, it's ambitious and it's possible, but you know, without those local connections, like how do we really build something like that? So I just kind of wanted to just talk through some of the more localized stuff, especially like with Lee, because you know, you have like the worker,
Right.
the worker brain, and then CJ because you know, just
right
the
on.
black perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Right on. I hear you.
Yeah, whoever wants to go first.
No, I'll let Lee because I know he's gonna be taking off pretty soon, so I'll let Lee go.
Well, I've never considered myself an organizer because I have such great respect for organizers. It's an incredibly difficult job to get a bunch of people to all agree and stand together. But I do think that, you know, starting locally is incredibly important. You know, the federally and, you know, the largest levels, they're so bought out at this point. I mean, the amount of money that's dumped into it is so immense that for average workers trying to get something on the federal level is almost non-existent. Whereas locally, yes, there are some things that are bought out, still people that are bought out, but it's not nearly, you know, as solidified as it is on a much larger level. So I think that's where the change can actually start. You know, and you see it in certain cities, in certain areas, in Seattle and Portland and places like that. And you can see the ripple effects of just like, let's say, legalizing marijuana. It slowly gets pushed across the country, starting in localities. And it is, you know, working together as a community is so important. But I understand that we now live in a world where people are not as in touch with their communities, myself included. And it just makes it very difficult to create change when you don't have those community attachments anymore. You know, some studies show that really people are good at getting to know and working with roughly 150 to 200 people. But you get above that and it, you know, it's almost impossible to have people really know each other, really work together. So the ruling elite benefit by this fact that it's very tough to organize masses and masses of people. And so, yeah, starting in that community level is so important. And part of that, I think, which is the part I am more involved in, is kind of giving people the ideas, which are like ammo in these discussions, giving people ideas of a worker co-op or ideas of workplace democracy. And those ideas can then do some organizing work for you because people feel the need for change and have the ability to speak about it. So by spreading those ideas, you know, we're laying the groundwork, we're laying the foundation for the organizing that needs to come.
Absolutely. I've always said that, you know, everyone doesn't have to agree with me. Like, I don't want everyone to agree with me. That's weird. Like, if we're all agreeing in a room, I don't want to be in that room anymore because that's fascism. You see what I'm saying?
I disagree. I think everyone should agree. No, just
off to the gulag for you.
No, but for real. And I think that some people have this idea that when we're having these conversations, we want everyone to just ingest everything that we're saying and go by our rule book. And it's really not about that. Like, we have to be able to imagine the better world. We have to be able to be in that creative space. And that means you have to be introduced to ideas that you probably hadn't pondered upon. There are plenty of white people that do not talk about race, and that's the reason why they don't know they're racist.
Right.
You know? So if you are introduced to the idea and you start to actually discuss the idea, then you you understand where you are as a person, what your role is in certain systems, and then you start to either make actions towards that, or like a majority of people have seemed to do, they get overwhelmed and they just don't. And that's when organizers come in, because it's like, okay, we see the big picture now. We saw the big we see everything, and on a macro scale, but what are the micro details of actually building this infrastructure and supporting each other through an action like this? But TJ, I just wanted to get your thoughts as well before Lee has to hop on.
Yeah, I do have a slightly different point that I do want to make. Hold on a second. I just lost the point. What was the question again? I just lost the point right when I was
community organizing.
Oh yeah. So my take is this. The reason, because Lee was mentioning how it's hard to organize and it's hard for people to build that community, and I'm saying it's strategic. That is, because to me, suppressing wages is key to keeping the duopoly in place, because it keeps people from having the time, what we're talking about, to organize, to check out these stories. So it's like, if I have to work 2 jobs, I'm just going to kind of go along whatever CNN says. I'm just going to kind of go, they said that, it's on TV. This is a news organization. They said that. So that's what, that's kind of what I'm going to go with, because I only have 10 minutes a day before I go to my next job. So the point I have to make about it is the ruling class knows this. And this is the reason why it makes it so hard. I mean, $7.25, really? $7.25 in 2021. We're making $7.25 when it should be $21 or over $21, like Lee has said. And I think I'm not sure if it was Chris Hedges or Richard Wolff who said it was somewhere around $44. If it increased with inflation, it'll be something like $44. So, but look at that gap. Like, can we even ever catch up? Like, do you think we're going to vote that gap away from $7.25 to $21 if we were to take Lee Camp's number? Like, it's been suppressed for so long. The jump to get back to where it should be is going to be just gigantic, where you have to double and triple wages. So that, that's my point as far as, to your point, Lee, about organizing, is that it feels like it's a concerted effort to make sure that's not a thing that is able to be done, to organize, to talk to each other. All these little things are implanted in order for us to divide and conquer, to not to come together. So that's sort of my take on it.
Yeah, and to literally talk about how they try to stop workers from speaking with each other back in the early mining days in West Virginia and some of the other areas. They would import immigrants from Ellis Island, and they would literally intentionally take large groups of Italians or French or Polish so that they didn't speak each other's language and literally couldn't organize with each other. Like, that is how much the titans of industry want to stop workers from working together. And this gets back to that tiered system at Kellogg's, trying to stop workers from working together.
Right. I mean, imagine that they're saying, but look at it from a labor standpoint. They're saying these new people who are coming in doing the same exact job is going to get less money. Why? Like, what? Look at the concept of, if you were to have that point of view, that it's the same labor, because they always want to say this. Oh, and in order for you to get an increase, I need to see an increase in productivity, right? But if it's the same labor, then how come you're paying somebody different, right? I mean, that's sort of how I look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that a very big part of community organizing is empowering each other, not only through just providing resources, but providing real community, like providing a real relationship, actually getting to know each other, because we are told so many different times all the things that we can't do, or all the things that are impossible, or all the scary things that might come to us if we decide to fight back and stand up and fight back for our rights. But what we're not told is that we have the power to do it, and that no change in this country has come without us actually standing up and being serious about our rebellion. Right. Without us all standing together. It was people power. It's people power that gets change in this country. It was people power and a movement that ended slavery in this country. It was people power and a movement that got some semblance of women's rights. It was people power and a movement that got HIV/AIDS not classified as some like sick affliction that only gay people can have.
Yeah.
But it's something that is an epidemic that many people are dealing with that needs to be treated. It was a movement that did these things. Anti-war movement. I mean, they're not moving quick enough for me, but they doing something. They doing something.
Yeah, absolutely. I hear you. And Lee, I know if you have to check out, sir, check out when you can. Oh, actually, I want to give you the opportunity if you need to check out now. If you want to just, say your final goodbyes to the audience before you check out, sir.
Yeah, I mean, my final point is that I think that all of this is useful. I think having these discussions, I know earlier you were talking about how people told you not to do this and stuff like that. These discussions are important, and they are the foundation that allows for large change to come later. So anybody who wants to stop something like this in its infancy is, it's basically like become a part of it or get the fuck out of the way.
Right.
Times are too dire to sit around and wait for some union that's aligned with some Democrat in Congress who's going to give you the okay to rebel or the okay to revolt. That isn't fucking happening. It's never happened. And they have pushed workers and minimum wage workers and so many people to the brink. And, I realize there's a lot to risk when you're standing up, but it really has gotten to the point that there's no other option. Capitalism, its gravity, the gravity of capitalism is always towards greater exploitation, greater wealth in the hands of a few. And we are in late stage capitalism, in times of capitalism. Environmental systems are breaking down. You've got 3 people with the same amount of wealth as the bottom 50%. These are the kind of final days of such a system. And so the question is, does it change to make a livable planet, a sustainable planet for workers and for the environment? Or do we just fucking ride it into the sunset and off the cliff? It's like these discussions have to be had. And thanks for including me.
Absolutely, Lee Camp. I could not have said that better myself. And that's the reason why we had to have you on this general strike summit. I'll let Afeni give her final words before you take off.
Thank you so much for staying on for a little bit, Lee.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Everyone check out Lee's YouTube show, Moment of Clarity. Everyone check out Lee's show on RT as well. But yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Take care. All right. So thank you, Nick, for joining. I will be checking out in just a moment and do some stuff. My daughter has, dance and all that kind of stuff on the weekend. So we're trying to keep them, you're trying to keep them active, even, under times that's not so good. So yeah, I'm gonna pass it back to Afeni. So
thank you so much, CJ, for coming. Hopefully I'll see you on a later show.
I will. I think I'm on the Histories of Black Panther. I can't wait for that. Black Panther Mutual Aid. So that 5:00 Eastern. It's part of the next part 2 of today. So it's not going to be in this stream. Just make sure you know that. And it's the history of the Black Panther Mutual Aid. Revolutionary Reader is the one that's going to be kind of breaking it down. And I don't know if you've ever seen his show on the Populist Voice Network. Great job, like slideshow pictures, like authentic pictures, like the real like advertisement shit from their free lunches. I've seen a little bit of it. That's why I'm able to kind of preview it. So yeah, make sure you check that out. I'll be here for that. So what I'm going to do is check out now. I'm going to look through some of the comments and throw them up as I'm leaving, just so you know that's me in the background throwing up those comments. And Nick will be right back. But thank you, Afeni. I will see you later on today.
Thank you, guys. See you later. But yeah,
sorry, Afeni, I'm dealing with some background stuff real quick. I'll be right there. Sorry, I'll be right back.
It's okay. But no, I just really wanted to, again, get back to like the empowerment. I feel like there's not enough of us loving on each other in order for us to feel like we're in the right mental space in order to do something like this. I feel like we spend so much time fighting with each other and breaking each other down and telling each other what we can't do on the left, that we're not actually building towards the solution and towards the world that we want to be. So I just really want to take this time to let everybody on this stream know that people are going to continue to tell us all the things that we cannot do. People are going to continue to tell us all the things that are impossible. People are going to continue to tell us that no matter how hard we try, no matter how hard we fight, no matter what we do, this system will never change. I can promise you that is a fucking lie. Every single one of you on this stream right now has the power and the ability to be revolutionary. And by having this conversation, by thinking these thoughts, by being willing to stretch your imagination, expand your language in the way that you are, just know you're revolutionary as fuck. And as long as we all stand together in our collective power, we can damn sure get the change that we want. We can damn sure get the change that we want. Don't let, I'm just so tired of listening to and hearing negativity. And I feel like, in our spaces, we have to remind ourselves who the powerful ones are. We have to remind ourselves and remind every single person that we come into contact with that we are the collective power and that we can do this shit. General strikes are possible. People in other countries do them. So it's possible, even in the most propagandized right-wing fucking fascist-ass country on the face of the earth. It is possible for us to get the things that we want.
Hey, Afeni, since it's me and you, I want to ask you some stuff. This is going to be fun. Hey, guys, we have a mutual aid panel. We got planned. I use each time so most people won't get confused. So that will be 1 p.m. Eastern time. We got a panel. But I want to ask you something, Afeni, because I think this is very relevant to this conversation. You mentioned earlier, I'll read all your tweets, where you was like, organizing on the left is very toxic right now. I just want to ask you to expand on that if you want to, because I think this is relevant, and this is the kind of stuff we need to hash out right now. Because if we're going to have worker movements, if we're going to organize, we need to understand the tactics of people who I consider to be bad faith actors, what they will engage in. So, Afeni, do you want to clarify that topic and how that applies here?
Absolutely. I feel like we see so many of our apparent allies on the left shitting on us for actually taking actions towards organizing. Like, nobody here in this space claimed that this is a general strike. Who the fuck does a general strike on the internet? But it's the intentional downplaying of the importance of this work and the importance of these conversations. Because I can tell y'all, honestly, I used to be a fucking lib. I used to be a lib, y'all. And it took so much time to decolonize my mind. It took so much time to learn all these things and to see these things for what they were. I'm a veteran. I come from a military family. So it's not just me that is vets, but it's our entire family. We're all somewhat aligned with U.S. imperialism at some point in our lives. It took so much time for me to get here. And that is okay. But you have to be able and be willing to get here. You have to be willing and be able to educate yourself and listen to other people's ideas. Because you know what? I remember Hassan Piker's debate on TYT with Cenk when they did communism versus capitalism. I remember that. And guess what? I agreed with Hassan. For real. Because it made so much sense, and I had never thought about those things before. But guess what? If he had not sat there and had that discussion, it probably would not have sparked my radicalization. Let's be very clear. So it's crazy to see the exact same people who were sparking these conversations and getting shit on for them turn into the people that they say that they didn't want to be. I am so tired of being in an organizing space where we all say that we want a better world, and we're not actually organizing for that better world. Or when more people do it, we're automatically shitting on each other. This is what I mean by we need to empower each other. A large part of community organizing is empowerment. We have to big up each other. We have to love on each other. We have to provide resources to each other, get to know each other. Period. Because that's where the power is, and that is where the change is going to come. But the more we sit up here and tell each other and tell ourselves that all these things are so impossible, all these things are so scary, ask me right now if I wish that Fred Hampton was alive, if I could trade that for what he gave for his revolutionary, for like being a revolutionary to us. Well, ask, like, honestly, do you really think that Fred Hampton would rather be alive in this fucking shithole of a country than actually fight against it? That was the fucking price of what the fuck he did, because we live in a country that thinks that it's acceptable to fucking murder people for standing up for what they believe in. And guess what? I'm going to continue to stand up and do that, no matter how terrified I am, because this fucking world is already scary as it is. We are literally, when we bomb people, y'all, we are disintegrating them. People don't talk about that. When a bomb hits in a village or at a wedding, we are disintegrating people's children, their grandmothers, their cousins. And we live in a country that thinks it's okay to do that. We live in a country that thinks it's okay to drop bombs on U.S. citizens. We live in a country where there were 58 fucking race massacres from 1919 and 1925. But y'all want to talk about not fighting it back against violence. I'm not just mad for me. I'm not just mad for every black queer person or every black person that lives in this society currently. I am fucking pissed off for every single ancestor that came before me, that were murdered by this, that was murdered by this fucking murderous, terrible, genocidal government of this country. That is who I'm mad for. I'm mad for every single indigenous person whose culture and whose history is not being spoken upon daily as it should be, because we are sitting on occupied land. That is what I'm so fucking upset for. And that shit is okay. It is healthy to be upset about that. And with that anger, we should take action. We should take action. So I'm so sorry that our conversations offend you, but I'm trying to get free. And all of the revolutionary people that are part of this conversation are also trying to get free. Because I am no longer going to be in a country that does not actually accept my existence, or believe that I should be able to, exist peacefully amongst all these other people. I'm not going to be in that country. I'm not going to strip parts of myself or denounce certain parts of my blackness in order to participate in a system that never wanted me to be a part of it to fucking begin with. Fuck that. So if Hassan Piker and all of these weirdo leftists want to be upset that not only are we fucking supporting all of your bullshit that you say that we should be doing for these politicians, because a lot of the people that are in this chat right now definitely probably donated to fucking AOC at some point, or to Bernie at some point. We did what the fuck y'all said to do. And black people are still dying. We did what y'all said to do. And the George Floyd Policing Act, where is it? Where is it at? This infrastructure bill that y'all are fucking touting and pushing up, where is it? Where is it at? Where's all the good that was supposed to come? It's not coming. So now it's time to turn up the fucking heat. Now it is time to turn up the heat. We all have a reason to be upset. We all have a reason to hold each other accountable to the principle that we said that we were supposed to fucking fighting for. So I don't want to hear no more criticism in my inbox if it is not with a solution about how we could possibly organize to a better future. Because if it's not that, you are clearly not organizing for the same shit that I'm organizing for. Clearly.
Yeah. Amen, Finney. Amen, Finney. Facts and fire. I got a lot of great comments we can get through. I'm going to get through them, guys. And I apologize I couldn't get to them immediately. But this is what I'm going to say. Hassan, you clearly see that at one point, Afeni was a supporter of yours. So you and your little cult, the excuse you guys are making to shut down dialogue with another socialist is you don't want to give me clout. That's the deeply unserious logic of these Twitch streamers. They don't want to have conversations with the people they claim they fight for because he's scared I might get a little followers out of it. So, okay, I have a solution for you, Hassan.
By the way, I did not need to say your name to get clout, sir.
Yes, I have a solution for you, Hassan. Invite Afeni on. And I'm not asking for a debate. I do not like debate me, bro bullshit. Invite Afeni on and explain to her why having this conversation for 3 days is a bad idea. Explain to Afeni why her being in the streets every fucking day is her not doing enough for the movement. When you were saying that the people that organized the General Strike Summit, which Afeni is one of them, are just grifters and YouTubers. So I want you to invite Afeni on your show and tell her how she has not done enough for the movement. The guy who play Nintendo all day in his mansion, I want you to invite Afeni on and explain to your audience how you do more than her. I would love to hear it. Once again, I don't need the clout. I don't need it. So, since you guys are so deeply unserious that that's your main concern, oh, God forbid people hear from a black left socialist. God forbid that happens. If you don't like me and you're mad because I ratioed you, boo-boo, right? If you're mad because I did that, if you're mad because I exposed you multiple times and you don't want to give me attention, invite Afeni on, who clearly said she liked you at one point. She was a supporter. And if you are not willing to talk to her, that shows you are deeply unserious and you are an intellectual coward. I got some comments. Anything else you want to say, Afeni?
I just, here's the thing. Like, I want to really get back on track and get back on topic. I can tell y'all right now that no principled stances are ever going to be popular. I'm not asking everyone to agree with me. I'm not asking for that shit at all. I'm not asking everybody to march to the beat of my drum. I'm not asking for that at all. I'm not asking for everybody to march to the beat of FHL's drum. What I am asking for, though, is for us to actually get serious about organizing for a better world. That shit comes from conversations, honey. That shit comes from theory. Y'all all hold up Marx and Lenin and Mao for all of the great things they wrote, but y'all won't put none of their practices into and none of their principles into practice. Mao was a practitioner of what he wrote. He wasn't just writing it. He wasn't just out here tweeting it or, out here on the game with Twitch streaming all day. No, but he put his principles into a praxis. So the theory is written. Like, the theory is written. The energy is there. I refuse to live in a country where 1 out of 3 black men can expect to be incarcerated. In a country where slavery is still legal as long as you've been found to be a criminal. In the same country that Joe Biden and other Democrats wrote legislation to incarcerate these people and to incarcerate black people and subject them to slave labor. I don't want to live in a country like that. I don't want to live in a country where 1 out of 1,000 black boys can expect to be shot in the back by the fucking police. I don't want to live in that country. I don't want to live in a country where black women can hold more student loan debt, but still be one of the most underpaid demographics in this country while being the highest educated. Make that shit make sense. I don't want unity. I want solidarity and I want urgency.
Hey, Afeni, you want to explain that concept to them? You want to explain the concept of the difference between unity and solidarity as we mean it?
Like, solidarity is actually standing in solidarity with my issues. Like, it's not like, I feel like, here's the thing. Like, let's give it a little analysis here, right? A little analogy here. We've all played that little game where it's like takes 2 steps forward if you had a house with 2 parents in it. And some people take steps forward and other people don't. if you only care about if you only care about how far you get into that line, but you're not giving a single fuck about everybody that has been left behind you or in front of you, then you are deeply unserious and you are not standing in solidarity. Standing in solidarity is not anybody fucking being over anyone, but it is knowing that Black people in this country have, about, I think it's like 1/3 or 1/4 of the median wealth of white families. That's violence. Black children in this country cannot, like a majority of them cannot get a decent fucking education in their public schools. They're being forced in the charter schools where they're also getting a terrible education. Guess whose kids are getting good educations and going to all these Ivy League schools? Y'all white ass kids. 74% of homeowners are white. 74% of white people own their home. Excuse me. Like, what the fuck? Standing in solidarity is acknowledging all those things. Standing in solidarity is actually listening to those things. And when we talk about a general strike, what does it look like to build infrastructures in order to keep Black queer people safe while we do a general strike? Because I can tell y'all, there's a lot of danger for Black trans, Black non-binary, and Black queer folks, not only within the Black community, but within this society, period. What does it look like to protect them specifically in case shit gets unchy? Because sometimes certain folks like to leave them behind. What does it look like to protect those folks? What does it look like for all of the folks that have HIV/AIDS? What does it look like to set up medical clinics specifically for them in order to give them the specific medical care that they need? How about all the people that have diabetes, that need insulin? What does it look like to stand in solidarity with those people? What does it look like for our disabled community? What does it look like for us in order to make sure that they get all the things that they need, that they are healthy, that all of their medical stuff is taken care of, that they have all the food that they need, that they're getting bathed, getting clothed, getting taken care of? What does it look like to take care of those people? What does it look like? That's what standing in solidarity is. I'm not disabled, but I'm thinking about them. I'm trying to find solutions for them. Like, it's stuff like that. And when we talk about a general strike, it's because so many people in this system are being shit on and oppressed. Whether it be for different reasons, whether it be for a number of compounding reasons that may not affect everyone. But it is to say that this is a country that was built on stolen land by stolen people, that has a document that says that is a revolutionary living document that we should be able to take our power back through. So it's just time for us to take our fucking power back. Period. Black people have never had any fucking power in this country. So it's time for us to get our power. Period. Period. But go ahead.
Yeah, and now to talk about solidarity versus unity, which you did a great job breaking that down. So Afeni explained it. So I'm gonna go more into detail about it. I'm gonna send some links for people to my next stream too. So, oh shit, I was looking away. We got JB here. I'm gonna pass it right to you, JB, but I'm going to give you guys an example here. We got So, solidarity versus unity. Solidarity, as Afeni explained, is you stand in solidarity with our community and our demands, right? Unity is what people like Hassan and a lot of Democrats do. So, as Black people, especially Black women, we need reparations for the debt that is owed our people, and the debt that is continuing being siphoned from our community because of the class war and the prison industrial complex. If you dive into theory, aka critical race theory, that these people demonize because we dare you to think critically about race, that is what it is, by the way. Literally just thinking critically about race. Tying history, tying class consciousness, and how that affects race. So once you understand this stuff, you will understand the class reason, because class is tied to race, why we need reparations, right? There are some people on the left who believe we should not advocate for reparations because it may harm the Democratic Party. Boo-hoo! Oh my God, you may hurt this Democrat, their chances of win. You can't advocate for the debt that is owed to your people because it may scare some white people. So you see what they say? You see what they're saying? They are demanding us to stand with their movement, despite the fact that they are not standing in solidarity with our community. They demand us to vote for the Democratic Party, despite the fact that they are funding the police more, despite the fact that they are denying public housing to people because of marijuana charges, which is a deeply Jim Crow, deeply anti-Black policy. Just an example. Eric Adams is crushing homelessness camps. Black America is 40% of the homelessness population. This is why class is race, because the reality of class affects your race. We explain this all the time on the International Leftist Coalition. So if you, as a white leftist, is willing to defend the idea that we should abandon the struggle for reparations, you are demanding unity while not showing solidarity. That is what we are talking about, and I don't have tolerance for it. But I want to get JB in here because I'm glad you joined us. You can go off. I'm gonna help organize the next panel, but I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts. What's your thought, JB?
So I was hearing my sister talk. Actually, I was hearing my sister spit fire. And she spoke about one of the hats that I wear. So she was talking about how she's not disabled, but she thinks about us. This is what solidarity, as well as the concept of intersectionality, looks like. One of the things that solidarity means is that you bring us into the conversation so that we're not erased. And this is one of the reasons why I appreciate Afeni's voice so much, is because she's like that lady in the neighborhood that brings all the neighborhood kids over. And she's like, hey, I want all y'all to get together and get along. I got some food in the back. Get what you want. And if you guys need anything, don't be afraid to call me. No fighting. I don't want y'all to fight because there's way too many people who want us to fight out there. That's what Afeni is like to me. She's like that lady in the neighborhood. She got a she's like me. She got a roommate. I'm gay, y'all. Okay, let's be real. But and she takes care. And the African proverb of the African proverb of it takes a village. She applies that. We need to apply that.
I'm sorry,
as well.
JB. I got breaking news. I'm still at the Kellogg strike. We have some more workers out here that would love to.
Let's talk to them.
What is your name, sir?
Wyatt Elmore.
I'm gonna. Damn, I don't know if I can turn this thing around. Okay, there you go. I'm gonna just let you
roam out here in the streets, man.
Yeah, you can introduce and see what's going on.
Hello, my name is Wyatt Elmore. I'm a mechanic at the Kellogg's plant in Battle Creek.
Thank you for coming on. It's an honor to speak with you. I would love to hear your story and why you feel so driven to. I'm sure it looks cold over there.
It is a bit cold out here. I ain't gonna lie.
You are out there in the cold. Why, sir? Why? I would love to hear your story.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, what we are on strike for is we're against the two-tier. We have a two-tier program going on here, and we're against that. So there's 30% aren't getting the same wages or the same benefits as the upper 70%, and so the upper 70% basically voted to support our lower tier people and support not only the people that are there now that are new, but the people that are going to be coming in new. So we're trying to protect our futures for our jobs here at the plant. So that's really why we're out right here. They want to talk like it's about money and stuff like that. That's not what it's about. It's about equality, working side by side with somebody, and getting the same pay for doing the same job.
JB Afeni, you got anything you want to add to ask him?
Absolutely. Just from your perspective, exactly what would be a win to y'all? Like exactly like what are you guys looking for? Like what would be a win? What can Kellogg's do to show like good faith that they're actually going to meet the demand? Not just fixing the pay, but if there's anything else.
So basically a good faith bargaining. Kellogg's actually addressed us and said that they were going to get rid of their two-tier program and have a pathway for people to become full-time regular employees with the same benefits. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for a way to make it right. And we're looking for a way for the company to give us the promise that everybody can be paid the same benefits, same wages and stuff like that. That's really the breaking point for us. They got a lot of minor things that they want. And there's some minor things that we want too, but that's really where we're at on the main page. So
just a question. Hi, my name is James. One of the things I wanted to ask is, is it able for you to touch on some of the other minor things that you want? Because I know that the strike is a fully encompassing issue that you guys is not, because when I'm hearing it's not just about pay and it's not just about the two-tier system. Can you touch on a couple of those as well?
Sure. There's some things that the company wants that we absolutely won't really tolerate, and that is they want to take the union logo off the box. So the average person that goes to buy a box of cereal doesn't know if it's been made in the U.S. or it's been made in Mexico. Oh. So if they take that union logo off the box, then the average person can't tell where it's been. So we're against that. We want our logo on there. We're proud of the product that we make. We're proud of the quality and the safety, the food safety that's involved. So without that being on there, we can't guarantee what's in that box.
Mm-hmm. Wow. It sounds like more than just a minor issue. I mean, that's a very big issue. And I appreciate you guys fighting for that as well. That's deeply important because it's important for us to know where our food comes from. We were actually speaking about earlier about co-ops, and one of the things that we were speaking about is workers like yourself. You guys have a say in the goings on in the company. And I just want to, say that I have solidarity with all of you. And I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing, despite being out there in the blistering cold and trying to fight for workers' rights, because this isn't just a model for yourselves. This is a model for many other workers across the country as well. And we're so glad to have you with us.
Well, I really appreciate that. I appreciate the support that you guys are giving us. And I actually just came back from a trip to Iowa where I spoke with some of the John Deere people. We went and supported them and stood on their strike line.
Oh, yeah.
Tuma, Iowa, and met with them. And then we traveled to Moline and met with them at their union hall, the UAW workers there, and went and stood with them for a day and listened to what they had to say. And basically they're on the same page as us. That they won't tolerate it anymore. These companies are making record profits, and it's time to share that type of wealth.
Guys, I cannot emphasize how good of a news that is. So the reason why we want to have the General Strike Summit, because we tell you guys the mood of the country is ready. So what you're telling me, you're meeting with workers of different industries, right? I just want to make sure I heard this right. And the workers of different industry of you, they still agree that something needs to be done, right? So what we need to do right now is build an infrastructure so these workers can continue to work together in a general sense, right?
That's absolutely right.
What do you call a group of workers from different industries that is working together for a general with general demands for the general betterment of workers? Wonder what you call that.
Right. Well, I tell you what, there is a driving force for the labor force right now. We need to show our worth. We've been underappreciated a long time, and it's time to stand up together as a union and show them what we're made of. Show them that we built this plant, not them. Yeah. We're the ones that run this plant. We're the ones that put the food on the table. We're the ones that do all that stuff, and they want to act like we're replaceable. Well, they're finding out that we're not so replaceable.
Hell yes. So I know you guys don't have a ton of time with us today. But Fred Hampton leftists, we are citizen journalists. We are people of the people. I told the other worker this as well. If you guys ever have some more time, I would love to hash out, bring you guys on, talk about some workers' issues. Because I appreciate you guys coming on. We just want to talk to ordinary people. So thank you. Is there any last words you want to say? Anything that you think is important to plug or promote? By the way, guys, check the description. I put the GoFundMe for the Kellogg Workers Fund in there. Is there anything else that our audience should know, or any last words you want to say?
Well, the big thing that I'd like to say is that we appreciate the support that we've got. We've got community support. We've got local businesses that are supporting us, and we're getting some nationwide support, and that's appreciated because that's what it's all about. Because if you feel like you're out here in the cold and the rain by yourself, it's a difficult thing to do, but I don't feel like I'm by myself. We got plenty of people there that got our back, so we appreciate that. I'm going to point this gentleman out to where our union hall is because he talked about whether to go make donations or whatever, and they'll steer him in the right directions as far as our needs and maybe other unions' needs as well.
Oh yeah, man! Much solidarity and respect to you. That's the website there. Check them out. Again, showing support and love to the workers. As you said, that's such a good point. There are a lot of people they have the revolutionary spirit to make good in their neighborhood, but it can be tiring, right? You could be broken down if you're in the street over and over again, and there's no support and solidarity to be shown. Why do you think people want to assassinate people? Assassinate the character of anyone who want to build worker coalition? Why do you think the media do blackouts of these strikes? Like, why is this guy not speaking to CNN? Why is this guy not speaking to MSNBC? Why do you think they do those shutouts while they promote culture war stuff though? If there's some culture war nonsense going on, they'll promote that. But if there's workers that have demands, they're not highlighting that because they know if people start to show support, that will increase the lifespan of the movement. That'll increase the vitality of the movement. So help these guys increase the vitality of your guys' strike of their strike. So,
and just a question: what is your name again? I'm sorry.
My name is Wyatt Elmore.
Wyatt, thank you so much for being with us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for your work and thank you for your courage. Honestly, it takes so much courage to stand up and do things like this, especially when you're being told not to from so many different places. So continue doing your work and just know that we're going to win and you're not alone.
Thank you very much.
Solidarity.
Wonder if Rome can get someone else. I'm very proud of Rome. Thank you, brother, man. I'm glad you're out there. This is exactly what we wanted to do. And God, I told you guys, this is the future of Fred Hampton Leftists. Like, we just started. Like, as we grow, as I'm able to travel, I'm not able to travel right now for a lot of reasons. We want to be in the street. I'm a citizen journalist. I got started talking to ordinary people. This is what we want to do. Thank you, Ron, for doing this. What's your thoughts? Like, can you give us a quick summary of like what you've seen out there?
Kellogg's is evil. Stop eating their cereal until these people get what the fuck they want. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just fuck the cereal bars, fuck the cereal. These people are still out here. Kellogg's is a no-no. So there's a lot of ways you can cross picket lines.
Make some damn eggs for breakfast.
You know what I'm saying? Other than being a scab, yeah. Make some eggs. Eat air, smoke some weed. But stay away from Kellogg's until these people are back in the positions that they need to be in, and we can get these workers what the hell that they need. Other than that, Kellogg's, don't buy any John Deere equipment, lawn equipment, not even a rake, not even a snip, none of it. We stand in solidarity. Do not cross the picket line. That's my thoughts. These people are spending $10 million a day. They keep these people out of their building. $10 million. The negotiation was for $60 million. Now add up $10 million a day with 39 days of striking. They would do whatever it takes to keep these workers away from their fucking precious coins. That's how I feel. That's my thoughts. Fuck these people. We're gonna stand in solidarity with our people, with our workers, and when they fold their hands, nothing moves. Nothing moves. And that's what we gotta show. We gotta show these people better than we can tell them. Yes, they know. They know that we run the world. Workers run the world, but do the workers know that? Do the workers know how much power you actually have standing out here striking and just speaking about wages in your plants at your job? So we got to stand with these people, whether you're black, white, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, whatever, because this government and these rich people are against all of us, and they will divide you. They will divide you with your class. They will divide you with your race, your religion, whatever it takes to make sure that you guys do not come together. Don't fall for it. Stand in solidarity. If you can come out here, donate. I'm gonna have some information later on for Hampton Leftists where you can donate to these people. You can. I'm gonna have a location for this plant if you want to come out and give them something like food, water, another fucking porta potty if you have it, because we need it. Anything helps. Anything helps, and every step is a step to liberation. I'll be right back with y'all. Hopefully, I can find the union leader. Yeah. But I'll be right back. Probably one or two more times. I have information up on Hampton Leftists for you guys. Thank you. Thank all of you. Thank all of you watching. Thank all of you that's going to donate to these people because they're really going to need it. And we really, really have to make sure that they can hold out. We got to help them on their rent. Help them with their kids. Help them in any way that we can to make sure that they can stay out here as long as they can to drive these people out, to starve this company out, and make sure that they get what they want.
Ron, we appreciate everything you're doing, man. Look forward to hearing from you again.
Oh, yeah. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Take care of yourself too, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Ron.
Let's there we go. I also invited friend of the show. You guys, I think I gotta remove this one, add that one. There we go. Can you hear us now, QKR?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So friend of the show, we got Quaker Socialist on. I want to invite her on because obviously she's really she's great with mutual aid, and she always got great things to add to the conversation. Just to get started, do you have I want you to promote your mutual aid society one more time, just so for any new viewers. And you get a little bit of background on what you do and what you advocate for, Quaker, just to get started.
Awesome. So I do. Am I doubling up?
Just a little bit.
I got you.
Just be patient with us, guys.
Yeah,
We'll be here all day. Just be patient.
Go ahead.
So I am. Do you hear it? I'm like a double echo.
Yeah.
Try again.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I still hear it echo. Hang on.
How's that?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, got it. Sorry, everybody. So I'm a member of our local two-city mutual aid society in the greater Boston area. This was founded because of the COVID issues that were starting off last March, and a large number of people were coming together in our community to help each other. It was very quickly systemized. There are significant resources offered, and they use the backbone of Google to have Google Forms. We have Google Voice. We use Trello. We take in requests through voicemail, texting, word of mouth. We use cash sharing as a method of redistributing resources. We do grocery cards. There's also liberating people from their landlord's tyranny. There is a community gardening. There is Monday teach-ins for sharing.
Hey, Quaker.
Yeah.
I just love this conversation. I just want to dive in. That's what that's what I'm doing right now. You mentioned community gardens.
Got
so do you want to explain that concept for people who are not familiar? I need personally learn more about how that works. So can you just explain that concept and then we can continue forward?
Sure. So community gardens, there's a variety of ways you can do community gardens. You can do that through the government. So the government has established property that you can apply to be a member of. And there are a large number of rules. There are also just networking of people who are just offering their plots of land. Could be a corner on a outside their house. Could be anything. And there is also just talking about throwing seed bombs into areas with vegetables and just recovering land that has been taken for other purposes. So there's a variety of ways that you can do community gardening.
Okay. That's actually one of the things that I think is integral, is that you're kind of taking away from the ability of corporations to be the sole provider and making it so that we provide for ourselves. And gardening, depending on the plant that it is or the produce that it is, it's almost like a set it and forget it kind of thing. So it's not as difficult as many people would imagine that it is. And so I think this is something that is great to get on board with. Go ahead, throw it back to the chat.
I just want you. So we have Afeni. Thank you for you've been staying with us for a while. I want to send you off properly. Any last things you want to say before you leave today?
I just want to say I love all the work that you're doing, Quaker Socialist. And like mutual aid is super important to me. Everybody knows it's near and dear to my heart. And like really understanding that mutual aid, I'll say it over and over again until I'm blue in the face. I don't care. Mutual aid is the backbone and the social and the vehicle to all social movements. We truly, truly mean that. Meeting people's material needs so they can have the capacity to organize is a very important thing that we need to do, especially when we talk about the infrastructure of a general strike. If we don't have a strike fund that is removed possibly from some of these banks, we're gonna be a little fucked up. If we don't have a way to distribute food in our local communities to the people that are participating in the strike, we're gonna be a little fucked up. If we can't provide transportation to people that need it, if they still need if they still need like whether that's like medical attention, like I'm not trying to shout you out or anything, but like dialysis or anything like that, like those things are important. We need to like all these things need to be in our mind, especially when we talk about general strikes. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you for having this conversation. And hopefully I'll be able to talk to all y'all soon.
Yeah, we see you soon, Afeni. When's the next panel you on? Just so they know.
I don't think I'm scheduled for another one for the rest of the weekend, honestly.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, it was good to hear from you, Afeni. And have a good one, my friend. Always good to hear from you.
Afeni, baby, you put out enough fire to last the entire weekend. Go have some rest, girl.
Yeah, all right. I gotta get my brain together because I'm technically on like I'm off right now, I guess, for mental health reasons. So yeah.
Take care of yourself, my friend.
All right.
Go do that. All right, y'all. Talk to y'all soon.
Right.
So let's dive into this because this next hour is going to be more of a mutual aid based discussion. I think we have your disability panel next hour, right, JB?
Yeah.
Just so you guys know the schedule coming up. We're gonna. I want to focus this on mutual aid. We can talk to the chat. I think we're scheduled to have Zoya here as well. I'm gonna check in on her. Zoya is once again another longtime activist who's been a strong advocate of mutual aid and a lot of different ways of attacking the establishment. So it's great to have Quaker. We start the conversation with her, and hopefully we can get Zoya to trickle in here as well. I want to show you guys this. We've been posting this in the chat. Hopefully you guys can check this out. This is mutualaidmamas.com. Quaker, I'll pass it to you. Do you want to explain what this website is and what the goal of the website is?
So this is the anarchist development of how to have a society of mutual aid, and so it is based on serving the immediate needs of what the community requires. It was preliminarily designed for COVID response, and as I mentioned, it is reliant on the Google system, and so ideally, it would be great to have one of our own anarchist systems and not reliant on Google. So when a person is going to call in seeking to offer support, offering to, be in community or is in any need, then they give us a call on the hotline, and we have very well-trained community members who are there to be responsive, give resources, and we have a huge, gigantic system of Google Docs that we're reliant on for how to interact. We have some scripts that are in Haitian Creole, in Portuguese, in Spanish, so that we can tell them that we have translators. We have translators online. We also use Google and Slack and Discord. So we have a variety of community. And then anybody who starts to participate, we immediately start to involve them in so many activities. So like for me, I was on the hotline volunteer group, and then I started being a coordinator. And so coordinator just means I'm leaning in a little bit more. I'm not a boss or anything. I'm just willing to learn a little bit more and have a little bit more time. And then we meet weekly, every week, so that we're in community together, so that we're talking, we're sharing, we have some build up. And then we actually like have an elder who, like, he has nowhere else to go. He's been shut out of all those systems, and we're supporting him because he was a queer elder who didn't have anywhere to go in our community. There's just no safe place for him, and his partner was very ill, and we were the only ones tolerating his trauma. And so his partner did pass recently, and we are the ones who are there for him because the nonprofits have abandoned him. So that's what anarchy is building a community that is able to stand with our neighbors.
I love that explanation, Quaker, and the work that you're doing is so important. And I hope you guys check out that website, show support to them. I was looking at some of the high marks you had on there. Let me see if I can read it off here. 'Cause I thought it was pretty impressive while I was doing a scan. Let's see, what it say here? It said, since March 12th, we've redistributed $312,000, talked to 1,600 neighbors, and made 5 to 20 deliveries a day.
Yes.
A day.
In anarchy.
This organization going out and bragging about this stuff, right? This is the stuff that leftists really do. That you guys been about. What was you about to say, Quaker? I think I interrupted you.
No, like they're not bragging about it. And then also, this is just you and me just saying, sure, I'll open my pen pal or PayPal. Sure. Like, they're taking the tax hit. They're taking all of this on themselves. So we're just like, we're now trying to figure out what we can do for the next iteration. So we're constantly trying to solve some issues. So
do you want to address the super chat as well? Sorry to interrupt you, but Margo Lee, thank you for the $5. They say, Quaker, we need to talk to you about connecting Maine small farmers to you in the city. Either way, stay for the super chat. Do you have any response?
Sorry, I didn't understand. Like, respond to like connecting with
or anything you want to say. Anything you want to say in general.
Yeah, no, I think that's amazing. Like, like right now we're trying to figure out whether or not we want to be a nonprofit. Someone like me, like I'm like, I abandon all nonprofit. I abandon all structures. I'm trying to not use that. But we also recognize that there are some neighbors who have opened up their Venmo and they're taking in $20,000 in cash, and they got to report that on their taxes. So we're trying to figure out where are we in community and how do we protect our neighbors, right, and make sure that they're good. Yeah, so that's it.
I'm going to put the link. I saw a few people asking for this. The same way I did last time, I'll put the link of the website. And also I have another super chat of a Chris Winkler. And then I'm gonna get Zoya in here as well.
Yeah.
It said, can speaker tell us what it's like when person in need calls mamas? How do they help? So I think they're asking about the process, right?
Sure. I wanted to like point out, like, I'm gonna get to Chris's point in just a second. But I want to do a brief summary just to, because I have the microphone for a second.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we're here to learn from you, my friend.
Yeah, so I'm going to get to Chris's question about mamas, But I also want to say that Sharif and I are starting to become more public about our healthcare cooperative. And we are wanting to start recruiting participants who want to join us in going ahead, and we're just creating our own healthcare system. We're just doing it. We don't need them. And we do have examples from the United States and from abroad of effective healthcare systems that are based off of anarchy. And we have the model already ready. We're looking to recruit medical practitioners and communities. So we've had a fantastic conversation with a very large network of Black-owned cooperatives and farms, and they're interested in learning a little bit more. How are we going to do it? But how do we do it properly? How do we do that through? It has to be need felt from the community. You know, we don't need some Yankees coming in and saying, this is what we're going to do. Like, that's not appropriate. So now we're going to decide, like, how do we do that? How do we say we have a model outside of the system, outside of your community, that we'd like to present to you? We'd like to share this with you. We'd like to hack it. We'd like to find out how this particular model can fit. Where can we adjust it? How can we be a resource to you? We don't want to be funded by it. We just want to present it and help you. So it's great that we're reaching out to the cooperatives first, because they understand cooperatives. They understand the language that we're trying to work in. And so our contact, I don't want to name them yet because I think it's a little unfair for them, but they also know how to do cooperatives. And this is Sharif's idea. Like, he just came up with this idea, and like, I'm just on the train with him, and it's a great journey. And we'd like to present an event on January 15, where we're inviting anyone who wants to be in community with us to start making this happen. So please DM us or follow us on Twitter, because we'd like to start working on this. And then I can go to Chris's question if you'd like to, or bring in Zoya. Also, I believe
we can respond to
Sharif
Chris
is available too, if you want him. Sharif is
Yeah.
available if you want to have him come in too, but I don't want to.
Yeah, you want to send him the link? I don't have his contact. Yeah, I
He
would
is
love to hear from him.
I am for Medicare for All. He was on there yesterday with you guys, but I will send it to him.
Yeah, I say I think you can send it to him, because that
right.
would make it easy for everybody.
Awesome.
Let's get
Zoya
Zoya.
in.
Do you want to respond to the question, or do you actually?
I can. Yeah, while you get Zoya in, I'll send the link to Sharif, and then answer quickly Chris's question that was in regards to how do we take in a phone call. So just a preliminary, if you're going to be on the hotline, you need to be in community, and we need to have a trust call with you. So we actually have a little bit of a process to get someone onboarded to be someone who's going to take calls, because it's possible that you may have someone disclose an experience of violence. They may be reporting a human rights violation, a sexual assault. So we need to make sure that our documentation is held so that we are protecting people's identities. And then we have a volunteer who takes the information, and then there's a volunteer admin also on duty who is supporting and backing them up. And so there's two people always on call. So if it starts to kind of become a bigger issue, maybe someone is really in crisis right that moment, you do have someone who is on hand who can start texting people and start calling for support. And then we have a Trello system that documents and keeps track of people with as little information of the people's details as we can. So if it was Nick, it would be Nick. We probably would have your pronouns. We'd know the neighborhood, and then we'd ask you, would you like us to share your story to your neighbors so that they can offer you resources and be in community? So we have a variety of ways to show support. And then finally, we are transitioning away from the direct cash, because we found that it's not in full support of our mutual aid goals, which is just one-way cash distribution. And so we're now going to be pairing families in need with families who are able to provide some type of resources. And so we're trying to pair people to be in community.
Thank you for everything, Quaker. We to keep you around. I want to get Zoya in here, my good friend. She was with us a little bit yesterday. But for anyone who don't know her, I founded 10 Demands, our police abolition group with her. But even outside of that, she's been an activist for quite a long time. I won't spoil her story. But Zoya, assume we got people who don't know who you are, and introduce yourself and explain why you wanted to join our mutual aid panel today.
Well, hi everyone. Hi, JB, Nick, Sonia. First of all, thank you so much, guys, for making this summit happen. Sonia and I got to chat for a while yesterday afterwards. So this is bringing people together and making excellent conversations happen. Also, I know Sharif. He was a big-time organizer for the Medicare for All marches, in case people don't know. And before I get into who I am, I just want to remember to plug that there is going to be a protest, which Sharif is a major organizer for. It's this Monday, November 5th. Apollo is DMing Nick the flyer right now. I got a strong team of friends making all this happen.
I always love this. Is why I love having Zoya on, because she's always ready. Like I hit Zoya up literally like what was that, an hour ago?
Yeah.
But she always has receipts. I know she don't need a long time to prep because she got a squad. But let's show the image that you sent me. I was trying to avoid showing too many of my messages here. But oh yeah, this is the Occupy Pfizer thing. Okay, cool. You want to talk about it, Zoya?
I mean, just a little bit, just to let people know, because I know it's a little bit off topic for mutual aid, but since Sharif was brought up and you guys
I would love to talk about this. Yeah, this is perfect.
And Sharif, if he does come on, he'd be the real expert to speak on it. But Monday, it's happening in New York. If you guys are there, I know it's Monday, 30 a.m. Not everyone's going to have the opportunity, but if you can, show up, because it's a lot of the same people that were organizing the Medicare for All marches, and just good longtime activists that have never even been on Twitter, in case people are looking for someone to be mad at. And it's about occupying Pfizer and forcing the executives to either admit that healthcare is for profit and sign that statement, or to change the way they approach healthcare in the system. There's a lot of documents. Here, let me see.
I'll be right back. Give me a few moments. You can go ahead. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
So there is an online link that either gives you an option to sign a statement to the pharma executives demanding Medicare for All or accountability from them. My good friend Mo is going to hopefully DM a link where you guys can either sign up to the event or sign the statement to hold these executives accountable. And I just want to say, no action is too big or too small. As far as introducing myself to people, I've been an activist since I was a teenager. I've been in many different arenas, in environmentalism, in legalizing marijuana. I was volunteering for Project Angel Food. Shout out to Marianne Williamson, where we cook meals and provide them for people who are immunocompromised. It's an organization that's been around for decades. It's only grown since then. And nothing for me feels as good as being able to come together in community, prepare food, and be able to feed people. Like, that's just like the grandma in me. I love feeding people. And there's many ways that you can do mutual aid, big or small. Another example I want to give, I mean, Nick did just hit me up an hour ago, and I kind of warned him this would be the case. I'm literally at my friend's house right now, babysitting her kids, because that's also mutual aid. It could be something big with an organization, or it could be something as simple as just helping people in your community. Her mom's in the hospital going through something terrible right now, and one of her best friends is getting married. She has no one to turn to. So she called me. I'm here watching the children, and that's it. We just help each other. We just show up for each other. You don't need credentials. This is something I see online that I really do not like, that you have to be a professional or have some sort of experience in order to show up and help people.
Yeah.
And you absolutely don't. You just have to be a human being. You just have to care. Show up. Find out who needs help in your community. During the pandemic, the tenants in my building, we all organized together and called out the landlord and got our rent reduced and put off. And some people took bigger cuts than others. We all worked out what we needed between each other. You can come together in solidarity all the time, and our strength is in numbers. We outnumber all of the people that are exploiting us. As long as we connect with each other, we can accomplish absolutely anything. And I don't know what you guys already covered, but mutual aid allows us to unite against a common struggle rather than leaving individuals to fend for themselves. Like the Black Panthers provided the free breakfast program. Feeding people is really important. Aid is offered in a spirit of solidarity and reciprocity, with a larger aim towards liberation and progress for all. Before we can tell workers to strike, we have to build. There are more and more people already doing this, like Sonia and Sharif, but we have to create resources outside of the system. We cannot ethically tell people to just stop working without offering support. So things we can start with: try unionizing your workplace, connect with your coworkers, reach out to existing unions. You'll be surprised how many people are ready and willing to help you. That's what happened in the marijuana industry. We found a culinary union that was willing to help us and unionize bud tenders because they made edibles. We were just exploiting loophole after loophole, and then we unionized them and were able to use union laws to provide cover for workers in the marijuana industry. Next, you can start strike funds. This needs to happen on a local and national level. We need a robust savings to support workers to put their bodies on the picket lines. We need to grow our own food. Community gardens and farms are easier to run than most people have been programmed to think. There are plenty of resources online. Connect with people in your community already doing this, or petition the city council to start your own. We need to coordinate ideas, babysitters, clothes donations, and so on. Co-ops are wonderful, like Johnny was mentioning yesterday. We can do this. Don't wait for anyone. You are the ones you've been waiting for. You don't need to be professional. You are organizers. You are leaders. You are community.
Thank you, Zoya. Thank you, Zoya. Because there's been a lot of people who will be like, who's their only criticism of the General Strike Summit was, who the fuck these motherfuckers think they are? They think they can talk about labor? Why the fuck you don't got no organizer on? Hey, Zoya, how long you been organizing? Quaker, how long you been organizing? Right? You don't have to have the professional boutique left to give you permission to talk about stuff. Right? Go ahead, JB.
I just want to bring something up, and I noticed this in Quaker's response.
I just want to say this before you start. I'm sorry if I keep jumping in and out, but I'm streaming all day, so I got a lot of stuff going on. So I just want to clear that. That's why I'm kind of going in and out of here. But sorry, JB, go ahead.
Yeah. And your explanation about mutual aid, the one word that you kept saying was community. And what does that mean? Because when you say community, like I said earlier, the old African proverb is, it takes a village. A village is a form of community. What you're basically saying, and this is what it sounds like to me, is that there needs to be a coming together in order to take care of each other, to, in a sense, produce a government and or community that takes care of each other, even though the government that's set itself apart from taking care of us isn't doing its job. Do I have that kind of correct? Or
I mean, yes, but I think the system is doing its job. The rich are getting richer. It's working out splendidly. Workers are getting exploited. People are, more complicit, have tons of cognitive dissonance. Even people who I believe are fundamentally good are completely indoctrinated. So the system is working. It's just not working for us.
Mm-hmm.
And, the system's not going to yield anything to us. It just won't. And another topic I always want to get into, and I know it's controversial for people, I don't want to give up on the electoral path completely, but I want to be extremely honest about what the electoral path offers us, which is only incrementalism. The system is rigged, it is corrupt, politicians are owned, and they are willing to only yield a little bit with a ton of pressure. However, that incrementalism means a lot to the most vulnerable communities. Look at what we did with marijuana. We legalized it in California. On the way to legalization, which took decades, they absolutely gutted everything that we were asking for. They forced us to compromise on everything that we wanted. They put people of color who had dispensaries out of business. They put them in handcuffs. They put them in jail. There was a man named Virgil that had 16 dispensaries in Los Angeles, some of the first of their kinds. Everyone was in lab coats. It was professional. He did everything right. And they seized all his assets, put him in jail. He couldn't even fight his own trial. And now who's in the industry? Business owners, big money people who don't smoke weed and don't like weed and don't see it as medicinal. So it got co-opted. Everything in the system is going to get co-opted because these people control all the pieces on the board. But we got tens of thousands of people out of jail. And that's someone's father or someone's child coming home instead of serving 30 years for a marijuana sentence. And that is the trade-off, and that is all that the system can give us, but it's not nothing. And I don't think that all our energy needs to go towards electoral, because incrementalism isn't enough and we deserve systemic change. But I think we can't dismiss it entirely. People died for the right to vote. People fight for the right to vote. It is a small thing that we can do just to check a box. And I don't think we should concede that power to them. I think we should petition city councils to change ordinances and laws and expand services. And these things can have real impact, especially locally.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that you brought that point of view up, Zoya, because I at Fred Hampton Leftists, we always want to hear a lot of different point of view. I know some people just straight up say, fuck electoral politics. Always been clear. I want the left to be smarter with how they reallocate their resources. So when they ask me how much, I literally talked about this before, how much effort should you put in electoral politics? I was clear. Like my number is like 15%, right? But what you explained is why I put at 15%, not zero. I know some people will just straight up say zero. And if you can't put any resources to electoral politics because you're a struggling working class person, I think it would be smarter for you to donate the little bit of funds you do want to donate to a food bank, to mutual aid societies, instead of relying on top-down structures, right? That's always my position. But I believe Zoya has a very nuanced and very valid point of view as well. And I agree a lot with what you said there. Also want we got a good friend of the show. You want do I call you Jabir? I know we talked before. I was calling you by your Twitter handle, but you want to be Jabir good? Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, Jabir, son. Jabir. That's all good.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you back on the show, man. It's been a long time, and I'm glad you. I know I like hit you up last second. I'm glad we got brothers and sisters in the community that down to have these conversations. Always enjoying your point of view. I mean, I'm a Fred Hampton leftist. The Black Panther was a Marxist-Leninist organization, and based on what I say, you do a great job educating people on Marxism. But I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything like that. And I just want to give you a proper introduction, like I did everyone else on this panel, to get a chance to explain your politics, what you think, because it's the General Strike Summit, so you can kind of highlight like what's your thoughts on the path forward for workers or the left movement in general. I want to give you the floor. Welcome to Fred Hampton Leftists again, Jabir.
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan of what y'all do here on Fred Hampton Leftists. I'm glad to see y'all still doing good work and carrying on our good comrade Fred Hampton's name. Peace be upon him. and happy to be here with y'all to chop it up for this summit. So yeah, I'm fired up, ready to go.
Just one thing, it's nice to finally meet you. I have to get going because I have to prepare for the panel that we're going to be having in about 30 minutes. But good luck with the rest of the stream, everybody, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah.
Bye,
you guys will be seeing JB very soon. Also, JB had a disability panel coming up, so we're gonna spend the next 30 minutes here discussing game plans on the left moving forward. Zoya and I think this is an interesting topic because it plays a lot to do with the General Strike Summit. The issue is the reality, and this is the reason why I harp against electoral politics. Once again, I agree with a lot of what Zoya said, and if you ask me, I put the number at 15%. That's my number. I know some people are to my left where they'll go lower than that, but that's where I stand. I just dislike the people, and they won't even admit it, right? But if they was to be honest, they would say their number is around 90% of your attention should be electoral politics. These are the people that speak out against the summit because they want us to go through the Democratic Party, right? I hate those people. So I feel like I gotta break that kind of dissonance, right? And explain why that electoral process won't work. But once again, to add nuance, a lot of what Zoya said is true too. It's the people that they go against any action that is not approved by the Democratic Party. But I don't want to speak. This is Jabir. I want to get you in this conversation. What's your overall take on that topic? Like, what is your number? Are you to my left? Like, what's your thought on electoralism, right?
Man, I'm probably to everybody's left when it comes
I already kind of knew you. But anyway, I want to hear what you're thinking, man.
Well, I'm a scientific socialist at the end of the day and a Pan-African first and foremost. And what that means is that you have to engage materially with where people are, their perspectives, their understanding of things, that sort. So when you talk about bourgeois electoralism as a tool of liberation, absolutely not. It's never going to get us to liberation. But when you talk about being able to weaponize bourgeois electoralism as a way to connect with the class, have conversations with the class, and really be able to dialogue with people about where things are at and what's to be done. That's the situation where it becomes foolish to totally leave it on the table. You should never engage electorally with the idea that the left is going to win and get any substantial changes from a systemic standpoint. It's bourgeois electoralism. Not only is the game rigged, like the esteemed comrade was just saying before, but it's not even broken. It's working perfectly as intended. It's doing exactly what it was intended to do in terms of keeping the left suppressed, keeping us engaged in horseshit dialogue on Twitter and never ever having any productive conversations. Electoralism is something that allows us to engage in that dialogue, though. I was volunteering for issue 24 here in Cleveland. Issue 24 was an issue to get a police oversight committee by citizens established in our community, so that when pigs kill one of our own, we have the opportunity to have civilians be the last one to say what kind of disciplinary measures should be in place. Now, is a citizens review board going to systemically change anything? Absolutely not. But did it give me an excuse to be at other working people's doors, to be able to have conversations with them, to be able to see where their head was, try to get connected with them in terms of what's going on in our community? Absolutely. So I didn't hesitate to jump on the chance, even though I don't support Justin Bibb, the young 34-year-old black man who ended up becoming mayor here. And even though I'm not a fan of the Democratic Party in general, my ideology is about helping working people where we at. Ideally, I would never have to engage with electoralism. But materially, the idea of disengaging from that totally is just leaving opportunity, because these fascists are going to go talk to voters. These Nazis are going to go talk to voters, and they'll even bring some of them over to their rancid ass ideology. So why would we leave an opportunity to talk to these people on the table? It just doesn't make any sense strategically or dialectically speaking.
Well said. Quaker, do you want to add to this conversation?
I probably am the worst person for any campaign to have on their hotline, because I'll go dig in deep with like the Republicans, because like we have like lots of things to share, the small businessmen, and we ended up in like great community by the end. It's like they're not going to vote for the person, but I'm like, I had a great conversation with you. So I do think getting out and talking to people, I've mentioned probably in the chats before, I'm interested in all of us just go out and door knocking, talking about our issues and just being in community with people. I think that's like, how we'll be able to flip people to important issues and get them involved in mutual aid and understanding where our priorities should be placed.
And this is kind of my take on this, and I explained this before, but a lot of you guys know I canvassed for Bernie Sanders. I quit my job to do that. I canvassed in multiple states, knocked on countless doors, but I have a lot of staunch and hard criticism of Bernie Sanders now. Now, when people ask me, do I regret doing that? My answer is still no. Still no. Because do you guys know how many people I got to be anti-capitalist during my time knocking on doors for Bernie Sanders? So what happened? I used that electoral chance as an opportunity to radicalize my neighbors. So when you ask me what I think the value of electoral politics, I think that's it. Like that's literally it. Like you can use it to help radicalize your neighbor. Like Zoya said, you can improve the quality of life for the most vulnerable people. And I think that's a pretty nuanced take to have on this conversation. I want to continue on this point. I want to get Jabir on here before we got like another 25 minutes here. I want to ask you more about your strategies about in terms of creating worker power, how we can challenge the system as we know it. Because this is the General Strike Summit, but I am not a fan of echo chambers, and I was not searching for people. I didn't like screen people like, yo, do you agree with General Strike? Oh shit, hopefully you get back in here. I talked to Zoya instead. Well, hopefully you get back. I talked to you guys instead. But I didn't like pick my guess. Like, I think he agrees with General Strike. I think they may not agree with General Strike. If you don't like even agree with General Strike, I would love to hear like alternatives, right? So I wanted to feature as many voices in trying to get the idea that we need direct action in general. So I'm glad we got Jabir in here. I want to direct this question to you. And the question is, what do you see the best way to attain worker power? I'll just talk to you from there.
Yeah, man, we're gonna need a hell of a lot more than 25 minutes to really delve deep.
I know. I gotta have you back on, man. Like I gotta invite so many of you guys back on because I would love to pick you guys' brain some more. So I would love to hear from you for the brief time we have here. But we've been in touch.
Sure. Yeah, we do be in touch. So the thing about building worker power is you have to like understand like what that means materially, so that people don't think of it as like this vague concept, like, oh, worker power, like that sounds good, but like what is it? So like when you go take a look at like the Soviet Union and how they were able to have a successful revolution that like got them from the old czarist era into the socialist era that was built via the NEP and all these other institutions. What ended up happening at the beginning of that was the old guard ingratiated themselves into every asset of society to the point where they were running society more or less as an alternative to what had been going on to that point, which was Tsarist Russia. So, they had the Soviet patrols, they were running things economically, they were running things industrially, and eventually when they were able to declare all power to the Soviets, that wasn't just a slogan, that was something that was true throughout every institution in their lives. And so what you have to then do is realize, well, where exactly is the class at right now? Where are the opportunities for building an alternative structures right now? Because you can't just build the structures. You can't just build community defense councils. You can't just build community kitchens. You can't just build all these different things that we need and then call that worker power. It still has to be joined to a program. But when you get people who intentionally take up leadership in all avenues of society, when you talk about getting people who, with socialist intent, struggle through the labor unions and eventually rise to leadership in the labor unions, when you start talking about sending socialists to emissary and training them up to be the religious leaders of tomorrow, to take over from the reactionary leadership that exists in those institutions today. When you start talking about, intentionally creating programs to get ourselves more Marxist and socialist bus drivers, more Marxist and socialist engineers. Basically, a program that runs our people through every asset of society, both the political and the industrial, join those together and then say, all power to the people. It won't be just a slogan. It'll be literally what's true in everybody's everyday life, because you're running every asset of day-to-day life, and that's what we don't have right now. So, at the moment, I'm engaged in working with the Huey P. Newton Gun Club Alpha Company here in Cleveland. I'm also engaged in working with the All African People's Revolutionary Party, and I'm on the program committee for that. I'm also engaged in trash pickup. I'm also engaged in going down to the food bank and feeding our community. I'm also engaged in getting other people connected into these institutions that we're trying to build as alternatives. But that's not just going to be it, because through the organizations that I represent, All African People's Revolutionary Party, and eventually reestablishing the Black Panther Party and having it take back power, will join those ideas to a program that is intentionally pushing forward the goals of decolonization and seizing the material wealth of society, so that we can all participate in the liberation of ourselves. But it's gonna start with a real analysis of what your community needs, getting that work, and wrestling the consciousness of our people away from any kind of reliance on the state at all, with them having the understanding that they don't need this pig state, they can literally rely on their community. So that's what we're missing right now. A program that develops these structures with the idea in mind of building toward revolutionary socialism and eventually communism. And when we get there, we'll accurately declare all power to the people, and there won't be able to be any doubt in anybody's mind whether or not that's true, because it just will be.
Well said, brother. And I know some people asking for that way you can find his Twitter. Like I said, we throw in this last second. That's why I don't have everyone like info in the description, but I want to make sure that you guys can find them, and I'll try to add that in afterwards. But do you guys have anything, Zoya, Quaker? I start with Zoya. Do you have anything you want to add to the conversation? We were talking about adding increasing worker power. You can add anything, like whether you want to connect it to mutual aid, anything that Jabir said himself. Anything you want to add, Zoya? I'll pass it to Quaker. I'm not sure what's going on with Zoya there, but Quaker, you want to take that question?
Yeah, I think it's amazing that we're being able to merge all of our efforts with today's needs, using the traditional, the forefather groups that we've had, and bring it all together with our modern needs. It's amazing. So I've been a follower and a moot of Jabari, so I think it's great to be here with you. And hearing that you're doing the trash pickups, Afeni was talking about that. Each one of our guests have been like talking about like doing these pedestrian things, just getting out there, doing that, and the community will see us and know that where our hearts are meant, and where we're doing the work. So it's great to be in community with you.
You too.
Everything you were saying is right on, and look at how many different things that he's involved in. A lot of people want to tackle global massive problems, and that's not always possible. But if we take responsibility for what we can do in our community and reach out and start getting involved, it's not going to be some massive instant change, but you will help people in real time with real needs. And that's how we build that sense of community amongst ourselves. Now, I was born and raised in USSR when it was still communist. So, I understand the difference in how we perceive society here and there, and I deeply miss it. Unfortunately, that country no longer exists, but if I had the choice to go back and live there, we had less material things, but we had community, we had connection. You knew your neighbors, you had free housing, healthcare, education, transportation. all basic human needs were provided. All food was instantly organic because there was no profit motive to mess with genetics or have yields or push things on consumers that ultimately poison them. There was a motive in keeping society productive, educated, and healthy. And if countries with far less resources are able to do it, then the United States is certainly able to do it as well. It's just a policy choice here to keep us trapped in poverty and exploit us. I've said this on another stream with you, but we really have to stop thinking that shelter, medicine, and food is something that must be earned, because we have the resources to make them guaranteed. And if that happens, unfortunately, the ruling class will not be able to force us into exploitive jobs. That is why we're denied these basics, and disenfranchised workers are at war with each other instead of the system. What I learned most in USSR was being connected to people, caring about people. Nobody struggled alone. People were raised to be strong and autonomous. And this is a huge issue I see in America, that we are taught helplessness, because a good consumer is someone that calls or pays for help and can't do anything for themselves. And that is why I don't have total faith in revolution. And I think that we should pursue change in any avenue possible until we are strong enough as a society. And like Afeni said yesterday, to decolonize your mind, I believe she said. That is the most important thing. In kindergarten in Russia, we were learning to sew. By first grade, I was walking myself to school and cooking my own food. We were learning algebra by the end of first grade. I didn't have to learn any new math in America until further on in my education. And it's not because we're brilliant. There's a reason that Soviets achieved so much and landed in space first and got so many Nobel Peace Prizes and accolades. It was just a mindset to believe in yourself, in your own power, in your own strength, to develop your autonomy, to rely on yourself. And that way you are a better contributing member to community. And those that cannot do for themselves are not perceived as weak, but they are your comrades who you have to be even stronger for, because no one is left behind in that society. And I really hope that we in America can step away from consumerism and thinking that happiness lies in material goods, and start remembering that the most precious things in life are things that cannot be bought. And stop selling yourselves and connect to each other.
Well said, Zoya. Well said. Do you guys have anything you want to add to that, Zabir? Quaker, you got anything you want to continue on that?
I would only quote what Zoya was saying a couple of weeks ago in one of the streams on Twitter. Is like, Zoya, I don't know if you recall, we were talking about like how our culture here is like training children to not be able to go to the park. Like 12-year-olds are, parents of 12-year-olds getting arrested for their kids going to the park when they're 12, and like we're being trained to be extremely controlled, whereas like kids like me and Gen X and older, like my parents didn't know where I was for days. Like we were just like all over the place. We were free range kids. So I just want to put that out there because I really appreciate the spaces that Zoya talks about. And
Yeah, we're gonna get a transition to JV disabilities panel here soon. One thing I want to say, because Zoya was talking about a lot of the background and the education that they have. One thing that caught my mind, you say they taught you algebra at what age?
End of first grade, they start introducing variable and equations. It's actually a really easy concept to grasp if you.
I've been learning a lot more about like what happened in the Soviet Union, and I would love to get Jabir here very shortly. Because I saw like there was obviously a few. We always can expect a few right wing trolls, obviously speaking ill on Marxism, even though they don't really know what it's about. And what did it say about our education system that we have one of the worst education systems in the world with the most money put into it, and they refuse to teach alternative ideologies. So a lot of these people I talk to who want to fearmonger, especially a lot of conservatives and liberal-minded people who want to fearmonger over Marxism, they can't even properly define it. They can't define it. And also, these same people, they want to ban teaching Marxism, and they want to ban teaching critical race theory in schools. This is the modern age book burning. And the reason why they want to ban teaching in schools is they're not confident that their system of capitalism, their system of Western chauvinism will upstand the battle of ideas. I want to get Jabir in here because we're probably going to wrap up. So this is, you can respond to what I said, what Zoya said, or give any last thoughts you want to. Jabir, always good to have you jump on here. I'm glad I know I just messaged you not too long ago, so you kind of just jump on here out of the middle of nowhere. So I appreciate that. This is him with no prep, guys. So I'm looking forward to have you on again one day.
Yeah, no, we'll work it out soon. So the thing is, because it's real important that you mentioned the point about them doing the erasure of our history when it comes to how they control what goes into the books in the first place. History really is, the story of class struggle, and as long as class society has existed, there has been class struggle, slavery itself being the first of ascendance of class society. Slave masters being one part of the slave being the other. And every time there has been a revolution, revolution necessarily means that there had to be an unseating of the old social order. And so learning about that and understanding what that means progressively, logically, ideologically, and materially necessarily means that capitalists understand their days are numbered. Because as history has shown us, typically speaking, old orders only get overthrown in the long run by a system that is even more progressive than the old order. Capitalism having materially more progressiveness to it than feudalism did. Feudalism being somewhat less oppressive than the old 10th and 11th century slave societies that would pop up all throughout the global South and the global North. And so when they don't put that stuff in the books, they're quite literally trying to make it so that you don't understand what is coming next in terms of agitation of the class toward solidarity, and then understanding that who you have to turn your energy toward in order to finally fight back, wage a violent struggle, and eventually get to the end of how history has gone to this point from the standpoint of abolishing class society and being able to finally have something that history says that isn't about class struggle. So that's why they don't put what they don't put in the history books. They don't want you understanding what the narrative has been over all the time that class society has existed. Because if you come to understand what the narrative has been, you might just find yourself joining a revolutionary socialist organization to get organized for what's coming. But whether they want to let us know it or not, the cat's out of the bag. Revolutionary socialism is the way. We will go forward. They killed Fred Hampton, but they didn't kill Fred Hampton's ideology, and we're going to make sure that they come to regret that mistake.
It's always great having you on. I think we're going to start the process of transferring over to the next show. Thank you for hopping on. Actually, I want to give you one last opportunity. Where can they find you? Where can they check you out, Jabir? Just as a reminder.
Oh yeah, they can find me at my Twitter handle. Marx is my nigga. They can find me in Cleveland, Ohio, organizing at a food pantry near you. So meet me down there.
Thank you, brother. It's always good to have you on. Hey, we got Liv in the house. Liv's gonna be on the next panel. I'm gonna pass it to you. I need a break. I've been on here almost all day. You guys will see me in about an hour. We're gonna have Jimmy Dore, Max Blumenthal on. I'll be joined with Sabrina Sabs. We're gonna talk about resisting establishment narratives, and we also gonna be continue to make the case for a general strike. So that's gonna be a great conversation. I'm gonna pass it to you, Liv. I can't wait to see what you guys have up. But I'm gonna take a quick break. And I think Quaker can stay on, right? I think this is gonna be a great conversation. I'll be watching you guys. Have a good one, guys. Take care.
I can hop off. I don't know. As you transition on.
No, Quaker, stay on, please. Stay on for a little bit, just for a second. I would love to I just want to say hello, please. Sonia, how's it going? Hey. I think we got a few minutes till the panel officially starts, JB. So I don't know if it's okay if we just cut in here, but I'm here from the Massachusetts nurses strike. I don't know how well you can hear me right now, but let me know if you can hear okay. It's a little windy out here, but I'm here with one of the nurses that are on strike, Lil, and I just wanted to let them have the microphone here, give them a little bit of voice here. So we're at St. Vincent's Hospital in Worcester, and these nurses have been on strike for 8 months now. This is the longest sustained nurses strike in our state history, and these nurses are just demanding better work, better staffing, better working conditions. Ever since the pandemic hit, the conditions have only gotten worse for them. In the time that a private for-profit corporation took over the hospital, and ever since then they took away their pensions, and now these nurses are just fighting for better conditions in the workplace, and not just for the nurses, but for their patients as well, and for the patient care. So if I could just have Lil come on and speak for just a second. She's just going to talk about what it is that they've been out here for, and what it is that they're demanding. So this is Lil. She's one of the nurses on strike here. And so Lil, if you can just talk and tell us, what's been going on here. What are you demanding here?
Well, we've been on strike for just about 8 months now, a little over 8 months. We originally came out on strike because of safe patient. We wanted safe patient staffing limits because it's been so unsafe now. Hospitals since before the pandemic, but the pandemic made it even worse. We don't have enough help. We didn't have enough equipment that worked properly to do our jobs. And now we thought we had come to an agreement in August that, the strike was settled. We kind of, we gave a little bit, they gave a little bit, we thought it was good. And then they told us that, 85% of us would get our jobs back, but the top 15% would not get their jobs back. So we refused that. We will not sign a contract until we are guaranteed our jobs back, because that's what we want. We're not going to go back. They want us, most of us that have these top jobs are older nurses. We're at the top 5 pay scales, and we have, we've earned these jobs. These are nice jobs. And they've hired some replacements for our jobs, and they refuse to take those replacements out of our jobs and give us our jobs back. Now, most of the replacements were people that crossed the picket line. They did not come out on strike. They wanted to stay in because they wanted to take care of their patients. And a lot of those people work in the emergency room, so they left the emergency room and took our jobs. So we continue to be on strike until we get our job back. And our CEO refuses to do that. And we refuse to go back in without all of us going back in. We're all going in together, or else we're not going back in.
Is there anywhere that people can support you? Do you have any kind of fundraising, mutual aid fund, anything?
We have a strike fund. It's M&A, St. Vincent Hospital Nurses Strike Fund. You could get on the site, and we appreciate donations.
Yeah, we'll get that link up, and we'll get the link up and share it in the chat and in the description, hopefully, so that everyone can go and support, do whatever you can, even if it's $1, $5, whatever you have. It helps these courageous workers continue to stay out here and do this important, vital work.
We've gotten a lot of community support. We've gotten a lot of actually support from representatives, our mayor. We have not yet had any support from our governor or the assistant governor. I think that's what you call her. They were actually here last week. In the hospital at another event, and they could have easily came over to see us on our picket line, but they chose not to, which was very disappointing. But it is what it is. We have a lot of good people on our side. We have people out here today and every day from other unions supporting us, which really means a lot to us. But we just want to go back to our job. We are tired. We were willing to go back months ago, but they refused to meet our demands, and the only demand we have is that we return to our jobs. That's usually what happens in a strike. You go on strike, you go back to your job, and I really truly believe in my heart that lost our union. They don't want to have a union, and I don't know. I guess they don't have unions. I don't really know. But
and the reason she has Texas is because the corporation that owns this hospital is not based in Massachusetts, it's based in Dallas, Texas. Okay, so they have nothing. This doesn't affect any of their family, their friends, or them.
No, it doesn't. And I'm really tired. I wanted to retire in another year and a half, well, 2 years when we were on strike, but now I have a year and a half left. If it goes on any longer, I'll just retire, I guess. I don't know. But it's been rough. But we're staying strong. We're hanging in there. A lot of people have gotten temporary jobs, especially the younger nurses. They've gotten temporary jobs, and you know what? They're making more money than they were making in other hospitals, and they're getting treated so much better. I mean, like we work in there, and you feel like, we're educated nurses. We feel like we're treated like dirt. There's no appreciation at all for what we do. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody else who could do what we do, and nobody else wants to. I have 8 sisters, and none of them want to be a nurse. It's just a crazy time right now.
Thank you so much, though. Really, thank you so much. And we're gonna talk to some of the union organizers as well. And so I'll be back. I'm gonna mute myself here, but I can jump back on if you want soon with one of the union organizers as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Kamali, for that on the ground reporting. We appreciate it, and we'll see you back in a little bit. Okay, so let me add as well the other members for this panel as well. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Disability Panel, Part 1 on the General Strike Summit. We had a bit of a preview last night, which we actually talked about some of the things that those of us who are disabled have to deal with and why it is important for us to have a general strike and how those of us who are disabled can be included as well. I'd like to introduce everyone as well. Some people who have been returning, and we have people who have been part of the General Strike Summit earlier. And we have some that haven't been part of it yet, but they are friends to the show. So first, I like to introduce, let me see, Liv Romano. She is also the co-host of Straight Outta Politics with CJ. So she is going to be with us. You have Bess, who is the host of Millennial Explained, and she's also on the INN, the Independent News Network. So it's lovely to have you as well. We have Joe Cherry, who is a disability rights advocate, and she has been on our disability panel a few months back, and I am very happy to have you back with us, Joe. Savage Joy, my homie. So lovely to have you. Of course, you know Savage Joy. She has her own podcast, and she's also on the Populist Voice Network. So it's lovely to have you. And also Michelle. Michelle is also part of the Red Berets, which was joining us last evening, and we are very happy to have you. So good to have you all. How are you all doing today? And I'm sorry. We also have Zoya and Quaker Socialists that are staying on to also discuss this as well. So one of the first things that I actually wanted to get into, and this is, I want to kind of touch on the point that you wanted to make first, Joe, because you yourself aren't disabled, but can you explain your situation and how this can help people have more of a grasp on seeing a possibility for a general strike from more like 30,000 feet?
Yeah, certainly. As Jay said, I'm not a person with the disability, but I am a person who takes care of a person with a disability. My son Anthony is 21. He has cerebral palsy, speech impairment, motor skill development issues. He's partially hearing impaired, and so I've been taking care of him pretty much by myself since he was born. And I am in a position where we don't have any home and community-based supports because our home and community-based supports were wrongfully terminated 3 years ago by Amerigroup, which is one of the MCOs within CanCare, the now privatized Medicaid system here in Kansas. Their reasoning for termination of our services was due to non-use. The reason we were not using our hours was because we were getting crappy care attendants. We're not being properly screened. We can only screen so much through, from a personal perspective. I don't have access to a lot of the other background check tools that agencies do. So, I kind of thought I was hiring decent people, but apparently I wasn't. So anyway, they terminated our services. We've been fighting for 3 to 4 years to get back on the home and community-based supports waiver. And, I soon found out that the CanCare Oversight Committee here in Kansas, in the Kansas State Legislature, does not serve to provide oversight to help people like our family. It actually serves to provide oversight to make sure that the insurance companies are realizing profits for the state, and the legislators and the insurance companies can mutually benefit from each other. Earlier this year, I went on a little fact-finding mission of sorts, and I found out that there's 16 Democratic state legislators that are taking money from the insurance companies within the state Medicaid system to the tune of $40,000 total. And so, I can't strike because if I strike, there's nobody to take care of my son. But somebody needs, I appreciate the people that are out there that are striking for us and helping, trying to get something happening for us. I can't work because I don't have anybody to take care of him while I'm working. The last time I had a job and thankfully it was part-time, and it was with 2 ladies. They also had kids, and one of the ladies has a kid that has special needs like I do, and she was okay if I needed to take off. But one of the jobs that I had years and years ago, if I took off too much, I lost my job. So, there are so many things that caregivers of people with disabilities are not being able to have access to. And we all talk about, a living wage and this, that, and everything else. People with disabilities are still legally able to be paid, or it's still legal to pay people with disabilities a sub-minimum wage in the United States, in 47 states in the Union, including Kansas. In Kansas, the language for the subminimum wage in the statute has not changed since 1978.
Wow.
I was 6 years old in 1978, to give you some context to how long this has been going on. Kansas wants to pass a $5,000 tax credit to businesses to hire people with disabilities because they think it will incentivize people with disabilities to come and work for them. No, you're wanting to get a tax break off the back of people with disabilities while still being legally able to pay them a subminimum wage. So you're double dipping off of the backs of people with disabilities in the state of Kansas, and that is wrong. If you want the tax breaks, then you should make a commitment, an agreement to pay the people that you hire an actual living wage. Period. Or you don't get the tax breaks.
Thank
you.
Wow.
That's kind of where my family's at. We're stuck between a rock and a hard spot. And to make matters worse, my son was attacked in June here in Topeka while waiting for a bus by a guy who just decided he was going to up and punch my son in the face and run off. And if we would have had a care attendant, this attack might not have happened. So I blame this attack on and the situation that we're in with this. I blame this on the state of Kansas. And also,
Wow.
So I am live on YouTube. Knock it off.
I got you. Look, that is a very good point. You know what? This is something that a lot of people don't talk about, is that because we also want to include solidarity with caretakers as well. Some of us are caretakers, maybe our parents, they may be our spouses, they may be our siblings, they may be even friends, but they also deserve this as well. I wanted to just go around and start off with Bess. If you can explain your story just a little bit, and then explain one of the reasons why you think I'm actually, you know what? Can you explain about the craft strike as well? Because I know it was talked about a little bit last night, but I want it to be, expounded upon a little bit more here as well. So your story as well as the craft strike.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, and solidarity with Michelle, who was on last night's stream with me for the Red Berets, and hey to Joy, and hey to everyone. It's great to meet. It's great to meet you guys in person, because I follow all of you online, I think. So anyway, so yes, hi. I'm Bess Godin from Millennial Splaining Podcast. I have had I've had experience as a caretaker and as somebody with a disability. So my parents were both diagnosed with cancer when I was in the middle of college, and then right after I graduated, and then pretty much like very quickly after they were diagnosed, they just degraded and then passed away. I was the primary caretaker for my father, and then after that, I was left with his father, my grandfather, who had heart problems and then slowly developed dementia over the years. So I was his caretaker as well. At no point did I receive any government assistance for my work as their caretaker, and I really could have used it at a few points for sure. Especially when I was in New York and I was going back and forth during my master's program to see my grandpa on the weekends to try to take care of him and still hold down my 2 internships and the school I was going to, and it just broke me. And I had to move in with him in his 1-bedroom apartment and sleep on his couch for a year. And we could not afford private health care. His doctors would not, qualify him to need, full-time care. There was some kind of like prescription that they wouldn't give him, because every time we went to the doctors, he was able to put on a good face. And that's, that's common with people with dementia, is that they, they can hold it together sometimes. And then, when the sun goes down, that's when the fun starts. So, so I took care of him for several years until he finally passed away in 2015. And I had been through several situations. I was also, in housing. I had gone hungry at one point. And so I have just like trauma. So I have pretty severe PTSD. I get pretty bad panic attacks. And I'm on a considerable amount of medication for that. It is not fun having to take days off of work for that, because most employers don't understand. And I'm very fortunate to now be employed as a caretaker for a girl who has cerebral palsy, is 22, and she's in a wheelchair and she's nonverbal. So they are very understanding with me and my needs, thank goodness. But every other situation I've been in has been an absolute nightmare with these issues. Not only just, the days that I needed to take care of myself, but that I take care of my family as well. Oh, yeah. And on top of that, I had a back surgery about 4 years ago. So I'm a hot mess. Essentially, I cannot, although I did recently go to Care for All March and make a speech, I couldn't actually march that day. I was just sitting on the corner waiting for the speeches part to happen. And even that month just ruined my back. My PTSD was, I needed a whole other day just to recover. I did what I could, and it was really awesome, and I'm glad that I did it. But at the same time, I have been really focused on ways that I can contribute online, because to me, I did theater for a long time. I did theater since I was 8 years old. I had been in front of audiences since I was 8 years old. When I developed PTSD, I couldn't do that anymore. And this is my way of getting back out there. This is my way of giving back. So, I wanted other ways to uplift people. And so connecting this to Craft Strike, my other side hustle is that I'm also an artist and a crafter. And I wanted ways where artists can start contributing without actually, making like sidewalk displays and stuff like that. Because when you do that, artists really have to donate their time and money and effort to do that, right? But there are ways that we can do that, and then they can get something back for it. And I think that one of the greatest things that we can do, and the easiest things that we can do, is those artists who offer I would like it to be focused around Black roses, and I'll talk about that in a second. But I would love artists who would offer proceeds from one of their items to go to mutual aid, to go to some kind of related general strike, hashtag craft strike. Thanks, Robin. Some kind of strike fund. Okay, so if you can show us that you have that item in your shop and that you're willing to make those donations, then go to on Twitter, Artists on Strike, and DM me, and we will uplift you, and we will uplift you and the organization that you donate to. And in this way, I want recruits. So here's Craft Strike. I want people not only who craft. I want people not only who are in mutual aid organizations. I need you. I need people who have the capability to tweet endlessly. I need people who have the capability to talk to a bunch of people, word of mouth, anything, and to spread these organizations and to spread the message of solidarity. We are, we are the only way.
Just 1 second. Somebody has. Oh, okay. All right. Somebody had some background noise. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry
so
about
I'll
that.
wrap up. I don't want to take too much time on this, but so my idea is that, my idea is two-pronged, that the way that we beat the algorithm is by spreading this amongst each other, by lifting each other up, and then also by hopefully infiltrating mainstream fashion and media, because where do they look for inspiration? Where do they find what's cool and happening these days? They look at what's indie, they look at what's going on, right? So if we sort of kind of give ourselves a brand, because this is what I said before, the general strike is not going to be just a day. It's not going to be just a week. It has to be a movement. We are building a general strike movement because what we are fighting for is too large otherwise. So that means that we have to build a community amongst ourselves, that we don't have to depend on the network of corporate industries anymore, right? So that idea can be, sort of branded into something that's cool. And I chose black roses. I think are pretty awesome, and they have a cool history. And I am selling crocheted black roses on my Etsy shop, and I'm going to be donating the proceeds split between Rome's Tour for the Poor, Afeni's Freedom Fighters DC, and the Red Berets as well. So if you are interested in donating to them, please check out My Black Rose. And if you are an artist, or if you are somebody who likes to tweet about art, who wants to spread the message, please contact me. I want to create DM groups, and this is definitely a decentralized, crowdsourced movement where I want us all to be lifting each other up. This is the only way we can fight corporate money, is by using each other. So thank you. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Bess. I want to go next to Joy. This is your first time, if I'm correct, on the General Strike Summit.
Yes, I will be on tomorrow as well. But yeah, it's my first time.
Okay. So if you can, please, if you can, and I know you went over your story many times, but just to give just a little bit of a refresher to everyone who's watching about your particular story, as well as why you feel that a general strike is necessary.
For those who don't know, I was the disabled speaker at Force the Vote, and that we had 123,000 views, and with that, it was the absolute first time I ever shared my story publicly. And I had so many people reach out to me to share their stories. So I'm not special in that regard. Now, with that, I also had people reach out to me from Denmark and Germany who have a similar condition, who have all of their treatments I was fighting for completely paid for. So I digress. So a little less than 2 years ago, I woke up without any sight. It was completely unexpected. There was no precursor, whatever. I mean, I've always worn glasses for over 40 years, but I mean, I woke up with out sight. So, I thought I was still asleep. I didn't know what was going on. I had my husband bring me to the emergency room, and it was there that I was diagnosed with something incredibly rare called myopic degeneration. And what that means is essentially fluid forms behind the eyes, and you can no longer see through the retina, what have you. So I was in denial. I was like, whatever, I'm just going to go to sleep. I'll wake up tomorrow. My eyes are going to be fine. And then that was when I was told, it's permanent and you will never get your sight back. It will actually be progressively worse. I was still in denial. I'm 40 years old at this point. How do you just wake up one day and, suddenly not be able to see? So I think one of the things I want people to understand is that when you become disabled, it's very much like a grieving process. Like you go through the process of acceptance, denial, bargaining, all those things. And I'll be damned if I was going to accept it. So I just kept working. And I would go there and I would put my keyboard literally like this at my face. And then when I would hear footsteps, I'd be like, so I tried to keep my job. I kept it for a few months after I was diagnosed. And then finally they're like, okay, yeah, something's going on. You went from like 55 words per minute to typing like 20 with mistakes. So what's going on? At that point, I had about 30% of sight, which I would love to have right now. But I thought that was devastating, of course. It got to the point where I started to need treatments. I started needing eye injections. And I know that's bad, but it's a million times worse to go through it than to hear about it. Each eye injection was over $12,000 a piece, each eye, and it was every 30 days. So you're talking over $24,000 every month. And it's, I'm working a temp job in an office. Like, obviously I can't afford that. I had insurance, but they're saying, this is so rare, we don't know that it's medically necessary. So I tell my specialist, I said, is this some kind of kink I don't know about? Who the hell would choose to get eye injections unless they needed to? So I fought and fought and fought and fought. And during that time, my eyes got even worse. By the time they finally approved it, they were still over $1,000 every 30 days with insurance that I pay for every month. But it was either that or it progresses even faster. And when you're told you have a little sight left, you're going to try and prolong that. Trust me, like, even if it's over $1,000 a month, you're going to just put it on a charge card because you want to savor whatever you have as long as you have. And it got to the point where the first time I ever called myself disabled was on the Force the Vote town hall. And finally I was like, you know what? My sight's not coming back. And I applied for disability, which was pure hell. Trying to accept it was incredibly hard. Doing things like that I did so, just thoughtlessly for 40 years. Like, I need my husband to help me plug in my phone charger. And I need him to help me put a pen cap on. And I've done a show for 4.5 years and I need someone to sit on the back end and help me because I can't do it myself anymore. So with disabilities, it is a whole kind of trauma, not to negate people who have dealt with it their whole life, but to suddenly become disabled, that is a trauma. I cannot put into words. And I know people stare at me when I use my cane, and I know I still deal with ableism every single day on Twitter. I have people making fun of me, making jokes about how I can't see. And you start learning just how ugly people can be. Because while you're trying to get through this trauma, you are also surrounded by people who just don't care and don't even try to understand. And I have noticed ableism within family, within friends I've known for years. you have to have like a babysitter all of a sudden. If I go to the movies, now I need my friend to walk me to the bathroom. Like, if you're enjoying the movie, sorry, gotta walk me to the bathroom because I gotta pee. Like, you lose all independence, all of it. And you feel like a complete burden. You cannot drive. You cannot I can no longer take public transportation. One of the worst things I've experienced is when you're trying to call your insurance company, fighting them 24/7, and you have to punch in the numbers of your insurance card. I can't see them. So I'll try and try and try, and it'll keep hanging up on me. Then when I finally get a person, they tell me go online. I can't. So, and I ordered one of my prescription devices. Thank you, Marianne Williamson, for doing a fundraiser for me. I love you so much. When I finally got the devices I needed, they had captchas or whatever the hell they're called to check out, to buy prescription devices for the blind. You had to go in and pick pictures with stupid like road signs and shit. Like, are you kidding me? So even these websites that are designed for blind people are not accessible. So every day it's a reminder. Every day is going to get the mail and needing a cane and tripping over the sidewalk and things like that. I mean, so many of us deal with things that I don't think people can possibly comprehend. And quite frankly, a lot of people don't try to. There's a lot of, words like, what are you, blind? Like implying people are ignorant, implying people are stupid by calling them blind. I don't want to take up a ton of time. There's so much I could talk about, but just to give people perspective of what it's like to all of a sudden become disabled. And with that becomes crippling depression and crippling anxiety and not wanting to get out of bed in the morning, hoping you don't wake up.
Yeah.
All of it comes together. And a trigger warning for people. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to get this upset. But it's something I guess part of me still hasn't accepted.
Yeah.
So that's part of the process. I guess I'm just still going to have to keep trying to work on. But I appreciate you having me so much, Jay. We did another panel together, and it was incredible, the disability panel. I wish more indie media would do things like this, because disabled people deserve to have a voice, and so often we are overlooked. So I appreciate you doing this, and I appreciate you asking me to join.
And Joy's correct. At any time in our lives, any one of us can become disabled.
Actually, one of us. It's interesting, and I hope, Joy, you don't take this as a slight at all. I'm just trying to make a point. Most people have, because disability is more of a spectrum. Most people who don't think they're disabled are actually disabled. If you wear glasses, you have a disability.
It's a prosthetic.
It's a prosthetic that you use in order to help you see. You're partially disabled. See what I mean? So the thing is that we all need to come together and realize that there's a lot more intersectionality with disability than we think. Right? I also want to go to Michelle. Hello, thank you, Michelle from Red Berets, for joining us. I know you spoke about some of your difficulties last night, but if you can just do a quick rundown of it and also place in there what you feel is one of the reasons why we need a general strike, and to include people like us who are disabled.
Okay. My name is Michelle DeVilliers. I'm originally from Texas, grew up in a very traditional Southern family. So it's hard for me in this moment to talk about myself. I'd really like to touch on something that I watched the follow-up that you did yesterday. I didn't watch it in real time, but I watched it this morning. And that prompted me to want to say something today. And it was about where you talked about disabilities and all of the things that I listed that I can do. Not everybody can do all of those physical things. And you brought up a most excellent point that I was trying to make and got just distracted in my own head. It's about connection. It's about building community. That's really what I'm here for. We all have abilities, whether they're physical abilities or mental abilities. There are things that every person has to offer society. Every person, everyone. You have something to offer.
Yes.
And we need to make those connections. What do I have to offer? What do I need? Because we all need something. As well as we have something to offer, we all have needs. And our society has been structured on this it's sort of I don't want to say a duopoly. It's like ends of the spectrum. We all want to be the same. We all want to fit in. We all want to belong. But at the same time, we want to be recognized as an individual with individual talent or an exceptional ability.
Yeah.
And when those things come into play, that's where the hierarchy gets built in. That's where you start wanting to say, I'm better. And we need to stop saying better. I'm better. I have more. All of these things. And I'm first. If I hear America first one more time, I swear I'm going to turn around and vomit on the shoes of the person that said it. Because there should, sometimes there has to be someone that goes first, but that doesn't mean you're more entitled, and that doesn't mean you're better. It just means you were the first one to get there, and you turn around and you reach out your hand and you bring someone along with you, because we should all go together. It shouldn't be someone first.
Yeah.
And that's why I think the general strike is going to be uniquely suited to help people with disabilities, and for people with disabilities to actually lead it. Because if you're not in the actual system where you work a day-to-day job, if you don't have that privilege, and I will call that in some ways a privilege, you have time. And with that time, you can take all of the talents that you have that are unique, that aren't profitable to the system in general, and you can use them to dismantle that system. Like you talk about electoralism. I belong to the Democratic Party, but I loathe the Democratic Party, and I am in there to work to change it, and completely change it or dismantle it. I really think at this point we're going to have to dismantle the system. And when we do that, we're going to need people like the group of us with disabilities that have insights and connections, and we know how to care for each other, and we know what other people need because we need to. And we've seen where the system has shortchanged us. We have insights. we're going to be able to say, let's form our own community, whether it's a broad community or just a family.
Yeah.
I'm, like I said the other day, I'm homeless, basically homeless. I guess you would call it homeless. And there's so much shame to saying that.
Yeah.
Savage Joy, there's so much shame to saying you're disabled. And even within our disabled community, I can feel tensions that are there, that are existing, competitions. Oh, my disability is worse than your disability. We've got to stop that shit. We've got to stop competing with each other and trying to take from each other. Just because I want what you have doesn't mean I want to take it from you. It doesn't mean you don't still have it. It just means I want to have it too. And why should I not? Because it makes you feel more important to me that you have it and I don't. That's really an ugly thing to say about yourself, if you want to sit back and think about. And that's what I've been doing, because with my history and my background, I grew up very privileged. I grew up white. I grew up in the South. I grew up very racist, in a very racist family. I grew up thinking it was cute to say, oh, I'm an elitist, because I had the opportunity to get massive education. I didn't have to go to school. I never thought I was going to have to go to school. All of the people like me who think, are used to think, and were taught, I mean, complete indoctrination. I'm better. I'm better than you, because that's got to stop. That's got to stop, and it's got to stop now, because that will tear our society apart. And that's what the oligarchs are counting on. They're counting on turning us against one another. My organization is more important because my issue is more important. No, it's not. They're all connected. They all have value. We're in jeopardy on all of the fronts. And Laura Fielding said it so well when she said, fight on all fronts. We need to do that. The other little thing that I wanted to contribute is, I think with crafts and arts, the whole point of it is symbology. And throughout history, symbology has led revolutions, has people rally around a symbol, whether it was, and this is so funny, the American flag that Betsy Ross was the one that sewed. I don't know the correct term there. No, she didn't. She didn't do that. She didn't do that at all. But it was something that we did rally around. There were things like Lincoln insisted that the Capitol Dome be finished during the Civil War, because he saw the importance of the symbology of that, and that it represented America. There are so many things that we can talk about. Symbols, the red berets, black berets. They all are a statement, and they can all bring us together. And crafting can lead the revolution. And I think that's where we're going. And this general strike is it's a test for what's to come. Because where are we going to go at the end of this? We're not going to sit still. We're not going to stop, are we? I'm not. I'm going to be out there. I've got ideas about yarn bombing. We can take our symbols and we can put them out and display, and that will bring people to come and say, what is this strange thing that you're doing? And they may not listen to us because we have disabilities and we're out there with signs, and they say, oh, you're just wanting attention for yourself. This is another way through art to ask people, for people to come in and ask us, what are we doing? What are you doing? And that's how you draw them in without them even knowing what's going on. That's kind of all I had to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have Kamali right now. I think he has a nurse, a union nurse that is also protesting that he wanted to bring in. Kamali, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Kamali?
I'm going to text him. I'm going to text him right now. Just a second.
Okay. Kamali, can you...
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm here with one of the union organizers for the Massachusetts Nurses Association. Sorry, and his name's Bill, and I think that he would love to talk. And I've just been talking to him for a little bit here, and his what he's saying is amazing and definitely falls right in line with what we constantly talk about on our shows. So I'm gonna put Bill on here. Bill is an organizer for the Massachusetts Nurses.
I'm not an organizer. Okay. I'm a negotiator with the bargaining unit of St. Vincent's Hospital here in Worcester. I was one of the early ones to try to get them to unionize back in 1998 was when we said, it was the third time around that we tried to get a union into St. Vincent's, a Catholic hospital at the time. And then when we got sold to a Fallon Clinic first, which is was a nonprofit organization run by doctors. They raped and pillaged us and then sold us to a for-profit Orenda back in 1999, maybe. And then Orenda sold it to Tenon Healthcare Corporation out of Santa Barbara, California at the time. And then we knew as nurses, we're in trouble here. They're going to outsource. They're already outsourcing part of the institution, engineering and all that other housekeeping. So if we don't do something now, we're in big trouble. So we did organize and we got them in finally. And then jumping forward, we were on strike for 49 days. We beat them back then with the help of politicians, with other labor unions that were out here all the time. And that was 2000, folks. And then fast forward quickly to where we are now and what's happened since the Trump administration. And you could see it because everywhere, the entire cabinet was made up of billionaires. And if you didn't get it then, I mean, we did, as far as me as a nurse and my wife who's a teacher, a special ed teacher, if we're not seeing that it's for-profit corporatization of education, healthcare, you name it, all the way down the line, we're screwed if we don't do something. So we end up going on strike because of safe staffing and proper PPE equipment, and then furloughing in the middle of a pandemic. They furloughed over 100 nurses. Wow. And they said they could collect unemployment. Tenants saved money, and we said we're in big trouble. We're gonna have to strike. And so doesn't it come down in March? We did call for a strike. And now you're talking, I think we're 256 days. I can't even remember.
Longest strike
in Massachusetts history. And anyway, so I was just telling your colleagues here that I said, I don't know if I'm really the one to talk right now because I'm so angry. And I'm angry I'm a Democrat, predominantly my whole life. And I told some of the local Democrats here that I said, I'm not voting Democrat coming 2022, 2024. I'm going to vote socialist. I'm going to vote Green Party. I am done with the so-called, we're here I have some great people, Senator Markey, Senator Warren, and Jim McGovern, who I respect deeply. I know Jim from way back, and he is a fighter for all people, red, blue, anything. He goes to bat for everybody. But I am just finding it hard that you can't find, we've had sentinel events in this hospital, meaning deaths or maiming of people. And you can't tell me that we cannot, as politicians, a group, come down on them and say, we're going to shut this hospital down by DPH standards. I don't get it. So it's almost like the nurses out here right now, like they got pockets, deep pockets, and they're giving it to the politicians as well. At least it looks that way to us. I mean, I don't think there's a cash in hand, but they know that they've got lobbyists. So if election comes up next year, he's got to get reelected or she has to get reelected. It's just that I'm so angry that between them and now, we're out here for those many days and we do get help from a lot of unions, but it's sporadic. But it's like I was just telling you folks here, I said, we're on the hill now. And if we die on this hill, you die with us. And I mean every labor union. I'm talking about nurses unions or hospitals. I'm talking about every one of us die. And we just need to come together. And I don't know how to do that. It's not going to be an Arab Spring like we saw in the Middle East. I don't mean by bringing guns and violence in the sense of January 6th as well. I'm talking about collectively as human beings who are workers in this country, we are screwed. Our children are screwed. My wife and I, she's a teacher. I'm a nurse. I'm going to be retiring when this is done. I'm that old. But the fight continues. You know, the dream lives on.
Yeah.
As Ted Kennedy and Robert Kennedy said. You know, but I mean, no, really. And I'm sort of a romantic in that respect. But I believe in the greater good. I just happen to believe in God. And I think that we all on this earth to do good for our fellow man and women. And that's what we're here to do. And at the end of the day, we pass the torch on to the next generation. That's basically what I have to say.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bill. Thank you.
And thank you. Thanks for taking your time up for this Saturday.
Does anyone have any questions for Bill or anything like that?
Yeah, Mr. Bill, my name is James. Nice to meet you. It's very nice to meet you. Nice to have you with us here. We're right now hosting a general strike summit, and one of the things that we're talking about is the necessity for a Okay, technical difficulties. I see Joy's face.
He'll be back.
Your voice said it all. Oh my. Oh my God, I love all of you so much. Oh, your faces just was like.
Man on the street is down. What happened?
Look, what he was saying was so fired that we just burned it down. That's all that happened. Look, while they get back, I just wanted to bring in Quaker Socialist Zoya and Josana into the conversation as well. Liv, did I ever? No, I wasn't. I was supposed to meant to get to you as well, Liv. I'm sorry, but excuse me, the four of you. I wanted you all to chime in as well because we've been speaking about how those of us who are disabled or those of us who are caretakers have been made invisible, and how many of us can contribute to a general strike summit, how we can contribute to the general strike while including those of us disabled. Do you wish to chime on that, any of you?
Well, I'll jump in. And I know that so many of us have different places where we're coming from, and what we have the space to be able to do. There's a lot of behind the scenes work that is instrumental, and we need to really elevate and make sure that we make people feel that everything is important. I know people will say, like, on the strike line, I'm doing the hard things, and it's like, but the people who feed the strike line, people who get the people to the strike line, like, we always find.
Are we back in?
Just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Sorry, Quaker. Can we just let him go real quick? So sorry for that. Go ahead, Kamala.
All right, so here's Bill again. Sorry about that. So JB, ask your question.
Oh, I was asking about do you think the idea of a general strike for all workers across the nation to come together is appropriate to make the changes within our system?
James, I think that's a great question. And I was just talking about this to your colleagues about my wife is a Mass Teachers Association member. And back then, when the pandemic hit, there was underlying talk about should we call for a generalized statewide strike. And that never came to fruition because you have to get 110,000 teachers to come on board. I would love to see that happen. I think, we have to have an Arab Spring here in this country, like I said, without that kind of violence. But I don't see how we can't. I think, James, I would be all for that. I just don't know how we're going to get that right now. But clearly, I think Mr. Biden and the Democrats, with the exception of the 6 that voted against that bill, against the passage, I go, they get it. Those women get it. And I go, I think that I think that's something that we should talk about seriously in the near future before the 2024 election, if not sooner, the 2022. I mean, that's a big undertaking, James, but I'm all in for it. I would love to see it, sir.
Yeah, I'd just like to let you know that one of the striking workers during the Kellogg protest actually vocally said the same thing that you did. So there is solidarity across the country.
Yeah, but to get that globally like that, not globally, but nationally, that's going to be the key. But I think that as long as we can keep getting this out, I mean, our strike will come to an end, hopefully sooner than later. But just the idea that there's other unions striking now, what is that saying to us as a nation? And then you listen to the politicians go on and try to make the backdoor deals. I think we're done. I think we're done with that now. We have to be honest with one another and say the greater good of the people of this country, and then go to the world for that matter. Yeah, that's what I think. But I'm all in, buddy.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. I appreciate.
You're very kind. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me see.
Like super quick, like just one sentence.
Sure.
I think we need to be careful. You know, a lot of people are saying workers' strike and stuff. There's a lot of people right here who literally can't work.
Yeah.
So I think we need to make it very clear that, you know, workers and non-workers. So be that disabled, caretakers, elderly, retired. This general strike literally means everyone.
General.
So I think we want to be.
We are striking because we are not going to serve the system anymore. Because even the people that are right here that cannot work, in some ways, they are serving the system that feeds billionaires out of our own blood and soul, out of our own joy. So this is the general strike for the people in the world that said is enough. Enough of this imperialistic system that the U.S. is imposing on all of us.
Yeah.
Can I say something about the workers part of that?
Sure.
Yesterday when I was talking, I was saying, if you think I'm over 60 and Southern, so very weirdly patriarchally traditional. My father said, my wife and my daughters will never work. That was really, really an ugly thing to say, because we did work. We didn't get paid, but we worked. Women work, and women's work is devalued.
Definitely.
And if women went on strike within the home, oh yeah. So maybe y'all could talk about that a little bit.
You're giving some ideas. I wish we could, but we're literally have to transition into the next hour. So we're reaching the end, and I really wanted to get some more of your thoughts. There was a lot going on for this hour, and so I wanted to get more of Liv and Zoya and Quaker's takes on this. And maybe we can do another. I would like to do another stream on disability in the near future, if we can. And I would like to invite all of you back so that we can have a deeper discussion and make it more nuanced, because I think this is extremely important. But we are getting ready to transition where Nick is going to be speaking with Jimmy Dore. And so we're going to be transitioning into that as well.
So really quick before we cut off, I'll be super fast. First of all, I love all of you. Thank you so much for being here and sharing with us. I sent you some images, JB. If we
yes.
Get those up on the screen.
Sure. Yeah.
This is just information I wanted to get out to the many people watching this. There are programs in place that exist that hospitals will not tell you about, that allow you to get free healthcare. It's federally mandated. Unfortunately, they will take advantage and often bill people who are qualified for the free financial aid. So these are just screen grabs. You guys can research more on how to get the hospitals to pay your bills. It's not always going to be possible for everybody, but especially if you're low income, I have gone care like that for many, many, many people. So I just wanted to throw some attention on that. There's 2 screenshots. Federal law requires nonprofit hospitals to pay for, I was going to read it. Free or discounted care to people with limited means in exchange for maintaining their tax exempt status. And then there's a second screenshot if you have it.
Yep, I got it.
California law is stronger than federal law establishing financial aid eligibility criteria for charity care that apply to all hospitals, not just nonprofits. But that doesn't mean all hospitals are eager to extend a helping hand. A lot of people who think they won't qualify actually do, but the hospitals don't tell them. So please look into this. This is a California bill. There's many programs statewide. Look up what's going on in your state, and there are federal programs, and get your free health care if you can. Thank you. I pass the mic. Love you all.
Thank you so much, Zoya. Thank you so much to everyone who is in here. And we are passing it off to Nick.
Can I just real quick tell people that if you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm Wildheart4VR on Twitter. I would love it if you guys would follow me over there.
Okay, great. And so and Bess, where can I find you?
You can find me at malensplain.com, 2 L's, or Malensplain on Twitter. I have a YouTube channel. I have a podcast. And thank you so much for having me on. This has been wonderful.
All right. Thank you. Michelle, where can I find you?
I'm Michelle DeVillage, sort of a take on my name on Twitter. I'm Michelle DeVilliers on Facebook, which I don't do very much anymore. I can be kind of hard to get in touch with. The best way to get in touch with me would either be through the Red Berets with Laura Fielding or through Jason Call, who offers me a place to stay. And thank him very much. And thank you for letting me have something to say here. I appreciate being able to clarify a couple of points.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. You see, Joy, where can I find you? Sorry, I'm just trying to remember.
If you guys finish speaking, I need people to drop so we can get our guests in here. By the way, so if you guys have none, if you guys are sure, we gotta get going. So.
Mm-hmm.
Solidarity. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much. So Joy, where can I find you?
At Savage Joy Marie 1, and shows Savage Joy Marie Man and Populous Voice Network.
All right. Thank you so much. And all right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you. Thanks for having you. And I'll see you tomorrow, Joy, on your panel at 2 p.m. All right.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Much love, everyone.
Bye. Okay. Also, Bess wanted to say hello to Max and Jimmy before she left, but they're not in at the moment. Yeah, so I'm going to be heading out for the rest of the day. Well, until 4 p.m. I'll be back in an hour. So I will see you guys in that time.
Good job, JB, man. Like, this is the concept we need to keep doing. I wanted to see more of those disability panels. Mm-hmm. This is the concept that's not being talked about by a lot of main news sources. So thank you. Keep up the good fight, JB.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. See you later, everybody.
And without further ado, hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going? What's shaking?
Hey, welcome to the General Strike Summit. We're just starting the transition. I think we invited Max as well. Hopefully he will like roll in here as well. Leon, you have any last thing you want to plug? Anything else you want to promote?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to Jimmy really quick. I'm a big fan. And I just want to say that, I grew up on comedy.
Oh, what happened? She left.
And
it was doing good.
And you are what I wish the Daily Show had become. So that's why I watch you. I think you're absolutely fabulous, and keep up the good work. That's all. So I just want to say hi real quick, but I won't step on your
I
time.
appreciate. Oh, that's really. No, I appreciate you saying that. Thank you very much. I'm very flattered.
All right,
You're
so we talked to a lot of great union leaders and organizers, right? Despite what a lot of people will have you believe about this summit. So we had a lot of great conversations with the workers, and now we are building the worker solidarity that we need. Now, there are some other people who believe in other options in terms of challenging the establishment. So the point of this panel, we want to resist mainstream establishment narrative. We want to debunk corporate media propaganda and discuss different ways forward outside the electoral system. Now, there are some people who will say our path to change and liberation, and they really believe this, is through the Justice Democrats or the Democratic Party. Jimmy Dore, to get everything started off, I want to ask you: do you agree with that? Do you agree with that sentiment? What do you believe is the best route to change? Do you agree with their methods there?
Well, I think I'll point the finger at people like you because you just don't. You're not voting hard enough. You need to vote harder inside the Democratic Party, and I think we should start a third party, but inside the Democratic Party. That's where it's fun. And I mean, come on, everyone agrees that the Justice Democrat experiment, while I supported it when it happened, because my theory was I support progressives anywhere they are. I don't adhere to that theory anymore because I think it's actually, more detrimental to the revolution that's needed. It's that to have progressives inside the Democratic Party because it gives people the false idea that there's somebody inside the Democratic Party fighting for them and that they have a chance through that. And so if they could just disabuse themselves of that notion and realize what Shama Sawant said to me years ago on aggressive progressives. And every year she's proven even more right when she said that the road for progressives inside the Democratic Party leads to a graveyard. And that you're seeing this happen. And even though they have all the power, if they wanted to use it, they won't. And then they tweet about we should use our leverage. Like they literally do that. Is that them just fucking with us? I mean, it seems crazy that they would tweet stuff like that. Hey, anyway. So I that's my theory. My theory is, electorally, we need another major party. I don't like to say third party. I just would like to say another major party or a party that has somebody who can poll at 15 to 20% so they could get into the debates and then they could actually sway the conversation. And that's what I think is needed. And we've tried this experiment. The time is running out. I mean, look what they're not fighting climate, just the whole idea. So, Donald Trump was driving off a cliff at 100 miles an hour, and Joe Biden's driving off a cliff at 98 miles an hour. I mean, it's not that much of a difference. So you're like, yeah, but one's less. It's like it still end up off a cliff. It doesn't fucking, I guess.
Yep.
You could.
I don't know if you saw that story. I just saw this yesterday. I covered this on my show where you have the Biden administration that is denying public housing to people because they use marijuana.
Yep.
So he's expanding the drug war. And what happened to the push to fight the homelessness crisis that happened? Remember I wanted to ask Max. Hopefully we get Max Blumenthal in here soon. But remember the whole thing where they was like, we're gonna stand for the homelessness at the Capitol. Where are they now? Now Joe Biden is making people homeless because they smoke weed. What's your take, Jimmy?
So even here in California, so if you want to see what the country would look like if it was run by Democrats, look at California. It's run by 100% Democrats. They have a veto-proof majority. They have a Democratic governor. Look at it. So he's given out fracking permits left and right. Homelessness is out of control. People can't afford to live here. The, so people are, and they got no plans to fix any of it, right? And so Gavin Newsom ran on Medicare for all. Well, where the fuck is it? Well, where's your proposal? Where are you pushing? It's nowhere. You know what he did do? As Joe Biden is denying pot smokers public housing, Gavin Newsom vetoed a bill that had made its way through the Democratic legislature that would protect senior citizens in nursing homes from being evicted. He vetoed it. Yeah, so that was part of what he was doing when he was AWOL.
Didn't he
So
also oh sorry, Jimmy, didn't he also veto ranked choice voting? Because I heard like that made it to the ballot too, and he stepped in and prevented that.
Oh, you know what? Maybe he did. That kind of stuff flies under the radar, just like what I just told you about. Nobody's going to be talking about that. Jimmy Kimmel's not going to be doing a fucking monologue about Gavin Newsom kicking old people out of nursing homes or Andrew Cuomo killing people in nursing homes, right? It's this crazy culture war. That Kamala Harris is super unpopular. She's like less popular than Spiro Agnew, and I saw Jimmy Kimmel do a thing the other night, saying that the obvious reasons why she's so unpopular is racism and sexism, and I was like, what the fuck? That's by the way, it's the guy who used to do the Juggies on TV.
It's just funny because Kamala Harris is unpopular with Black people too. So it's just the narratives that they come up with is just ridiculous. They don't really talk to real people. They don't actually talk to people who the majority of people in America do not vote. And you don't hear them talk to these people and ask them like, why are you not voting? They don't want to have them on.
That's right. After, every I always like to talk about this because not many people do. In 2016, after Donald Trump won, the New York Times went to barbershops in the Black and brown neighborhoods in Milwaukee, and they couldn't figure it out. And it was Milwaukee and Detroit. I can't believe anyway, where Hillary should have done better. And they talked about how of the 4 people who voted for Barack Obama in this one barbershop, 2 of them didn't vote and the other 2 didn't vote for Hillary, and they all had the same reasons. We keep voting Democrat and everything gets worse. It keeps getting worse. We keep getting worse. We elected Barack Obama and everybody went to sleep, and so they don't want to hear that message. They don't want to hear that. So what they're doing now is amping up racism to I think to distract everybody and pretending to care about it. That's the thing. Like, when Nancy Pelosi puts on a scarf and takes a knee with Chuck Schumer, and they're pretending to care. What did they do? They gave us another police agency, and to the tune of funding it to $2 billion. They didn't give us student debt relief. They didn't give us health care. They didn't give us anything, minimum wage. They didn't give us shit. You want to help Black and brown people? Let's give everybody a living wage, free education, and health care. That would do more to help people than anything else. And what they want to do is give you a Juneteenth holiday and put out a scarf and give you a kneel. And so again,
I felt truly represented, Jimmy. When I saw that kente cloth, it really spoke to me. It really.
So that to me, I can't. It's all identity politics now. It's all symbolism, and it's just like, hey, do you want to be oppressed by the Republican Party, or you want to be oppressed by the Democratic Party? And that's really the difference. They're both your oppressors, and I think that's why they amp up so much. They want to talk about January 6th over and over, and it's because they want us to divide. They want us to hate our neighbor. That's why they're using COVID and mandates to get us to look at each other as Noam Chomsky said, these people who are unvaccinated want to kill us. And now we know just how crazy that is, because study after study keeps showing that the vaccines don't stop you from transmitting the virus, and they don't stop you from getting it. So this idea that and by the way, we're also all going to get it. So if we're all going to get it, who do you give a shit who you get it from? It's never going away ever, just like the other coronaviruses that are flus that are seasonal. This also is never going away. And the adult people catch the flu twice every decade. And so if you live another 10 years, you're going to get coronavirus. So you should prepare for it. And we're not telling people that. But they have these mandates that make no scientific sense. And then they also split workers, and they make us, let me tell you something, 200,000 people more would be alive right now if we had Medicare for all. And that's who we need to keep our eye on. The oligarchs who are denying us health care. But they want, and if you find yourself blaming a school bus driver or a nurse's aide or a teacher for this coronavirus pandemic and your economic destruction because of the lockdowns, then you've been propagandized. And you need to get your head out of your ass, because those are not your enemy. Your enemy are the people who are keeping you from a living wage, people who are locking you down and not paying your salary like the rest of the Western world did. They want us to take our eye off the ball, which is the oligarchs. So I'm not going to take my eye off the oligarchs who are denying us everything right now. And it doesn't matter which party's in power. Keep your eye on the oligarchs because they control both parties. It's one party with two right wings.
They're not telling the truth about the labor movement either. And I can tell you guys from my own personal experience, a lot of mainstream media is telling people that people don't want to work. We have all these vacant jobs and they can't fill them. From my own personal experience, even at my current employer, let me tell you what they're doing with these positions. When someone quits, they're removing that staff line. They're eliminating it, and they're taking that person's workload and dumping it on the people who are left. We've all been going through it. My friends have been going through it as well. So now the people who are left are overworked and they get burned out, and then they quit. We're down to 2 people now where I work. We're down to 2 people. We have 1 person left in our IT department. So they're not telling you that part of it. And this started before COVID. This started 2.5 years ago because they wanted to find ways to save money. Meanwhile, and I work at a university, meanwhile, the deans are making 6 figures and the presidents of some of these universities are making millions of dollars. This is the thing about capitalism. They continue to exploit the people at the bottom, and mainstream media is not telling you that, and local news here is not telling you that.
No, definitely. Look, yeah, no, I mean, look, local news. I don't think you could do a worse job if you're trying to do local news. I don't know. Everywhere I've been, it's just ridiculous. It's just, hey, there was a robbery over here. Here's some more poor people stealing poor stuff from other poor people. Here's some poor people shooting some more poor people. That's what the goddamn news is. And hey, now here's sports and the weather. And now everybody has a weather app. They don't need the fucking local news anymore, because that's the only reason people used to watch it was for the goddamn weather. But now everybody has a weather app, so nobody's really watching the local news. Anyway, I don't know. I went off on a tangent, but yeah. So you see it happening. You see them splitting, and now I just saw Gene Simmons, who I'm pretty sure was a big Trump supporter, come out just yesterday. It was trending on Twitter that he said that the unvaccinated are our enemies or something like that, some crazy over the top rhetoric. And so now the shit libs are going to love him, right? But just like how they embrace Bill Kristol because he doesn't like Trump, stuff like that. And it's just, and David Frum, war criminals. It's just, and they're all fucking war anyway. So, Fred Hampton, I talked about, it's good to do all kinds of stuff like have health clinics and food banks and your credit unions, and those are necessary. And he talked about which I never thought of it. He talked about the importance of education about the real politics and because if you don't educate people, then what you're going to have is, instead of colonialism, you have black neocolonialism. The black guy will just become the oppressor. And he gave examples of it happening around the world at that time. And he said, so, you got to have people got to know the reason why they're doing what they're doing and what it means. And so, I'm somebody who needs to be educated just as much as anybody else, so I think that's the thing. Like, you have to teach people about, how capitalism is actually the cause here, and it's unbridled capitalism. and that worker co-ops don't mean communism, but worker co-ops are a way to have the workers have a little bit more control, as Professor Wolf, explained on my show. Then a capitalist can just decide to take the economic base out from underneath the entire community and move it to another country because he's going to make a couple more nickels, right? And now that's no way to run a country. I don't think that's any way to run an economy either. So I think it's good to kind of focus on that message of education of what we're actually living under, who's actually being exploited. And so we can't not that racism isn't a real thing, of course it is, but the establishment has learned how to use that to distract us and turn us into hating each other again. The person who's oppressing me isn't half the country who are workers, right? That's not who's oppressing anybody, right? They're also being oppressed. They're also, those people they want you to hate are also the victims of this system. And they're also the people treading water. They're also the people who go bankrupt when they get sick. They're also the people swimming under mountains of student debt. They're also the people living in food deserts. They're also people being locked up. So that's not, again, that's the whole. And then of course the oligarchs own the media. There's only 6 goddamn companies that run all the media. Thanks Bill Clinton. And so that's the narrative, and people think that's just the way everything is. And I remember I came up when I started my show. I used to have to always explain that people used to equate capitalism with democracy. Well, look, they have now over in Iraq. They have look, they got McDonald's and shit. Like that doesn't mean they have democracy, right? That means they have capitalism, right? They have that in China too. It's anyway. I don't know. I just
want to add this because I mentioned the same thing while I was talking to you on your show before, why I don't get mad at people who are unvaccinated or who have personal disagreements on the personal choice on how they want to deal with the health, because they're not the ones I am going after. Like if we had a competent ruling class, if we had a competent system that actually took care of their neighbors, if we had an actual legit education system, maybe people will make better decisions for themselves. And you also mentioned a great thing that I want to add on to as well, how And they actually been very successful at this, unfortunately, where they turned this whole COVID-19 thing to a culture war, where now people hating unvaccinated people, right? Instead of the ruling class that gave trillions of dollars to billionaires. Instead of the rich that siphoned and waged a class war against the working class in the middle of a pandemic. You guys know Joe Biden illegally cut unemployment benefits in order to rob you of your negotiation power with employers. Like all these decisions they make is not by accident. Now, another thing I want to touch, because I think this all connects as well. I mentioned the homelessness crisis, right? And this is why at Fred Hampton Leftists, we always mention class is race, right? And what the Democratic Party did is unforgivable because they bastardized any discussion around legitimate identity politics. Let me give you guys an example. 40% of this country is homeless. I'm sorry, 40% of the homelessness of this country is Black. 40%, despite us being 13% of the population, we are 40% of the homelessness population, right? So when you look at LA, when you look at NY and New York, and you see how the Democratic Party responds to the homelessness crisis, that is anti-Black policy.
Yep.
When you look at how the fact that Black people are more likely to have medical debt than any other race, this is the connection between class and race. So if you are against healthcare, if you're against Medicare for all, you cannot say you're pro-Black. This is my position. And if you are attacking workers and demanding that they should be put out of work, you cannot say you class conscious. This is what Richard Wolff was saying. And this is why I want people to understand. And it's easy to be like, poo-poo identity politics. And I want to tell you guys, the reason you are doing that is because of the Democratic Party. Because the Democratic Party will tell you proper application of identity politics is having Kamala Harris as vice president. Having Eric Adams as the mayor in New York City, where they are literally sticking the police on homeless encampments. Oh, I'm so happy to have a Black mayor in New York that's busting up homeless encampments with the police That's their application of identity politics. So to me, honestly, it kind of makes sense when I see people see that bastardized version of identity politics and they immediately repelled, right? But I actually had a conversation with people who are conservative minded. Why bring up the fact that the military pollutes the black community, right? The fact that we are 40% of the homeless population. So our water is being poisoned, Flint water crisis. When I bring up that stuff, is that, oh my God, you bring up identity politics? No, that brings up the reality of policy and how government action actually negatively affects our lives. This is the reality of identity politics. And what the Democratic Party did by muddying the waters on that issue is unforgivable, because they actually set back race relations a long time for a long while doing that. And there's election in Virginia. So I'll pass it right to you guys. I'll pass it to Sabby. But the Democrats, and they tricked a lot of MAGA and Republican people into thinking that Terry McAuliffe and Joe Biden is the representative of critical race theory. How they do that, Jimmy? Guys, think about this. Critical race theory is simply thinking critically about race. That's it. It's about applying the class, applying historical events, and thinking about how that affects people right now, right? Now, considering if you actually know what critical race theory is, how could anyone fall for the idea that Terry McAuliffe, a guy who doesn't even support any qualified immunity, he supports the police state, he supports civil asset forfeiture that steals our wealth. So how did conservatives, how did people get tricked into thinking he's the representative of critical race theory? Sab, you have any thoughts? I'm gonna cut myself off there.
Yeah, you're good, Nick.
Well, it's just.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
No, it's just crazy that they can make people think, I watch Fox News sometimes, and they make Joe Biden out to be a lefty and a socialist. And it's like, so that's why that's how you know it's just one party. It's they all doing the same shit. They're putting a tax cut in for millionaires again in this goddamn bill that they're passing. And so Joe Biden gives a tax cut to people while screwing the workers. Donald Trump gives a tax cut to millionaires while screwing the worker. And they ramp up the military budget under Donald Trump. They ramp up the military budget under Joe Biden. That's just the way it is. It doesn't matter. And that's what people have to catch on to. And all this shit of we should hate that we should hate members of another political workers in another political party instead of the oligarchs that control both of them. That's a real good trick, and they're pulling it off.
And they're using people like Barack Obama to do it. He's a tool. He was just at a summit. I don't know if you saw this, Jimmy, but He was just at a climate summit telling young people that if they want to put pressure on the government, basically they have to vote harder. But every time we tried to put pressure on the government, Barack Obama was the one who stepped in to stop it. He did it with the NBA strike, Black Lives Matter. He did it with defunding the police. Every time we try to do that, and then now he's blaming the voters. But he is he's a tool. He's just someone that they use to keep us in the Democratic Party.
Exactly right. That's exactly just like they use AOC and the squad to get people to vote Democrat. They're just the sheepdogger, whatever that term is. That's what they're doing. They're taking the progressive revolutionary energy that actually exists in the country, and they're funneling it back into a pro-Wall Street, pro-war, anti-worker party. And that pro-Wall Street, pro-war, anti-worker party, which is what the Democratic Party is. So quit patting yourself on the back for voting for that shit.
That's such a great point, Jimmy, because we get this question. I know people always badger you about this. They say, why are you so focused on criticizing Bernie, AOC, and the squad? Don't you got worse people to criticize? Sabby get this a lot as well. And Jimmy just explained to you guys the concept and why we do that. And I explained this on the stream yesterday. People often get mistaken when they say Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, and Hillary Clinton are the white moderates that MLK and Malcolm X warned us about. You're mistaken because they're not moderates.
Yes.
There are extreme right-wingers. Joe Biden is a racist, Zionist, segregationist that is escalating the drug war. And there's still a lot of people have to deal with the fact that they voted for that. And they're coping in a lot of different ways. You voted for blue Trump, guys. So the idea that you guys support this right-wing party, but you can gatekeep and tell other people if they're leftist. right? That doesn't make sense. To me, that doesn't make sense to me, right? So what the progressives do, and once again, I brought the homelessness crisis because I want to get back to like what Jimmy said. The progressives, they give you the illusion that they're fighting the establishment. So Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, they're not the white moderate. They're the right wingers that we have to defeat. Period. So who are the white moderates? This is gonna hurt some feelings.
Here we go.
But Bernie Sanders is that guy, because what the progressives do. Remember that army they mobilized to fight the homelessness crisis, and then they left. Like, we're Cory Bush on that issue. So they killed the revolutionary action that was going towards the homelessness crisis. So that's what they do. They siphoned revolutionary spirit, just like Jimmy Dore explained. And I want to get Sabby and Jimmy right back in here on this. But this is why, and I want to talk about why we advocate for striking, a general strike. If we all admit that the homelessness crisis will not be ended through electoral politics, right? We all know that. The Democratic Party is the party of homelessness. Then what are our alternatives? And I'm legitimately asking that. If your answer to that is don't hold a general strike, do not shut things down, that means you're okay with that problem continuing. Right? So when I see us funding Israel and funding the apartheid state in Israel, when I see that we are expanding the kids in cages, when I see the police continue to kill our people, these are the kind of things where I don't want to set a 20-year plan to stop. I would love to try to shut things down so we can stop it right now, because 68,000 Americans die each year because we don't have Medicare for all. And AOC said she has a 20-year plan for that. So guys, I'm not a mathematician, but take that number and multiply it by 20. That's how many people AOC is allowing to die because she don't want you to leave the Democratic Party. Hopefully I cleared that up. Sabby, Jimmy, any thoughts?
I just want to say the Dems also destroyed the Me Too movement, because Tara Reid was on here last night, and I was thinking to myself that, like, I remember Alyssa Milano and Stacey Abrams coming out against Tara Reid. I believe Joe Biden. Me too, but I believe Joe Biden. And I had to ask myself, if it was a Republican that was accused of doing that to Tara Reid, what would their response be then? So is it really that you believe women, or it's only that you believe women when it's not connected to your party? So this is a problem. And the fact that they came in and jumped in to smear Tara Reid is just incredibly disappointing. And I see people like Stacey Abrams, who the Democratic Party really propped up with identity politics. They really told us that, like, oh, guys, Georgia could have a black female governor. And people bought into that. But listen to the things that Stacey Abrams is trying to tell you. She said, yeah, I believe Me Too, but I believe Joe Biden.
AOC casted doubt publicly on Tara Reid and her accusations, by the way. If you guys think I'm being too hard, if you guys think I'm being too hard on these people, oh, you said Bernie the white moderate? Oh my God. All right, so you can tell people get mad at that. Bernie Sanders disagreed with the defund the police movement.
Yep.
And I just explained to you how our fascist police system siphons wealth from our community. But he don't want to support the defund the police movement, even though we are factually right. If you look at our police budgets, that'd be the number 3 ranked military in the world. The NYPD spends 3 times more on their police budgets than North Korea does on their military. Bernie Sanders claims he wants to end the drug war, right? And I want to get Jimmy right back in here. But Bernie Sanders claims he wants to end the drug war, right? You guys understand that the reason why we have our giant police budgets in the first place is because we escalated the drug war in the 80s? So Bernie Sanders, how does it make sense that you want to legalize marijuana, but you don't want to decrease the police budgets? Can someone explain to me, how does that make sense? So Bernie, my question is, where do you want that money to go once you legalize marijuana? Do you want to spend that money on the police cracking homeless encampments? You know, when they was actually arresting indigenous protesters at Line 3, that issue you never talk about with the corporation dumping and building pipelines on indigenous land? Do you want the money to go to that? When I ask the progressives these questions, they don't have answers because they're deeply unserious, and that's why they're the moderate that MLK was warning about, because they want to slow down progress in order to make, in this situation, the Democratic Party look good. Because they don't want to advocate for what's right in this fascist police system, because it may hurt Democrats down ballot. You see how they wanted to sell us out for the party? But go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah. I guess funding right-wing Democrats' campaigns doesn't hurt Democrats down ballot like the AOC does. So when you give money to AOC, she then gives it to right-wing Democrats. And but still, somehow they're the good guys, and somehow we're the bad guys for pointing it out. And yeah, people say all the time, "Hey, how come you don't criticize Republicans more?" First of all, Donald Trump was the village idiot, and everybody had that covered. They didn't need me to do it. I did it when it was necessary, and I explained to everybody on my show exactly he's gonna advocate for the billionaire class, just like he did. So and we know we have a right wing corporatist party. What people think we have is a left wing a representative of worker party, and we do not have that. So that's what I'm trying. The mission of my show is to try to wake people up to that idea. You've got a whole media structure set up to convince people that there are two parties in this country, that there's one party that gives a shit about you, that there's one party that puts on scarves and kneels down and cares about black lives, even though the guy they tell you to vote for, he was the architect of the for-profit prison system that imprisons black and brown people way over their ratio in the population. So this idea, it's all about what Chris Hedges talked about. They know how to give lips, Thomas Frank and Listen Liberals. They know how to give lip service to democracy. They give lip service to progressivism and liberalism, and that's all it is. And then they go and do it. I mean, Barack Obama admitted. I have the video I played on my show ad nauseum of him saying, he basically is a moderate Republican. He said if it was 1980s, my policy would be considered moderate Republican. Because you know why? Because they're moderate Republican. Because why? We have two fucking right-wing parties in this country. So that's why it's the mission. And by the way, I didn't help Mitch McConnell get elected. All right. That's why I helped Bernie Sanders get votes. I helped the squad get votes. I helped AOC get votes and get elected. And so that's why I'm supposed to now hold their feet to the fire. And as Lawrence O'Donnell said, the only way you can get a party to your way of thinking is to show that you're willing to not vote for them. And the Democrats, he said, the progressives, we never had to listen to them. When I was working inside the Democratic Party, I never listened to them because they had no place else to go. And so I'm telling people, you have to stop donating to Democrats and you have to stop voting for them for at least one election cycle, because it's just going to keep getting worse. We can't keep doing the same thing over and over. And because that is the definition of insanity, and that's what people who are scared are saying. They got no guts, they got no balls. We got to be able to stand up against the oligarchy because they're squashing us anyway. They keep, again, identity politics. They've learned how to use everything and the hashtag Me Too movement, right? So they learn to weaponize that in a political way. Instead of it having just to be about what it's supposed to be about, they weaponize it politically, just like they weaponized identity politics. The joke I do in my act, if it was 1860, the Democrats would be bragging about their first transgendered slave owner.
If you want to know how the Democrat Party use identity politics, I explained this many times before. Look at Barack Obama, the first black president; Eric Holder, the first black attorney general; Colin Powell, the first black secretary of state. These are three of the most evil people in recent human history. You see how they use that? We got Max in the house.
That's how the media portray.
One thing I want to say, and I want to pass it to Sabby and Max, because this goes along about why we're having this conversation. Why do we have to build the argument for a general strike? Because I'm gonna try to explain this. The thought that people have that supporting the Democratic Party will lead to substantial change, that dulls the revolutionary spirit that we need for a general strike to occur, or for workers to engage in strikes. What do I mean by this? Our unions have been captured by capitalists. This is why they constantly side with the corporation instead of the worker. They will have in Kellogg, and there are multiple examples of this. There's also, and people always say, "Oh, you can't have a general strike. It's not possible. It's not possible." Guys, they had a general strike in Colombia this year, going against the neoliberal regime of Ivan Duque. And you guys know how they did that? You guys know how they did, and it was spontaneous. By the way, it took only like a week or two to put together. Which Jimmy, Max, Sabby, what they tell us all the time? You can't have a general strike that come out of nowhere. Colombia did though. You know how they did it? Because they're fucking communists. They're anti-capitalist. They built an infrastructure that allowed that to be possible with horizontal supports. So we need to start the process to start building that. And the people that are being sheep herded to the Democratic Party who are not supporting the summit, you got to see how they feel about the summit, right? That you see how they feel about general strikes, right? So the Democratic Party don't want this stuff to happen. They want to dull the revolutionary movement. So we have to spend an hour just to simply make the argument on why you shouldn't be supporting them, on why you should look at other alternatives. But sorry, Max, I know we had some issues earlier, but I'm glad to have you on the stream. Also, I don't know exactly what your time is. Just we can just communicate. I want to make sure that you have time to share your ideas. We also have another panel. It's 4 p.m. Eastern. That is start. We're gonna talk about resisting the U.S. empire. I don't know how much time you have, but you can stay a little bit longer if you want to make up for the time. But how you doing, Max? I'm glad you're able to join us.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Good to see all of you here. The reason I couldn't come on was I was doing a live stream of my own that was kind of a marathon. At my Rockfin live stream, Foreign Agents, where I'm allowed to like say things. I'm like allowed to speak in consecutive words. YouTube no longer allows me to speak in consecutive words. They have some algorithm that's like programmed against my voice or something, but and you certainly can't support many of the workers who are out there protesting against mandates without having your channel removed. So I don't know what I can really even say here. I don't have a lot of time, but I just wanted to pop my head in and support what you're doing here. I mean, I think, getting this conversation going and just making people understand from a psychological point of view that such a thing is necessary and possible. I mean, it starts here. And it starts with the recognition that there are many strike-like actions taking place, including wildcat style quasi strikes, work slowdowns, demonstrations of massive worker anger and discontent with the current order, the current regime. Some of them chant, "Let's go Brandon," and they're trying to say, "Fuck Joe Biden." But this goes well beyond Joe Biden. I don't even think Joe Biden knows he's even there sometimes. But this really is about a regime. And as long as this present order is still in place, and these wildcat strikes are necessary because some of the main unions are just playing the role of liaisons between workers and management and selling workers out over the issues like the mandates. As long as it continues, everything will be funneled back into this failing capitalist system. And that's what we see with AOC, for example, at COP26, taking selfies with Nicola Sturgeon and calling for, more money being pumped from central banks into the financial sector to invest in supposed green technology. It's not going to be anything like a Keynesian New Deal. It will just be more fuel for the failing global capitalist machine. So there has to be a fundamental change. And that's what a general strike is about. General strike is possible and necessary because workers actually have more power now than they've had before because of the tight job market. They have power over the bosses. But I wanted to make one point. It's something me and Jimmy have been talking about. It's partly why Jimmy's getting attacked so much in the past few days, is that we've been saying that you, as a YouTube influencer or as a journalist or as someone who covers workers' struggles or who cares about workers, you have no right to tell them how to protest or what to protest. And if workers are out there, as we've seen across the world, in protests in New York City, where firefighters and EMS workers and teachers and healthcare workers are protesting, or in Morocco, or in Indonesia, or in Iran, or across Italy, which is run by a disgusting central banker, former central banker Mario Draghi, a neoliberal kind of cardboard cutout, or billionaire Emmanuel Macron's France. They're protesting against the state and the boss's right to determine what gets injected into their body. And it will not stop there. And these are protests that are not covered in legacy media. They're not covered in corporate media. So what I'm saying and what Jimmy's been saying is we support all the workers out there in the streets who are protesting for their fundamental rights, including bodily autonomy. But as Professor Richard Wolff, who I think is one of the premier socialist academics who's presented a real model for socialist organizing in the US, said on Jimmy Dore's show, was that the fundamental thing about workers' movements and the labor struggle is not letting the boss telling workers what to do. And that's why Richard Wolff is against the mandates. And he got attacked, as we've gotten attacked, just for making that simple, basic quotidian statement. So it doesn't, I don't care, you know, if some of those people out there in those protests have, you know, one of like a thin blue line flag or whatever, or they're chanting, "Let's go Brandon," and you think that's a pro-Trump quote. If they're workers and they're protesting against the boss's right to dominate everything down to their biomedical status, then you have to support them, or it's not your choice. And that's going to be part of a general strike. It absolutely is. You see these protests across every industry. And when Biden's mandate, if a federal court allows it to kick in next year, the resistance is going to be massive. And it, you know, of course, this isn't the essence of the strikes that are taking place. But why I'm focusing on it and why I think it's so important is because the organized left doesn't think these workers have the right to make those protests. They celebrate their firings. You see these phony pseudo-adversarial journalists and YouTube influencers celebrating the firing of people under the mandates. And all it does, along with, you know, passport systems, all it does is give the ruling class more power over workers. And that's what we've seen, this continuous process since a pandemic was declared of just decimating working people and regular people, the lockdowns. If you're out there protesting to cancel the rent, well, why do so many people face eviction right now? One reason is they were locked down. They were put under lockdown in 2020. 200,000 businesses, small businesses were shuttered in state after state across the US. Children lost something like 30 to 40% of their reading comprehension. This was Glenn Youngkin's closing argument in Virginia when he stomped Terry McAuliffe in a blue state. His closing argument wasn't about critical race theory. It was about the school closures, and so many parents related to it. So when the left abandons these parents, when it abandons these workers, the right comes in and it exploits the anger, the legitimate anger and resentment to gain power. So that's what the left is allowing, the organized phony left is allowing to take place right now. And the best thing they can do instead of engaging the substance of this issue is to attack Jimmy Dore and try to nail him on a technicality, but they won't engage on the substance. So that's one of the points I want to make. And then, as Nick was saying before I came on, this is an international struggle, and workers around the world are fighting against US empire. And so we need to consider what they're saying and what they want. And one thing they don't want is to be sanctioned by this regime, because when you sanction countries, and Nicaragua's next on the chopping block, usually these are countries that have socialist or independent governments, countries that where global capitalist forces are yearning to loot their public sector. The sanctions fall on the back of workers, and they cause companies to collapse, workers to become unemployed, and then they're turned to migrants. And in Central or South America, they go north and they wind up at our border. And then they wind up in cages or rounded up, or they're just used as cheap labor in this country, which further weakens working class organization. And the Democrats profit from that just as much as the Republicans. They collaborate on that entire system. So sanctions internationally are something we need to be speaking about and understanding in the course of a general strike, and understanding how people are sanctioned internally in the United States. I think that's pretty much all I have to say right now. I don't know if there's any questions or
I was gonna
anything.
Go ahead, Sabby.
I just want to add to what Max is saying. Like I'm vaccinated. I had to do it for my job in order to keep my job. But for people who are hesitant and are skeptical, I just want to say they have the right to be so, because this is something that is new. Do you know how many times in my lifetime I've seen the FDA recall birth control medications that were new? I can go through a list of them, the patch, the neural plant. So it is new. People have a right to question. People have a right to be skeptical about it. And I don't think people should be shamed for feeling that way. I'll pass it to you, Nick.
Now, I want to get Jimmy in here as well. What I heard from Max and what I heard from Jimmy, Professor Wolf, when he was on Jimmy's show, was a powerful left critique of the mandates. And to add on to what Max said, I have not heard a counter argument to that. And I've been looking.
Counter argument is
what they do is they go ahead.
They just say anti-vaxxer and they use pejoratives, and they have no response. And what I've noticed with a large section of the left and the Twitter and YouTube influencers is their critique only focuses on people like Jimmy Dore or the so-called anti-vaxxers or regular people, and they have no critique of power. They have no critique of big pharma. They have no critique of the vaccine itself and why it has failed on so many levels, and why the pandemic continues, why the cases are exploding in hyper-vaxxed countries like Israel or Ireland.
Singapore.
They won't allow a critique, because any critique is being an anti-vaxxer. So in so many ways, they're either useful idiots or deliberate force multipliers for power, for big pharma, for the Democratic Party, for our feudal masters like Bill Gates. And that's why they exist, because they don't really have very much charisma or very many interesting things to say. And no one cares if they make a slight error, because they don't threaten any centers of power. So no one's scrutinizing them.
And one thing I want to say, I want to get Jimmy on this conversation as well, because I was on this show and I was talking about the mandates, and I usually focus on. I just didn't have time to really discuss it, so that was really the first time that I gave my public view on it. And then, like, whenever I saw it, I was like curious. Like, I want to see what the counter argument. It was just literally just like they were just attacking me, because what I said on the show, I said, if you support the mandates, let's take this further and let's see how class loyal you really are. And let's see how class conscious you are. So let's say there is a single mother with 2 kids who don't want to get a vaccine mandate. And according to a lot of liberals, they believe if you don't get the vaccine, you shouldn't be able to buy groceries. They think you should be denied access to food. So once again, I'm asking people to be serious. So the argument
that's happening in other countries. That is happening in other countries.
Yeah. So my question is, I want to get Max and Jimmy opinion on this. I'm saying, if you're on the left and you support this means you support starving a poor family because they don't want to get a vaccine. How can you say you class conscious with that? Once again, that has nothing to do with my statement or my opinion on the vaccine. This is a left class analysis. Like, do you want everyone who don't get the vaccine? So let's take it another step further. Let's say the mandates get implemented, right? Let's say you have your way and someone refused to get the vaccine. What do you think their punishment should be? If you push them and keep pushing them, the response will always be their death. So you're not allowed in grocery stores. So you can't feed your kids? Is that what you want for people who don't take the vaccine? But sorry, Jimmy, Max, you guys want to chime in?
Well, they want to take away their right to support, to have a living, to earn a living. I mean, could there be anything more destructive than that? They want to take away their ability to earn a living. So that's an assault on workers, and that that they're also operating under the notion. I think most of the people who are pro-mandate are intentionally being ignorant about the science. They don't want to know about it, and the science is that the vaccine does not stop transmission, and it doesn't stop you from getting infected. So if you get a vaccine, if you get vaccinated, it's to protect yourself. That's not to protect anyone else. It doesn't protect anybody else. And if somebody else is afraid of getting COVID, they should go get vaccinated. If you're vulnerable and you think that you need the protection, you should go get it. because the vaccine only protects the person getting the vaccine. We now know for a fact, a scientific fact, that it does not stop the transmission and it does not stop you from getting infected. And everybody is going to get COVID at some point. No matter how many masks you wear or how many injections you get, you're still going to get COVID. So why do you care if you get it from from a vaccinated person or an unvaccinated person? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. And so if you want to get vaccinated, that's your personal choice because the vaccine only protects you. Okay.
Sabi, Max,
Yeah,
anything else you
absolutely.
guys want to add?
Yeah, I mean, and that is the critique that you're not allowed to have, but it is what has been stated by everyone from Anthony Fauci to CDC Director Rochelle Walensky to Bill Gates himself, the oligarch who helped develop many of these vaccines. And it obliterates the logic for mandates and reveals that it's simply about flexing the power of the bosses and our ruling masters against workers, demonstrating how much they can get away with, how much they can intimidate them. We see it play out in these public campaigns against Kyrie Irving or Aaron Rodgers, where they're ritually stoned. It's the perfect spark for a general strike, along with everything else workers have to go through, all the drudgery, the humiliation, and the negotiating power that they have in a tight job market. It is absolutely connected to the supply chain crisis and the lack of truckers. Do we want to keep living like this? And why are leftists, like minimizing how inflation affects people? And it's not transitory. People are outraged about it. We should be listening to them and mobilizing with them instead of dismissing it because it hurts Joe Biden. I mean, that's pathetic. So you have just so many ingredients right now for rebellion, for a revolutionary moment, something that's harder to co-opt than occupy. I wouldn't say occupy was co-op, but something harder to suppress than occupy. I see it right over the horizon, but it won't. If workers rise up, it may not be the kind of revolt that a large part of the organized left wants to see. And so we need to see that sector for what it is. It's been a great unmasking over these past 2 years, and we can see who's real and who isn't. And what's real is what people are already out in the streets about.
Well said, Max. Well said. And we are reaching the end of the part 1 of our day 2 of the General Strike Summit. And this is the part where I'm trying to let you guys know that it's very important for everyone that's watching this to go to the next stream. We got 2 separate videos we do on the General Strike Summit. This just so happened to be the last panel on this one. So that the next panel is going to start in around 10 minutes or so. I put the link on there. Please subscribe. It's in your subscription box. General Strike Summit day 2, part 2. I linked it in there. We going over there next after the panel. So that's where the conversation will continue. We are going to have a conversation next on imperialism, race, and the labor movement. We'll have Danny Harfong on with Jackson Hinkle. We're going to talk about, once again, building an international left movement. That's like something that, once again, we are the Fred Hampton leftists. Now, I'll pass it right to you, Max. We are the Fred Hampton leftists, and there were strong supporters of the Palestinian people, supporting the struggle of the apartheid in South Africa. They were always internationally focused, just like Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah. So the left that is not like that, they're leading you off the cliff. So we have to have an international movement. So hopefully we continue to make that argument on the next hour. But I'm not trying to rush you guys off. So I want to give Max Blumenthal and Jimmy Dore another opportunity to speak. And also, I always tell all my guests this: I appreciate your guys' time. If you guys want to join for the next conversation, you guys are free to. Either way, I'm glad you guys joined us. I start with Max, and then we go Jimmy. Any last words?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get outside and get some vitamin D, which you can see I need it very badly. But I wanted to just kind of close with a Fred Hampton story, since this is Fred Hampton leftist. And I learned about it from a book called Government by Gunplay, which was edited many years ago by a journalist named Sidney Blumenthal. And it covers the intelligence plot to assassinate Fred Hampton. But there's a story about Fred Hampton that really spoke to me there, where he was confronted in Chicago with a chaotic rally planned by the Weather Underground around the Loop in downtown Chicago, where they were basically getting a bunch of young people into town dressed up in like football helmets with baseball bats to go smash up stores and attack the cops. And Fred Hampton stood before the crowd and said, "We don't need anarchism. This is going to be a disaster. What we need is political education." And it really reminds me that we're in a protracted struggle, and that sometimes our own rage can be used against us by more powerful forces, as we saw kind of with the flame out of some of the protests in 2020. And I think what Fred Hampton was committed to was the protracted struggle to political education, with providing people with actually a basis for transforming society and not just reacting. So I just wanted to close with that.
Thank you for coming on once again, Max. Always good to talk with you. Jimmy, any last words, any last thoughts? Once again, thank you for coming on. And talking with us. Go ahead.
The white moderates that were the problem before me is because they were like, "Hey, I agree with you, but just wait." Right? That's what they were saying. I agree with what you want to do, but just wait, not now. And so you see those same moderates doing the same thing, saying, "Hey, I agree with the medical, but not now. I agree with $50 minimum wage, but not now. I agree with the reducing military budget, but not now. I agree with student debt relief, but not now. I agree with legalizing marijuana, but not now." So those are the people that are the problem, just as MLK said. And that's why my show focuses on that problem. And we got to keep our eye on the problem, which is the oligarchy and not your neighbor.
Well said. Thanks so much for coming on, guys. This was an awesome panel.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
I was just having some scheduling there. But once again, thanks, Jimmy. Thanks, Mac, for having us on. Please, guys, if you're watching this right now, this is a 3-day pro-labor event. We are day 2. I'm like on my 6th hour today, but we're having a good time. If you are enjoying this conversation, head over to part 2 now, because we have this stream is like 6 hours, so we're having like 2 6-hour streams. Head over to part 2. We're about to close right now, but I'm gonna keep saying it. Actually, let me. I'm gonna type the link in the chat one more time so you guys come over. But anyway, thank everyone for watching. Over the last 6 hours, we talked to a lot of great workers, and they share a lot of great ways to support them, support those strikes, support the GoFundMe for the Kellogg strike. I'll put that in the description as well. Stay strong, friends. Thank you, guys.
Bye, guys.